their sustenance.
My name is Professor Judith Wawudo. I am the Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub Leader. This project was initiated in 2020. It is a project which is funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
The Hub bases its research on 3 themes, namely women's roles in the public and private sectors, skilling, internships and mentoring, and violence, crisis, and women's work.
KU, we have mentorship program has helped me as a female engineer in the field to get to learn more about how to cope up with being a female in a male-dominated area.
My name is Jen Waithera. I work at KU Coffee House and I feel empowered.
Since the Hub is run by numerous professionals, there exists a hierarchical structure that guides the functioning of the Hub.
The board is structured in the following way. We have the Vice Chancellor at the top. Then under the Vice Chancellor, we have the Advisory Board. Below the Advisory Board, there is myself as the Hub Leader. Under the Hub Leader, we have the Project Leader. Then under the Project Leader, we have the Research Coordinator. Below the Research Coordinator, we have 4 divisions. We have one for Quality Assurance, Communication and Advocacy. We have Communication and ICT, and we have Field Protocol. And below that, we have researchers, and the Hub has about 100 researchers coming from 6 schools within Kenyatta University. And then, of course, we have the students, but also we hope to have fellows, research fellows within the Hub.
Why we started the Hub is to uplift the economic standards of women in Kenya.
The Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub purposes to generate bodies of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment in Kenya.
The whole number of projects that are in the Hub wants to understand which areas women are engaged in and how those various areas are supporting them in terms of improving their well-being in society and improving their livelihoods and standing in society.
Taking that research, packaging it in a language that policymakers understand it, packaging it in a way that even the common person in the country understands it, packaging it and removing it from the ivory tower, the context and the concept of an ivory tower of the university.
I'm Associate Professor in the Institute of Philosophy of Jagiellonian University in Krakow, Poland, and I'm the main coordinator of the Cafe project, which is being here hosted by Kenyatta University.
My name is Ewa Hudoba. I am a project manager in this consortium. Keep watching cutting-edge research at Kenyatta University Television.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
accessing your property, intellectual or material.
This and more, only on Law Matters.
Get ready to embark on a journey into the exciting world of technology as we uncover the latest trends, interview top thought leaders, and dive deep into the world of tech like never before.
Currently, we are facing the challenge in terms of finance. It requires one to move from different counties because we really need a large data set for our model to be more accurate.
In this new and exciting series of the Technovation Show, join me, Yvonne Kimuma, every Monday 8:30 p.m. for a fun and thrilling experience as we explore the cutting-edge developments, meet visionaries driving change.
Somebody who is in the underground mine doesn't know the presence of those gases. So there are a lot of gases involved. There is methane, there is carbon monoxide, and there is also hydrogen sulfide. These gases actually, they are very dangerous and they are very toxic.
And discover the endless possibilities of the tech world.
Kenyatta University harbors many beehive activities aside from its core mandate of providing quality education and training, promoting scholarship, innovation and creativity, and inculcate moral values for sustainable individual and societal development. The 53rd graduation is dubbed Research and Innovation for Social Economic Development, which the institution has achieved through WeHub.
Well, there was a call for proposal from the Bill and Melinda Gates. So a team got into place, people from the gender, the economics, education, and other related departments. They got together. They were now responding to this call. So we did a draft, and from this draft, KU happened to have been selected together with the University of Nairobi. In this project, we have 12 research concepts, which we are working with the 12 principal investigators and co-principal investigators. So in terms of teams around Kenyatta University, we are encompassing about 6 schools. GPV, it has contributed to socio-economic development because, first of all, we did a research to find out where is the prevalence, the highest prevalence of GPV. And then we actually looked at the safe houses. When the victims or the survivors have a problem, where do they go for help? And then we looked at it, what is it within those safe houses that empowers women so the women don't go back to the same situation. So basically we are looking for ways to bring in innovation that will be able to empower women so that when they go back to their homes, or maybe they find alternative venues to be able to sustain themselves. Because many women get into, stay in those relationships because of economic empowerment. They are not able to sustain themselves and they think they cannot live without their spouses. And that's why they stick here. But if you empower a woman, a survivor, in terms of decision making, freedom of movement, economic independence, they are able to be raise their self-esteem and be able to cope with life without really being subjected to abuse every time they go there. So that's why we picked on there. And we feel our project on GPV has contributed in terms of data, which we have done a report, and we have also developed policies, which we are working with the Ministry of Public Service and Gender and the corrective services so that we are able to implement or have those ministries or even governments to be able to uptake some of those policies and be able to operationalize it in a way.
The zeal shown by both students and their lecturers in their area of research has attracted a long list of donors who are willing to partner with them to make their dreams in research come true.
Kwa upande wangu sikuwa nimesoma, sikuwa na any certificate of education. na sasa nikawa na ile ungumu, unarea, umekuwa mama, sasa imekuwa mzigo tena, so lazima kwanza ushughulikie na watoto, so ikawa ni ngumu zaidi. Nikang'ang'ana hivyo, but the time tulipatana na Catherine Life Bloom, nikasaidika sana, wakanipea course ya hairdressing, nikafanya, ikanisaidia sana kimaisha, because from there ninaweza sema mahali nimefika, nimesaidika, because nikawa sasa venye nilitoka hiyo course, nikaenda press, nikaajiriwa, nikawa napata mapato kutoka pale kwenye nilikuwa nimeajiriwa, nikafanya like 1 year nikiwa nimeajiriwa, nikaenda hako kasafari, na from there Mungu akanisaidia, nikaweza kufungua salon. Hii salon ndio hii, so tunaita Blessed Salon because tunaihesabu ni baraka kutoka kwa Mungu akitumia Life Bloom, because ni part of my life. Wamekuwa msaada kwangu.
Through research, Kenyatta University, in partnership with the stakeholders, has contributed to findings that inform policy by use of qualitative and quantitative research methods.
I'm very, very encouraged, even on our graduation theme this week, or this year, because for the first time or in a second time in a row, we are recognizing the role of research. Africa's problem will be solved by serious research, because we as Africans, if you look at the developed world, a lot of new innovations have been put in place. For example, in food production. We are here as Africans still laboring with a hoe and a djembe, imagining that we can do that and feed the whole of Africa, feed the nation. While other countries, you look like Israel, they have mechanized their agriculture through research, they have mechanized their food production through innovations, and I think personally, we have to enhance research and innovation and advocacy so that people can know what is coming out from the higher institutions of learning. What is it that these researchers are doing? What is the role of a professor within an institution? Because I believe professors also need to leave the ivory tower. They need to leave the classroom and get to the field and get to see what Wajiko is doing and maybe use their knowledge to enhance Wajiko to get to a level whereby her labor is not in vain.
What do you do with women who want to learn and they cannot go back to school? They don't even have the means. They are trapped in the streets in terms of what you call the prostituted women, because if they had a different choice, they'd get off the streets. And I didn't seem to find an answer. And then one time I remember, I am a teacher, I am trained, and I know how to develop a curriculum. So from needs assessment, we began to develop curriculums. And I remember the very first one that I put together, I typed and put together, had 8 topics.
Access to finances and empowerment through financial literacy has greatly improved the livelihoods of women and their households by enabling them to start and manage small projects and SMEs.
If there's one thing that has really happened among the partnerships that we have had since 2004 is the partnership with Kenyatta University, the gender department, the hub, as we call it. The reason being that they came at a time that we're looking forward to celebrating 20 years of existence, 20 years of massive impact as we felt it, but it had never been measured. So Kenyatta University coming in into through this partnership, through Dr. Okemwa and Professor Gary, came in to evaluate, to assess and evaluate what it is that we have put down as our model of training, as a model of transforming the community that we're serving. And as a result, when they interviewed the women who have been through this program for the last 5 years and back. When they interviewed the staff who have been here, when they interviewed other caregivers and some of the stakeholders out there, it's like it gives us the feedback that we've been looking for.
The institution's holistic approach in teaching and training has seen a huge number of Kenyatta University, both students and lecturers, venture into research that provides solutions for knowledge gap identified. Kenyatta University, transforming higher education, enhancing lives.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
Lola is an app that gives you a chance to watch videos, listen to audios, and read articles wherever you are for free. Motivational stories, dramas, campus life, technology, lifestyle, adventure, sports, academics, jobs, entertainment, and more. Download Lola now on Play Store. All you need, you got Lola.
Tunachimba hadi mizizi kuletea yanayojiri.
So mimi naomba tu serikali yetu ya Mungu, ibarikiwe na Mungu, iweze kuteremsha bei ya mafuta
yanayokukumba. Tuna maizi, tunakutetea sisiri. Kwa kweli ni speciali tukikupambia makala ya mwanamke mwake. Utasema hupendi mizizi ya habari. Nami Caroline.
Are you healthy, or rather, do you maintain a healthy lifestyle? According to WHO, health is regarded as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. Welcome to Focus on Health, a show on all matters health, wellness, and lifestyle. On this show, we cover a wide variety of topics, inclusive of but not limited to dental, optical, mental, reproductive health, and so much more. Join me, Joy Bofenda, every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. on KUTV for compelling insights and discussions on all matters health. See you then.
Focus on Health, your weekly dose of health and wealth information on KUTV.
Shuka akawa tuzo, ukakamavu wake, ukatii na kumfanya mwenye bidii. Kwa machozi na makeke, akabaini jinsi ya kuwini. Huyu ni mwanamke ngangari, kwa jinsi alivyo ng'ari. Mimi ni mwanamke mwake. Usikose kutazama kipindi cha mwanamke mwake, nami Caroline Kimweli.
Despite facing an arid climate, Kitui County in Kenya's eastern region is pioneering innovative environmental conservation and sustainable agriculture initiatives led by local women. These communities are not just adapting to, but also mitigating the effects of prolonged dry spells. Research indicates that approximately 50% of women in developing countries are involved in agricultural work. According to the United Nations, if women had equal access to resources, agricultural yields could increase by 20 to 30%, significantly aiding in climate change mitigation. The enthusiasm among women in Kitui County was evident as they welcomed the Kenyatta University Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, KU Hub, and the Women Empowerment Link officials with traditional songs and dances. This heartfelt display underscored their deep commitment to environmental conservation, sustainable agricultural practices, and community resilience and empowerment. Professor David Menja, overseeing a project on women's leadership and governance, emphasized the importance of grassroots advocacy in addressing climate change and promoting women leadership.
The gist of this is to just showcase success stories of women in Kitui, grassroots women in Kitui County who have been working with the well, and they have been raised because as a project of KU, this KU Hub, that is Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub, our work is to research and document success stories and document cases of success so that these cases can also be used to help other women in the country and outside the country to improve themselves and economically empower themselves. This is not just about money alone, but it's also about the woman being effective at the community level in terms of having access to assets, in terms of being able to negotiate for her space, in terms of influencing decisions at both community and county level. So this is a case that looks at women in a holistic way and how they have been involved in terms of influencing decisions at the community and also in terms of creating space and them being leaders at the community level.
Professor Elishiba Kimani, co-principal investigator, highlights how local women in Kitui County are actively involved in tree planting and seedling propagation, supported by initiatives from KU Hub and WELL.
One of the unique things about the approach and why climate change was one aspect that we were interested in is because the approach of the targeting of the women was at the very grassroots. We got them through women groups, meaning we were able to get the real women at the household level. And therefore, given the importance of climate change, especially at this time, we were very interested to see how, through the trainings they got, both from the well and from the peers, how it helped them to take action of the climate change, because Kitui is a dry place and climate change affects everybody equally, but definitely the impact is different depending on how the weather and the climate is. And therefore, these women are living in dry areas, and we were interested on how they could actually be able to participate to do three things. Number one, take action on the climate change. Number two, mitigate against the climate change. And number three, adapt to the climate change.
Vivian Mutiso, a gender activist who is among those who have benefited from these programs, not only promotes environmental conservation, but also empowers other women to do the same, fostering sustainable practices and economic empowerment.
Kutoka mwaka 2018
nimeweza kuwezesha wanawake zaidi ya 200. Wa vijana youth niko na more than 100 ama 120 wale ambao naweza sema juu. Apart from I do women empowerment and youth, mambo ya kumaliza vita vya kijinsia na dhuluma ya kijinsia. Through Women Empowerment Link, they've trained me. I've become a champion of Women Empowerment Link to train women at least financially and economically to be empowered, and also kujisaidia kuweza kujikimu, kujitoa katika dhuluma za kijinsia na ni njia gani. Na hii ni mojawapo ya mradi ambao natumia kuweza kusaidia wamama kujiwezesha kimaisha, kujiwezesha kipesa na pia kuinua jamii.
Julian Goiri, Gender and Development and Governance Advocate, also a representative from WELL, stressed the importance of government engagement in supporting women's economic empowerment initiatives.
Apart from linking them to investing partners, we also link them to institutions that will help them in capital, giving them capital to start up businesses, to even maybe they have an investment they want to do, so they are able to get startups from the various linkages that we've had. So far we've had women actually access women empowerment funds in Kitui County. We've had one group being able to access 500,000 shillings.
Joyce Momo, another beneficiary from the program, explains how grassroots women have engaged in table banking through a saving initiative known as Saving Internal Lending Community, SILK.
Tulianza from 2012 na hatukukuwa tukijua mambo ya hii SILK. Wakati tulikuja tukajua mambo ya SILK ni Saving Internal Community, tukajua kwa wamama wale wa kijijini kabisa wenye wanapata ile kakiduka kandoko wanaweza save, na wakisave wachukue loan wa mtu afanye kitu kikubwa kuliko hiyo saving kidogo. So wakati tulikuwa tunatoa saving as from 2010, tulikuwa na more challenges because tulikuwa tunatoa pesa, tunapeana loan. Tunapea mtu loan, atuangalie savings zake kama zinatosha loan yana tunampea. Tunampea pesa mingi kuliko the savings. Saa ingine tunapea treasurer wetu tulikuwa tunampea stress. Tulikuwa tunampea pesa zimembaki tunampea. Wakati tulisoma mambo ya sanduku, tukasomesha wa mama. Wakaona sanduku inaweza saidia pesa yetu hapo, tukiweka hapo treasurer hata usa mbuzi yake wakati tunangawana pesa.
Joyce Momo and other women have also learned the art of saving through table banking in groups.
Nilikuja kwa hiki kikundi nikasoma mambo mingi na nikasoma hata najua naweza kujiendeleza nikiwa sina mzee wangu. Na nikajua naweza anza mambo mingi kufanya. Na sasa ndio nikavaa kiatu ya gozi na ingine ya mwanamke, sijui niseme high heel ama nikavaa trouser na nikavaa skirt. Hiyo ndo ilinifanya nikuwe mama, na nikawa naendelea kukuja kwa masomo, napata mambo mingi.
Sasa hiki kikundi imenisaidia sana. Nilikuwa kwa hiki kikundi, sasa tunakuja hapa kwa hii kwa hii SILK tukafundishwa. Sasa mimi nilikuja mara ya kwanza nikachukua pesa. Kuchukua pesa ninaenda kuanzisha biashara yangu. Sasa ni kwa sababu nikuta huko kwa soko nikiuza kuku, haki uwezi kosa kuchukua yangu.
Wakati niliingia hapa, nilichukua pesa na nikaenda. Nikaamua nikaweka nasali ya miembe, ya hii miti, na nikaanza kuuza. Wakati wa mvua nauza sana. Inapepo hapo na kileti. Saa hii niko na miembe 200.
Research findings and the collaboration efforts between KU WeHub and WELL has yielded positive outcomes among women in Kitui County, including poverty reduction, elimination of gender-based violence, creating employment opportunities, recognizing their rights, enhancing decision-making abilities, taking on leadership roles, enabling and promoting their children's education, enabling savings methods, and investing. According to the researchers from Kenyatta University, these efforts are pivotal in creating a more resilient and environmentally aware society, benefiting both women and the broader community in Kitui County.
From the study, we have observed that over 90% of women who participated in this program of Women's Empowerment Link have increased their capacity to engage in leadership and to participate in governance processes in the county. They are able to take part in public participation about budgets. They are also able to take part and take leadership roles within their groups. They are also able to be part and parcel of processes of leadership within schools and churches. Like some of them have been able to be appointed as church leaders and others as board members of the local schools that they are in. The women have also empowered themselves economically by doing their businesses and enhancing their businesses. Through the table banking that they undertake, they borrow money from the group and support their businesses, and this money has been able to enhance their livelihoods. It has been able to enhance their capacity to earn and their standards of living.
As these efforts continue to gain traction, the future looks promising for women driving change at the grassroots level, ensuring a brighter and more sustainable tomorrow for all.
Kaunti maarufu kwa kuzalisha maziwa na ukuzaji wa majani chai. Pia, serikali ya kaunti inawahimiza wakulima kukumbatia mitindo mingine ya kilimo kuzidisha mapato.
Kama kuna kikundi moja inafanya biashara ya kuuza kuku, hao pia tumewafadhili kuwafunza jinsi ya kuhandle zile kuku kwa sababu wanaleta kwa wingi.
Haya yote tunakuletea katika Boresha Kilimo, toleo la kaunti ya Bomet.
Kilimo ni nguzo kubwa kwa ujenzi wa taifa.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
accessing your property, intellectual or material.
This and more only on Law Matters.
They are powerful and influential. They make decisions in politics, education, finance, agriculture, health, sports, and all aspects of human life. But the impact of their decisions falls on you, the common citizen. KUTV Primetime News Thursday. We ask bold questions and pursue answers to the core to bring you closer to the story. We couldn't have it any other way. Join me, Auma Evans, as I raise matters of social concern to raise your voice from the background to the foreground. Every Thursday and Saturday at 9 p.m. only on KUTV.
The Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub is an entity that delves into women's lives and the dynamics of their sustenance.
My name is Professor Judith Waudo. I am the Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub leader. This project was initiated in 2020. It is a project which is funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
The hub bases its research on three themes, namely women's roles in the public and private sectors, skilling, internships and mentoring, and violence, crisis, and women's work.
KU, we have mentorship program has helped me as a female engineer in the field to get to learn more about how to cope up with being a female in a male-dominated area.
My name is Jane Waidera. I work at KU Coffee House and I feel empowered.
Since the hub is run by numerous professionals, there exists a hierarchical structure that guides the functioning of the hub.
The board is structured in the following way. We have the Vice Chancellor at the top. Then under the Vice Chancellor, we have the Advisory Board. Below the Advisory Board, there is myself as the hub leader. Under the hub leader, we have the project leader. Then under the project leader, we have the research coordinator. Below the research coordinator, we have 4 divisions. We have one for quality assurance, communication and advocacy. We have communication and ICT, and we have field protocol. And below that, we have researchers, and they have us about 100 researchers coming from 6 schools within Kenyatta University. And then, of course, we have the student, but also we hope to have fellows, research fellows within the hub.
Why we started the hub is to uplift the economic standards of women in Kenya.
The Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub purposes to generate bodies of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment in Kenya.
The whole number of projects that are in the hub wants to understand which areas women are engaged in and how those various areas are supporting them in terms of improving their well-being in society and improving their livelihoods and standing in society.
Taking that research, packaging it in a language that policymakers understand it, packaging it in a way that even the common person in the country understands it, packaging it and removing it from the ivory tower, the context and the concept of an ivory tower of the university.
I'm Associate Professor in the Institute of Philosophy of Jagiellonian University in Krakow, Poland, and I'm the main coordinator of the Cafe project, which is being here hosted by Kenyatta University.
My name is Ewa Hudoba. I am a project manager in this consortium, Keep watching cutting-edge research at Kenyatta University Television.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
Are you healthy, or rather, do you maintain a healthy lifestyle? According to WHO, health is regarded as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. Welcome to Focus on Health, a show on all matters health, wellness, and lifestyle. On this show, we cover a wide variety of topics inclusive of, but not limited to, dental, optical, mental, reproductive health, and so much more. Join me, Joy Bofenda, every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. on KUTV for compelling insights and discussions on all matters health. See you then.
Focus on Health, your weekly dose of health and wealth information on KUTV.
From the hospital corridors, we bring you experts to discuss issues affecting your health, from diet to mental health. The familiar and the ignored are both put into perspective. We then dive into the environment and look at the effects of climate change and its solutions. Join me, Mutegi K. Martin, every Friday at 9 p.m. as we learn on how to better our health while taking care of our environment. Only on KUTV.
Get ready to embark on a journey into the exciting world of technology as we uncover the latest trends, interview top thought leaders, and dive deep into the world of tech like never before.
Currently, we are facing the challenge in terms of finance. It requires one to move from different counties because we really need a large data set for our model to be more accurate.
In this new and exciting series of the Technovation Show, join me, Yvonne Kimuma, every Monday 8:30 p.m. for a fun and thrilling experience as we explore the cutting-edge developments, meet visionaries driving change.
Somebody who is in the underground mine doesn't know the presence of those gases. So there are a lot of gases involved. There is methane, there is carbon monoxide, and there is also hydrogen sulfide. These gases actually, they are very dangerous and they are very toxic.
And discover the endless possibilities of the tech world.
Kenyatta University harbors many beehive activities aside from its core mandate of providing quality education and training, promoting scholarship, innovation and creativity, and inculcate moral values for sustainable individual and societal development. The 53rd graduation is dubbed Research and Innovation for Social Economic Development, which the institution has achieved through WeHub.
Well, there was a call for proposal from the Bill and Melinda Gates. So a team got into place, people from the gender, the economics, education, and the other related departments. They go together. They were now responding to this call. So we did a draft, and from this draft, KU happened to have been selected together with the University of Nairobi. In this project, we have 12 research concepts, which we are working with the 12 principal investigators and co-principal investigators. So in terms of teams around Kenyatta University, we are encompassing about 6 schools. GPV, it has contributed to socio-economic development because, first of all, we did a research to find out where is the prevalence, the highest prevalence of GPV. And then we actually looked at the safe houses. When the victims or the survivors have a problem, where do they go for help? And then we looked at it, what is it within those safe houses that empowers women so the women don't go back to the same situation. So basically we are looking for ways to bring in innovation that will be able to empower women so that when they go back to their homes, or maybe they find alternative venues to be able to sustain themselves. Because many women get into, stay in those relationships because of economic empowerment. They are not able to sustain themselves and they think they cannot live without their spouses. And that's why they stick here. But if you empower a woman, a survivor, in terms of decision making, freedom of movement, economic independence, they are able to be raise their self-esteem and be able to cope with life without really being subjected to abuse every time they go there. So that's why we picked on there. And we feel our project on GPV has contributed in terms of data, which we have done a report, and we have also developed policies, which we are working with the Ministry of Public Service and Gender and the corrective services so that we are able to implement or have those ministries or even governments to be able to uptake some of those policies and be able to operationalize it in a way.
The zeal shown by both students and their lecturers in their area of research has attracted a long list of donors who are willing to partner with them to make their dreams in research come true.
Kwa upande wangu sikuwa nimesoma, sikuwa na any certificate of education, na sasa nikawa na ile ungumu, unarea, umekuwa mama, sasa imekuwa mzigo tena, so lazima kwanza ushughulikie na watoto, so ikawa ni ngumu zaidi, nikang'ang'ana hivyo, but the time tulipatana na Catherine Life Bloom, nikasaidika sana, wakanipea course ya hairdressing, nikafanya, ikanisaidia sana kimaisha, because from there ninaweza sema mahali nimefika, nimesaidika, because nikawa sasa venye nilitoka hiyo course, nikaenda place, nikaajiriwa, nikawa napata mapato kutoka pale kwenye nilikuwa nimeajiriwa, nikafanya like 1 year nikiwa nimeajiriwa, nikaenda hako kasafari, na from there Mungu akanisaidia, nikaweza kufungua salon. Hii salon ndio hii, so tunaita Blessed Salon because tunaihesabu ni baraka kutoka kwa Mungu akitumia Life Bloom, because ni part of my life. Wamekuwa msaada kwangu.
Through research, Kenyatta University, in partnership with the stakeholders, has contributed to findings that inform policy by use of qualitative and quantitative research methods.
I'm very, very encouraged, even on our graduation theme this week, or this year, because for the first time or in a second time in a row, we are recognizing the role of research. Africa's problem will be solved by serious research, because we as Africans, if you look at the developed world, a lot of new innovations have been put in place. For example, in food production. We are here as Africans still laboring with a hoe and a djembe, imagining that we can do that and feed the whole of Africa, feed the nation. When other countries, you look like Israel, they have mechanized their agriculture through research, They have mechanized their food production through innovations. And I think personally, we have to enhance research and innovation and advocacy so that people can know what is coming out from the higher institutions of learning. What is it that these researchers are doing? What is the role of a professor within an institution? Because I believe professors also need to leave the ivory tower. They need to leave the classroom and get to the field and get to see what Wajiko is doing and maybe use their knowledge to enhance Wajiko to get to a level whereby her labor is not in vain.
What do you do with women who want to learn and they cannot go back to school? They don't even have the means. They are trapped in the streets in terms of what you call the prostituted women, because if they had a different choice, they'd get off the streets. And I didn't seem to find an answer. And then one time I remember, I am a teacher, I am trained, and I know how to develop a curriculum. So from needs assessment, we began to develop curriculums. And I remember the very first one that I put together, I typed and put together, had 8 topics.
Access to finances and empowerment through financial literacy has greatly improved the livelihoods of women and their households by enabling them to start and manage small projects and SMEs.
If there's one thing that has really happened among the partnerships that we have had since 2004 is the partnership with Kenyatta University, the Gender Department, the hub, as we call it. The reason being that they came at a time that we're looking forward to celebrating 20 years of existence, 20 years of massive impact as we felt it, but it had never been measured. So Kenyatta University coming in into through this partnership
East African Anthem and Kenyatta University Anthem. East African Anthem. Kenyatta University Anthem. Thank you. Please remain standing for the opening prayer. This will be said by Reverend Esther Wainaina, our university chaplain.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, as we gather for the second International Conference on Women's Economic Empowerment, hosted by Kenyatta University, we seek your guidance and blessings. Your word in Proverbs 31:25 says, "She is clothed with strength and dignity. She can laugh at the days to come." We are also reminded in Galatians 3:28 that there is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, nor is there male and female, for you are all one in Christ. We thank you, Lord, because within this woman, she will not fall. You will help her at break of day. We pray for wisdom, collaboration, and innovation solutions to empower women globally. Bless Kenyatta University for her leadership. Bless our Vice Chancellor, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, for the dedication to this cause. May your spirit inspire us to create opportunities where women can thrive economically and socially. May every woman become one who confidently embraces her strengths, overcomes her challenges, and uplifts her community with resilience and compassion. Be with every participant, be with our guests, be with us all. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated, except the choir. Ms. Anne Wangombe, the PS, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, Ministry of Gender, Culture, the Arts and Heritage. Professor Washeke Wanjohi, the Acting Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University. Dr. Jemima Njuki, the Chief of Economic Empowerment at UN Women, New York. Members of management present. The hub leader, Kenyatta University, we have Professor Judith Waudo. Participants physically here present from various countries, including Nigeria, South Sudan, Uganda, and various corporate organizations, KICD, TVETA, and the different universities here, from Tharaka Nithi, Bomet University, Masinde Muliro Chuka University, Karatina University, Murang'a University, Kiriri University. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to this second International Conference on Women Empowerment here at Kenyatta University. May I request that we pass greetings to each other in the following manner. Let's echo the theme of this conference. Together we say, initiatives for what works. Let's go. To advance women's economic empowerment. Once again, initiatives for what works to advance women's economic empowerment. Our chief guest, these participants have rehearsed this same phrase in different languages, and now they can speak to their partners. Please say this theme to your partner. Okay, and we shall get it from one pair that had already claimed Professor Sisanya.
Ja, guten Morgen. Es ist ein schöner Tag, Frauen Sachen zu untersuchen und weiterentwickeln.
Let us appreciate Professor. I believe he has said those words. If he didn't say them, then it is okay. Thank you very much. Our chief guest, it's now a moment of entertainment. On stage is Kenyatta University Student Choir, the best choir in Kenya. And they will be presenting a song, Mercy. It is Ilizopendwa by Mazewani Band. Please enjoy. hearty clap for this Kenyatta University choir. As they exit stage, we wish them well as they go to defend their cup in the upcoming competitions. They have been leading the national choir competitions for over 10 years now. We just say over 10 because soon they hit over 20. Another applause, please. And the song they sang is a love song, Mercy. If you apply those tactics as well, you will maintain love. So next on stage is Rambolo Dancers. Rambolo Dancers are our own students again from Kenyatta University, and they are going to perform a Baganda dance. This is performed by ladies only, and the song is by Winnie. It's a wedding song, but also for entertainment. On stage is Rambolo Dancers. Let's appreciate them as they come on stage. Song from the Baganda community. They emphasize it's danced only by women. Our chief guest. Now my pleasure to invite Professor Judith Waudo, the hub leader, Kenyatta University, to make brief remarks. Let's appreciate Professor as she takes position.
Ministry of Gender, Culture, Arts and Heritage, Dr. Jemima Njuki, the Chief of Economic Empowerment at the UN Women, New York, Madam VC, Professor Washeke Wanjoy, Acting Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, DVs present, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's now my pleasure to invite you all to this second Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub Conference, whose theme is what works to improve women economic empowerment. Before I make my brief remarks, allow me, Madam PS, to observe a minute of silence of one of our researchers in the hub, Professor Joy Obando, who passed on last week. Can we just stand for a minute and observe silence? Thank you. Let's be seated. Madam PS, allow me to recognize a few partners in the audience. The hub works with several partners. The first one is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Is Dr. Joy Kiru in? She's expected to be around. Let me allow some of our partners we work with. Kitui County representative, just stand. Kitui County. Thank you. Kenya National Bureau for Statistics. All right, we're expecting them. Pusara Behavioral Institute. All right, we are still expecting them. University of Yale, stay a rep from University of Yale, Economic Center of Yale. All right. University of Nairobi, Women Economic Empowerment Hub. All right, we have a rep there. Right, so those are some of the partners we have been working with. Of course, we have several stakeholders who are among our participants. Briefly, about the Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Project. I want to alert you that the Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub was established in October 2020, and the purpose for this project was to advance women economic empowerment. Within this project of what works to improve women economic empowerment, we have 14 projects and 3 thematic areas. The research approach was to collect data, evidence, then be able to carry out advocacy, and we expected each team to have policy briefs. Some teams have 1 policy, others 2, and then 2 stakeholder mapping, and work with the relevant stakeholders in order to improve the uptake of the policies that have been developed. So we have been year 3 and year 4, we have been disseminating this work to relevant stakeholders, and this is one of the fora we are actually using to disseminate the work. So basically, the purpose for this workshop or this conference is basically to share what we have been doing in the 14 research concept within the Kenyatta University Women Economic Hub. Basically, the approach will be presentation of the findings and also poster presentation. And I've seen on the program, they have created a session where we can go and look at the posters. So basically, that's what we intend to do during these 3 days. As you heard from the MC, we have several organizations represented here. Apart from listening to the Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Research, we are also going to listen to other partners who are working in the we space. And we look forward to sharing and making networks on that. Before I sit down, allow me to recognize the conference organizing committee. Can you just stand up and wave the conference organizing committee? Madam PS, those who are the conference organizing committee led by Professor Nelson Wawire. So for now, let me stop there with my brief remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let us appreciate Professor Waudo once again. Thank you. Our chief guest, my pleasure to invite Professor Nelson Wawire, who is the convener of the conference organizing committee and also our acting DVC administration and finance. Let's appreciate him with a clap. Thank you.
Chief guest, Madam Anne Wangombe, Dr. Jemima Njuki, chief guest, and the speaker, keynote speaker, Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, Professor Frederick Nafuho Moya, Vice Provost of Academic Personnel, University of Washington, Seattle. I'm very, very glad that we are actually finally having this particular conference. As the convener of this particular conference, I want to thank everybody who is here and hope that the next 3 days will be very, very fruitful for us as we discuss what works to empower women. This is a journey that we started in 2020. We are now in our 4th year and we are moving quite fast, and we believe that we have made a contribution in terms of women economic empowerment. And therefore, I'm glad that each one of us is going to contribute to this advocacy event, having done quite a number of studies and data collection to generate evidence to inform policy. So welcome to Kenyatta University. I think my committee has already been recognized, and therefore I'll wish to stop there. And if I'm allowed to welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Outreach to make her remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The chief guest, Ms. Anne Wangombe, PS, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, Ministry of Gender, Culture, the Arts and Heritage. The keynote speaker, Dr. Jemima Njuki, Chief of Economic Empowerment at UN Women in New York. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Washeke Wanjohi. The DVC Admin, Professor Wawire. The KU Hub leader, Professor Judith Waudo. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Also acknowledge those who are with us this morning. Good morning and warm welcome to the 2nd International Conference on Women Economic Empowerment. We especially want to recognize those who have traveled from out of the country and out of Nairobi to be with us here this morning. It is an honor and privilege to have you all here today, united under the theme, What Works to Advance Women Economic Empowerment. The KU Hub has been at the forefront of championing women's economic empowerment in Kenya. Since 2020, the Hub has undertaken 14 critical research studies aimed at evaluating existing but understudied large-scale programs and policies, as well as innovative small-scale programs with high potential for impact. These studies have provided us with invaluable insights and evidence on what works to promote decent employment and entrepreneurship for women while identifying and addressing the constraints they face in the workforce. Through rigorous research and strong collaboration with key ministries, counties, agencies, the KU Hub is dedicated not only to generating evidence, but also promoting the uptake of findings to scale successful solutions for women's economic empowerment. Our mission is to mobilize key stakeholders from both the public and private sectors to action, creating more inclusive and supportive environment for women's economic participation and success in Kenya. This conference has brought together a remarkable assembly of international and national researchers, scholars, networking groups, partners, policymakers, implementers, and distinguished keynote speakers from the US, Africa, and beyond. Over the next 3 days, participants from various countries and institutions will share their research knowledge and experiences, and therefore contributing to the rich tapestry of insights and discussions centered on our conference theme. We are deeply grateful to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for their generous funding and support, which has been instrumental for the success of the KU Rehab. And I also wish to acknowledge and thank many stakeholders represented here, all who we have worked together. Your collaboration and dedication to this cause are deeply appreciated. Together, we can create a future where women are not just participants in the economy, but leaders and drivers of economic growth. I'm confident that the outcomes of this conference will pave way for our significant advancement in women economic empowerment, not only in Kenya, but across the globe. Thank you all for being here and for your great support. It is now my pleasure to invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor Washeke Wanjohi, to make her remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dorua. The chief guest, Ms. Anne Wangombe, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action, Ministry of Gender, Culture and the Arts and Heritage, Dr. Jemima Njoke, our keynote speaker, Chief of Economic Empowerment at the UN Women in the New York, Professor Fred Muya Nafuko, the Vice Provost for Academic Personnel, University of Washington in Seattle, the convener of the organizing committee of this conference, Professor Nelson Wawire, who is also the Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Administration and Finance, the Director, KU Rehab, Professor Judith Waudo, other members of management present, the senators present, our partners, our panelists, and international and local participants, both present here physically and online, members of staff present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I first of all want to thank Professor Waudo for having us observe that minute of silence in honor of our departed professor, Professor Joy Obando, who has served in this university for very many years. May her soul continue resting in peace. I also want to thank the entertainers, the Raboro dancers, and also the choir. For those of us who are visiting here, who are not familiar with Kenyatta University, that is our student choir, and the Raboro dancers are also homegrown. And we appreciate those who prepare them, and we have a very strong department of music. So I want to say it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to Kenyatta University for the second International Conference on Women's Economic Empowerment. I am delighted that the conference has brought together delegates from within and from around the world to engage and exchange their knowledge and expertise on economic issues for women. Our chief guest gender equality and women's economic empowerment are critical components of the overarching vision of the 2030 Agenda, that is inclusive and sustainable global growth. Economic empowerment for women remains the greatest human rights challenge of our time. Economic empowerment is a uniquely potent way for women to be dynamic economic actors. Inclusive growth, therefore, cannot occur without their full participation. The case for women's economic empowerment has several interlinked pillars, each integral to progress. Yet, several gender gaps persist. The economic and human development costs of gender gaps are enormous, and as are the potential gains from closing those gaps. Mounting evidence about the persistence of the gaps and the costs of inaction for individuals, communities, businesses, and nations underscore the urgency of accelerating progress. I'm very happy and pleased that Kenyatta University has taken the lead in exploring the measures that can be taken to expedite progress alongside with other partners who are present here today with us. We have endeavored to assist in advocating for progressive reforms that are necessary through the Women Economic Empowerment Project funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We have been working towards creating a body of knowledge that can be used to shape policies, programs, interventions, and advocacy efforts that promote women economic empowerment in Kenya. And we believe that this will also find application in other parts of the region and the world. We hold this very strong conviction that empowering women financially is not only the right course of action to take in order to acknowledge the world's commitment to human rights, it is actually the smart thing to do for development, economic growth, and business. The conference, ladies and gentlemen, provides an interactive forum for our researchers to disseminate evidence so far generated by the project, which so far has been ongoing for the last 4 years, as well as share knowledge and experiences pertaining to the broad theme of the conference, initiatives for what works to advance women's economic empowerment. Our chief guests, ladies and gentlemen, as a university, we are working towards ensuring meaningful participation by women in economic decision-making at all levels, from the household to international institutions. Through the Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, we are closing the gap, the gender gap, by producing high-quality, gender-disaggregated data that will help in the measurement, the evaluation, and shaping of policies that can tackle gender issues not only in Kenya, but also in the region and around the world, as I had said earlier. Some of the data generated by the hub is already shaping women economic empowerment policies in the country. A few examples include the findings from the Women in Leadership study, which has informed the government engagements on the 2/3 gender principle. The second are the findings from the gendered impact of COVID-19 study, which was used to inform gender aspects in the county tourism induction manual, as well as inclusion of gender-responsive sustainable tourism development in the tourism industry sustainability white paper. And lastly, findings from the time use survey done in partnership with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, which informed the draft care policy and established for the first time that women spend up to between 6 hours in care work in Kenya. Throughout our work, we have been impressed by the extent of interest from a diverse range of stakeholders who have contributed immensely to the different research projects. Their participation not only highlights the significance of the issues studied, but also reflects a growing concern with the persistent gender disparities in economic opportunities and outcomes. We continue to pursue partnerships that enhance mutual relationships in knowledge sharing and capacity strengthening at the national, regional, and global levels. Our chief guests, ladies and gentlemen, in my view, there is no better way to ensure our response to the call for sustainable development is truly meaningful than to ascertain that the knowledge we generate, the innovations we come up with, and the technology we develop uplifts the life of our communities. We need to advocate for the implementation of policies that promote inclusive growth and women's economic empowerment, improvement of employment practices, change of business culture and practices that undermine women's economic opportunities, and adoption of a collective voice to advocate, represent, and hold decision makers accountable. This conference, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, presents the perfect opportunity for us to share not only our research findings, experiences, and lessons learned, but also to reaffirm the importance of gender parity and diversity in our professions, in our research, and in our policy making. We have an impressive lineup of speakers and panelists who will address a range of timely and important issues. I wish you a very productive conference with exciting and stimulating discussions and exchange of knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish to appreciate sincerely the State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action for the support that we have continued to receive, and a special, very special thanks to you, Madam PS, for accepting to grace this occasion as our chief guest. I also appreciate and applaud the conference organizers, our partners, our sponsors, for working effortlessly towards the actualizing of this conference. We also acknowledge the role that the UN Women, through Dr. Njoke, has played in this conference, and thank you again for accepting our invitation and that of our partners who have been listed here by the director. And with those few remarks, it is now my pleasure and humble duty to invite our chief guest, Madam Anne Wangombe, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Gender and Affirmative Action in the Ministry of Gender, Culture, and the Arts and Heritage, to make her remarks and officially open this conference. Karibu, Madam PS.
The Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Professor Wajohi, the guest speaker, UN Women, New York, Dr. Jemima Njoki, and other keynote speakers and panelists, members of university management present, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once more. Allow me to ask for a moment of silence for the departed souls, that is the souls that we lost in this nation during the demonstrations that this country has experienced during the last couple of weeks. Please let's start and tell God something about this nation and about the departed souls as well as the bereaved families. Thank you. So I'm delighted to join Kenyatta University community in this very critical and timely forum on women economic empowerment. I feel so much at home because I studied in this university for my first degree. That is so many years back. And let me say that it's also heartwarming to see some familiar faces. When I came here, I almost got lost because so much has changed. Infrastructure. I also got to learn that now you have a wide range of courses that you offer. So I think we need to put our hearts together for this university. Professor Wajohi, congratulations. So allow me to say what the government has done as far as women economic empowerment is concerned. So we have had many legal and policy achievements in the fight for gender parity in social, political, and economic spheres. It's good to note that the Constitution of Kenya 2010 is very clear on the place of women in society and creates a platform for gender equality and non-discrimination. Vision 2030, Medium Plan 4, prioritizes women's economic empowerment and provides a strategic direction to fast-track women's economic empowerment. It's also good to say that the government has created Women Enterprise Fund, that is WEF, the Youth Enterprise Fund, WESO Fund, as well as ensuring that the special group has access to 30% of government procurement opportunities. This clearly has provided access to alternative financial services to vulnerable groups, and of course this includes women. There has been significant effort to include women in key political and other decision-making positions in the public as well as in the private sectors. Significant gains have been recorded in the executive commissions, the judiciary, which are significant steps towards the achievement of constitutional threshold of 2/3 of either gender in appointments to public positions. Just yesterday, we got a lady getting an appointment at a very critical cabinet position, that is the Ministry of Defense. We are getting somewhere. In the 2022 general elections, the number of women governors increased to 7 from 3 in the previous elections. The number of women MPs for single member constituencies also went up. These and other achievements provide the motivation to keep working together to ensure the achievement of gender equity at all levels of government. Ladies and gentlemen, the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action is at the forefront of championing the empowerment of women and girls. Through the Directorate of Gender, Balance and Equality, we have launched the National Strategy for supporting greater participation of women in elective politics. We have also established the Gender Sector Working Group and strengthened the capacity of 98 county planning officers on ensuring that we have integrated development plans, among other achievements. Through the anti-gender-based violence and family protection programs, the government, in collaboration with the United Nations, launched a 4-year GOK-UN joint program on prevention and response to gender-based violence. The program is anchored on 5 pillars of prevention, protection, prosecution, programming, and partnerships that are interlinked and underpinned by strong coordination, communication, advocacy, innovation, leveraging on ICT, and policy dialogue at national and county levels. Additionally, the government, in partnership with non-state actors, is supporting various toll-free helplines to respond to and ensure appropriate referrals for survivors or stroke victims of gender-based violence. We are trying to see how we can have a common number or at least a number for each county, because response to gender-based violence is quite critical. But most important is to ensure prevention. Ladies and gentlemen, as a state department, we are committed to the provision of technical support in the review, development, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation of gender-related policies, programs, and plans. The Directorate of Gender Policy Research and Documentation ensures compliance with international, regional, and national gender instruments and submission of the relevant reports to the monitoring bodies. Further, the Directorate coordinates research on gender issues to inform policy decisions and programs. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the key barriers to women's empowerment is limited gender disaggregated data to inform women economic empowerment policy and programs. This forum is therefore quite useful in providing critical insights into what works to advance the achievement of truly sustainable gender equality. The broad thematic areas of this conference provide a good picture of how important it is to consider women's economic empowerment in an all-encompassing manner rather than an isolated issue. We need to acknowledge that empowering women and girls has tremendous trickle-down effects on every other sphere of the economy. We need concerted, consistent efforts to collectively address pervasive gender-based violence and crises that disproportionately affect women and girls. Researchers such as yourselves and others need to aggressively advocate for credible data to inform policies that create an enabling environment for the achievement of women's economic empowerment. The 21st century woman has unique strengths and opportunities. She faces in equal measure challenges that require unique approaches to overcome. The threats of violence and different types of crises are even more pronounced for the women and girls of this era. The Africa Sustainable Development Goals report IDEX and dashboard report, Leaving No One Behind, that is 2030, indicates that the data gaps and weak statistical systems threaten achievements of sustainable development goals in African countries in ensuring that no one is left behind, especially so the marginalized groups. I truly commend Kenyatta University for championing the evaluation of women economic empowerment programs and policy interventions to answer the question, what works for women's economic empowerment in the 21st century? As stakeholders in women's economic empowerment, we need to come together to offer diverse skills and knowledge. This forum is one such effort in bringing us together for a much needed dialogue. As I conclude, I want to once again commend Kenyatta University and all your stakeholders for this great forum. I hope that today's discussions will be the beginning of more targeted discourses on what policies and programs can lead to the empowerment of women and girls across the social, political, and economic spheres. There's also something that I would want to mention. We are in very tricky times as a nation. So much is happening, demonstrations right, left, and center. As a government, we are not condemning the Gen Zs. Please note that I have some in the house. And the message has reached home. That is the assurance that I want to give. And I'm talking to you because I know you are handling this generation on a daily basis. My message to you is let them know that the message is home and the government is doing everything possible to ensure that the concerns raised are addressed. It would be very unfortunate to lose what we have, a peaceful country. There is nothing much that we can achieve as women. We are talking about women economic empowerment. If we are not in a peaceful country, we need peace. Maybe you may have come across an article that was in the papers last week, whereby a lot of destruction happened all over, particularly in Kakamega, where some ladies got raped and their properties were destroyed and others were stolen. What kind of a nation are we going to have if this kind of, kind of a thing goes unchecked? I am appealing to you, let us talk to our Gen Zs. I am talking to the ones that I have in the house, not that they're any better. I'm still talking to them. Let's maintain a peaceful country. At this point, I want to declare this conference officially opened, and thank you so much.
Better claps, please, as the conference is declared open. We can do better. Let us declare the conference is declared open. Thank you. Thank you very much. We thank all the speakers that have talked to us. Our chief guest, with your permission, read research about our keynote address speaker. Dr.
But we also have, as you know, a very active team of UN women here in Kenya that works very closely with the hub. I think a lot of you know UN Women. We are one of the UN agencies, but I always like to mention that within the UN family, we have a very, very special mandate, because our mandate covers half of the population of the world, the empowerment of women and girls, and actually engages the other half of the population, women, to support the empowerment of women and girls and to support gender equality. So it is a very, very special mandate because we get to sort of, inform the global policies around gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls, but also support the rest of the UN system to do the same. I thought very long and hard about what I would say this morning to this group of researchers and partners and stakeholders who I know are doing and already doing a lot of important work on women's economic empowerment. And so what I thought I would do is respond to the conference theme and talk about some of the things from my experience, from where I have sat as a very long-term researcher. As she read that, you heard that I've worked in a lot of research organizations, including funding researchers from IDLC, but also working with governments to see how that research can inform policies that they advance on gender equality. And so I want to talk about some of the things I think work, but I also want to leave you with some provocations about where I think we should be going on women's economic empowerment. Before I do that, I wanted to start with something that we often forget to acknowledge. We talk a lot about the barriers women face, and these barriers exist. But I want to start with an acknowledgement, a very strong acknowledgement of the role that women play in many facets of our societies, whether as entrepreneurs. We know this region has the highest proportion of women entrepreneurs owning and driving businesses. Big businesses, medium businesses, small businesses, micro businesses, from cities to rural areas, from established venues to their homes. The role that they play in the corporate sector. This morning, it was so heartwarming sitting at the Vice Chancellor's boardroom and being surrounded by the women who are leading this university. So they are in executive offices. They are in boardrooms. About 20% of the corporate boards of organizations in the region are led by women. Women are producing food. We cannot survive without food. Yet we know 66% of the actively engaged women in Africa are in food production. They're working in agri-food systems. They're producing food every day. They're processing it. They're trading it. They're nourishing families, they are nourishing communities, they are nourishing countries, they are nourishing the continent, they are nourishing the world. So when I think about women's economic empowerment, I also think about it as an issue of justice. That we really cannot have women making these contributions and then on the same breath talk about the many barriers that they face. It is the contradiction of our lifetime. The women are at the forefront. And actually, one thing that I've forgotten, they are also providing a lot of the unpaid care work. The work that we would not survive without, that we would not survive without. Any point in our lives, we have been cared for. We have provided care. It is essential for human development. Can we imagine a world where there is no care for children, for the elderly, for us? Some of us are here because we left our children with carers. Some of us live in New York because we left our elderly parents with carers. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without the labor that women provide. So economic empowerment is not just a good thing to do. It is not just so that our economies can grow. It is so that we can achieve justice for women. I always want to start there. Economic empowerment is not a favor that we are doing women. It is not directing resources to women. It is directing resources where they should have been in the first place. Having said that, earlier this year at UN Women, we launched our economic empowerment strategy. And when we did that, we decided to redefine economic empowerment. And this is how we defined it. I won't say the complete sentence because it is long. Even I find it a tongue twister, but I'll say the three things that are contained in that definition. The first thing we put in that definition is that economic systems, in their broadest sense, whether they are financial systems, global, at national level, whether they are macroeconomic policies, they need to work for women. That's the first definition of economic empowerment, that when we build economic systems that work for women, then we will know that we are getting there. The second aspect of that definition is around ensuring equal access to ownership and rights to resources, whether those resources are natural resources, productive resources like land, whether it's financial resources, whether it's time resources, that they actually have equal access to rights and control over those resources. And the third aspect of the definition that we came up with is that women are able, have the capacity, the power to influence systems. If we put these three things together, and this is also one of my provocations, is how do we achieve these three things in tandem? Because if we don't, we will continue trying to include women in systems that don't work for them. So let me go then to what I actually was asked to do and came to do. Talking about some of the barriers to women's economic empowerment, but also some of the things that I think work, or I have found to work. So I want to just mention a couple of barriers, because one of the things that you graciously provided is the list of projects that you are implementing and the book of abstracts, and so I had a look at them. And so I want to talk about some of the barriers, some of which I have found in the book of abstracts, but some of them that I would also like to leave with you, because they are important components of women's economic empowerment. One is around the unpaid care work. I have mentioned this. We know unpaid care work continues to hamper women's economic participation. Women in this continent are providing 3.5 times more time on unpaid and domestic work than men do. We know this undermines their ability to participate in labor markets, to run their businesses, to pursue education activities, advance their professional careers, but also just have control over their time, whether they want to use that time for leisure or economic activities. More than half of the world's women work in the informal sector. And we know the informal sector, the jobs in that sector are precarious, often underpaid, and sometimes without the social protections that you find in the formal sector. only 1 in 4 women are covered by social protection, which means if they have a loss of income, they have to start from scratch. They have no cushions. And even when they work in the formal sector, they will be paid 20% less for work of the same value as what men do. And so my point is, this is not the system that we want to include women in. We need, as I famously say, we need to fix these systems. We cannot continue thinking that if we fix women, that things will change. There's nothing wrong with women, actually. They have been doing this. You will all agree, some of us went to school because our mothers. I have nothing against the men in this room. I know you play critical roles in a lot of things. But I know I went to school because my mother, the chickens she raised, the goats, yeah. There were business people before we knew what business was. There were entrepreneurs before we could study entrepreneurship. Now, I want to go back to my point on systems. A lot of what doesn't work is because we have gender-blind macroeconomic policies. This morning, as we were waiting to come start the session, we had a conversation about, it's Professor Waudo who raised the point that, there's so little funding going to gender equality. That little funding going to gender equality is not because we do not understand the importance of gender equality and women's empowerment. It's because our macroeconomic policies, our fiscal policies are gender blind. And so there is a lot of work to be done around our policies. So what have I found to work over this length of time in terms of advancing women's economic empowerment? This list I have here is not exhaustive, but I want to mention them anyway. The first 2 are around financing for gender equality in response to this conversation that we had earlier this morning. First, we need gender responsive budgeting with our governments. It cannot be that a Ministry of Agriculture does not have a gender budget. Everybody needs to have a gender budget. The Ministry of Health must have a gender budget. The Ministry of Industrialization must have a gender budget, because our chief guest's budget supplements, looks at what are some of the very specific things that are not covered in all the other ministries, the Women Enterprise Fund, so that her budget focuses on that. But the Ministry of Agriculture needs to say, who are the producers of our food? It is women. So how do we support our women producers of food? The Ministry of Infrastructure needs, is there a Ministry of Infrastructure? Yeah, there is, eh? Yeah. The Ministry of Infrastructure needs to ask themselves, who goes to the market? Who goes to rural markets? Who goes to sell bananas and oranges, and who goes to the market? Who goes to the market, people? It is women who go to the market. What do women usually have with them when they go to the market? Kiondo. What else do they have with them? Their babies. So how is it that in the 21st century, we still have markets that have water, toilets, but do not have childcare facilities? And we know who is going to the market. So we need the Ministry of Infrastructure to ask themselves, what are the priorities and needs of the people who I serve? And how do I have a budget to address those needs and priorities? It is the only way we are going to meet. We did an analysis last year with UN DESA, and UNCTAD. We have a gender financing gap globally of 360 billion. That is not all going to be met by the budget that PS Anne Wangombe has. It is going to be met by all the other budgets allocating resources to gender equality. So gender responsive budgeting, it is one of the things we are really proud of as UN Women, working with governments on gender responsive budgeting. The second issue around financing. We know our governments, including the Kenyan government, we're using a lot of resources right now to service debt, right? We know there's 171 countries around the world who are using more money to service debt than they are putting in health, for example. That is huge. And one of the things we are trying to do is align private sector financing to the SDGs. How do we get private sector financing to align to the SDGs? How do we get capital markets to invest in gender equality? So part of the work I lead is trying to work with private sector to say, what are the innovative financing instruments that can go towards gender equality, that can go towards women's economic empowerment? Whether those are gender bonds, whatever they are, but we really need to figure out how do we align our private sector towards gender equality objectives and outcomes. We are working with the public development banks to say financing women-led businesses is important, but financing gender equality is also important. How do you start putting financing to care infrastructure? Yeah? And they asked me, what is care infrastructure? Yeah? So this year we convene a coalition called the Finance in Common, 525 public development banks. And this year we are focusing on financing care infrastructure. Because if we do that, the World Bank has already started. If we align all that financing to the things that matter for gender equality, then we start to make progress. The third thing I want to talk about that works is transforming care systems. This is an area of work where we have been putting a lot of effort. I'm really proud of Kenya. Every time we talk about transforming care systems, I say, oh, and my country has a policy, because it is not very many countries. In Africa, Kenya was the second to have a national policy strategy on how to transform care systems. We are working at the global level to try and push more countries towards that. We have a resolution with the UN General Assembly, with the Human Rights Council, with the Economic and Social Council to recognize care as important for human development and to start driving investments towards that. And we hope we can work, and we are already working closely with the government, with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics on the data that was needed to drive that policy, but also on how we implement that policy. And I'm hoping that this research community also supports the government in trying to figure out how do we implement that at national level. The fourth thing I want to say that I have found to work is taking advantage of new technologies. There's a lot of emerging technologies coming up. Some of those technologies, if we are not careful, they will be built with the same biases as old technologies. Do you remember us as young people beating beans with sticks to get them out of their ponds? I use that as a very classic example because at the beginning of the season, we would actually have a plow come and plow the land, yeah? I can tell you those plows had like 3-4 different types of discs, yeah? You could put this type of disc, you could put that type of disc, you could put another type of disc, mechanization. But that mechanization forgot the tasks that were done by women. So the plow would come, it's plowed, all shiny, we now have a lot of beans, but then what happens? You get them, you put them outside the house, and all of you go around it with stakes, you try to sing to get them out, you know? Because mechanization had forgotten to have a gender perspective to it. Let's not build technologies that are gender blind. Let's not forget to mechanize, to use technology for the things that are important for gender equality. Yeah, and you remember those times, I did a lot of my research on gender and agriculture and gender and food systems. And when we did these gender roles on who does what, the men were plowing the land and the women were doing the post-harvest management, and we forgot the mechanization of the post-harvest management aspects. As we build new AI, as we build fintech technologies, let's not build the same kinds of biases that are in old technology. And this is what I mean when I say we have to build systems that work for women. Yeah? Because you can go try and get women, train them in using a better steak, a rounder steak, but we could have built the technology that works for them. Yeah? And last, but finally, we've got to bring men on board. I'm so glad there are so many men in this room today. We've got to engage men and boys. The new kind of masculinity, men, I'm telling you, the new kind of masculinity, the real masculinity, the real man now is a socially conscious man. It is a man who believes in the equality of all. Be that man. I know a lot of you are already that man. Train your sons to be those men that respect the rights of women and girls, that believe in gender equality. If we do that, a lot of the social norms that exist that are creating barriers for women are going to end. Because we will all be moving in the same direction with the belief that the equality of the sexes is where we should be. 3 provocations that I want to leave with you, ladies and gentlemen, as I sit down. 1, you are the researchers. Please help us figure out how to fix this system. What does a gender-responsive budget look like? And how do we engage the Treasury and the other cabinet secretaries and the PSAs and others when you eventually have them, of course? How do we engage them to see this is what a gender-responsive budget looks like? This is what a gender-responsive macroeconomic policy looks like. How do we tell KCB this is what a financing mechanism that works for women looks like? Because if we get KCB and Stanbic and Equity and everybody else to design that good financing system, we don't have to go a woman at a time. We will have a system that works for them. What does that look like? And how do we start then socializing that system to those stakeholders? That's my first provocation. The second one is, how do we build accountability for gender equality? How do we call out ministries that are not gender responsive? In the UN system, we have something we call a gender marker. Every country is assessed with that gender marker of how well they are doing in terms of gender equality. So Professor Waundo, Professor Mwatha, where is the gender marker for our country? Where we go, and we have the parity, the 2-that, but where is the gender marker that shows your policies, your programs are gender responsive or not gender responsive? In that annual meeting, this is where you are in terms of the gender responsiveness of your county, the gender responsiveness of your ministry. How do we build that accountability. And the third provocation is, how do we address those underlying causes of gender inequality? How do we change norms at scale? How do we change this belief system around the place of women, the place of men, the place of boys, the place of girls in our society, and do that at scale? Those are my three provocations for the WeHub. And those norms are also norms around the work on care. So I'm going to stop there, ladies and gentlemen, hoping that I have added some insights in the conversation that you're going to be having in the next 3 days. I have already explained to Professor Waundo that she caught me when I was enjoying my home leave. So I will not join you for the next 3 days, but after this session, I will go back home and enjoy my home leave, by hoping that you have a successful event. And we've already had some discussions about how she will share the results, so that where we are sitting in New York, we can also know what are the results coming out of this research, and how can we even use those results to scale interventions that work around the world. Because as we know, Kenya has always been a leader. So we are looking to you to also be leaders on women's economic empowerment. Thank you very much.
Let us warm up our hands. So we need to give a 5-factorial clap for this keynote address. I'm sure it has touched each one and every one of you. I can see the men are more happier than women, apparently. Okay, it's a 5-factorial clap for the keynote speaker. Let's go. 1. Thank you very much. That indicates that all of you attended that lesson, the math lesson. Our chief guest, with your permission, allow me to invite very few questions to the keynote address speaker. If there are any, online or in the house, very few, limited, maybe max 3. Any hand raised up. It could also be a comment, in either way, from the high table or from the floor. Yes, there's one there, a second hand. There'll be a second one there. And there is a third one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Our key speaker, kindly define for us what exactly you mean by the care infrastructure, especially county related. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is not even a question. Mine is a comment to the fact that the speaker has really put it wonderfully well, that if you want to go very far, you're going to go alone. If did that. But if you want to go fruitfully, carefully, and at the end you are all together, you go with the group, with others. Thank you for bringing the aspect of bringing men on board. For in some fora, I've also wondered if we really do wonderfully well empower the woman, the girl child, leave the boy, who is likely to be the husband, then we are disadvantaging the girl child and therefore the woman in totality. So I feel well, answered to many of the questions I've always had in the other fora, that as we work on ensuring we empower the woman, then the woman also has a husband, unless an imbecile. So I think we are doing well. We are doing well in this speed, with this speed. If you look out there, even our young boys are shying off from the girls who are upright, who are well-nurtured. Then you find that our boys are shying off. Then we are nurturing wonderfully good gender, the girl, but we are failing to prepare the husband for them. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to draw back one of the challenges and one of the items that you told to us to you, because I believe you have had much more exposure with the world you are working in than we are. Even if we were to discover, at least probably we would discover what you have already known. And in that context, I know there is a lot of work that has been done on changing norms and changing belief systems. In my gender work in our Kenyan context, this is the hardest that we still struggle with. In your experience, those regions that have encountered some changes in the norms and belief system, particularly believe in the place of woman in the Kenyan context. And my humble submission is that in the Kenyan context, a woman is, including myself, is very valueless. Why am I saying this? If you look at the many femicides that has been happening, I have wanted to ask, and with this, I would love to get the PS gender probably react. Why are we having so many women's lives lost? Every day, there's a woman killed. What we got in this Gen Z protests, we at least also discovered the many women bodies that you are in that quarry. Why haven't we said anything about that? Why haven't we walked, and this is to the PS, why haven't we walked in the streets to say life of women matters? Just like the Black life matters. Why haven't we said? We have lost a lot of, and this is my greatest scare. Why are we losing so many? So how do we change norms? How do we change belief systems so that we can have some place for the value of the woman? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those are two questions from two participants and one comment from a gentleman. Our keynote address speaker, Dr. Njuki, you could respond, please.
Thank you. And I may not have comprehensive responses because I'm also hoping that's part of the discussion for the next 2.5 days. To respond on the care infrastructure, we are actually categorizing that into two. So you have the care infrastructure that's sort of standalone care infrastructure, whether you're thinking about early childhood education, child care centers, elderly care centers, but also domestic infrastructure. So when we talk about care infrastructure, it also includes things like water infrastructure and energy infrastructure. Yeah. So, and for this continent and the work we do in Southeast Asia, this is really, really critical, that when we think about care, it's not just the care for people, you know, children and the elderly and the sick and others, but it's also the domestic work that women do. So in a couple of days, we are actually doing a training for the African Development Bank because they have realized they are funding so much infrastructure, but they're not necessarily having a care lens to that infrastructure. So that's one bit. The second bit is how we start mainstreaming care infrastructure in other infrastructure. So this is where I was talking about, if you build markets, think about who's going to use those markets and where the infrastructure that those that are going to be using it need it, you know. And I think we had a couple of markets here in Kenya that were built. And I think one was built in Tharaka-Nithi by Muthomi Njuki that actually had a childcare center in it. And that really needs to become the standard for infrastructure. And it's not just markets, it's every other infrastructure. When you go into Nairobi City and you are walking in Nairobi City and we want to feed your child, what do? Most likely you'll have to sit on a pavement or get into a restaurant, get into a toilet. Imagine that, because the city does not provide that kind of infrastructure. It doesn't think about who are the people using the city and what kind of infrastructure do they need. We are seeing a lot of this in Latin America, where cities are now being planned with care infrastructure in mind. Last year, we did a mapping of the whole of Mexico City to say where are the child care facilities in the city of Mexico and where are the gaps that they need to actually fill in that infrastructure. In terms of engaging men and boys, that comment, as I said, we are coming from very far in terms of empowering women and girls and the socialization and the perceptions around women and girls, not just in this continent, but around the world. I've had people make comments to me like, we've empowered girls enough, now we need to focus on the boys. The empowerment of women and girls will always be a continuous thing. When we look at the data doesn't show us that. And so we still have a long way to go. What I need us to then be talking to our boys about is, who is this young girl who's empowered? Who is this young woman that you are going to date at university that you cannot expect to do her classwork and then come to the hostel and cook for you because you are both in class? Yeah? These are the conversations we need to be having. And we are not having enough of those conversations with young men and young boys. So we really also need a lot of programs around young men and boys thinking about, what does partnership look like today? Because the partnership of today does not look like the partnerships of our parents. The dating of today does not look like the dating of our grandparents, when men went to work and women stayed and looked after children. Now they are in class together, they are in the workplace together. You know, what does that mean for their relationships? What does that mean about being a husband? Yeah? So those are important conversations, and I keep feeling. I used to mentor a lot of secondary school kids when I lived here, and I would often tell men, a lot of the day secondary schools are mixed. So I would always be looking for men to come with me to these day secondary schools, to also talk to the young boys about what it means to be the man of the 21st century. How are things changing? And how should they change with that? To the girls, how are things changing and how should they change with that? So these are not things that are going to come automatically. And I tell men, you will have to play that role, men. When we sit here and talk about empowerment of women and girls, please don't ask me what I'm doing about the boys. Ask yourself, what am I gonna do about the boys? So that's a direct question to you. What are you gonna do about the boys in terms of getting them to understand the realities of gender equality and the realities of this century that we live in, and the realities of, you know, ensuring the rights of women and girls are respected and honored? And I'll leave the other question to our chief guest.
Is it? Okay, thank you for your question. First and foremost is to let you know that the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action is not only about women and girls, it's also about the boy child. It's also about the men. Currently, we have more programs for women as opposed to men, and this is because it is clear that women are still at a lower level as compared to men. And that is why we are working hard to ensure that we bring women closer to where men are currently. There's an issue that was raised by, I forgot to take his name, but he talked in a manner like it to suggest that we are putting more concentration on girls, women and girls, and leaving the boy child out of this. Yes, that was a very valid concern. And let me say this, Murang'a County is the second as far as GBV is concerned in the central region. And I made some effort to go there just to find out why is this the case. And what I got is that the boy child feels left alone, not cared for, like forgotten, hence bringing down his self-esteem. And for that reason, we have started programs in collaboration with development partners, programs to ensure that the boy child feels appreciated. So we have another thematic area known as male engagement and inclusion. So we are working hard towards that. Let me tell you, something as simple as giving sanitary towels to pupils in school makes the boy child feel, why not me? You see, first and foremost, I tell, because our patrons are the women reps, I tell them, please make sure that you explain to the boy child why it is necessary for the girl child to have that sanitary towel, and that that sanitary towel is not important or useful to the boy. But what does the boy get? So that is something that we are trying to work on, never mind that our economy is not doing so well currently as a nation. But as we issue the sanitary towels, we need to give something to the boy child as well. I visited Mathare 1 month ago, and we had something for the boy child as well as we gave the sanitary towels to the girls, and trust me, they really appreciated. So something as small as that, including where we are in our own homes. Explain to your son why the girl gets something extra in form of that sanitary towel or whatever it is. Now, I go back to the question that was raised by, again, I'm poor with names, regarding why we have not, spoken against the murder of so many ladies out there. We did. I released a press. There was a press release. Yes, I also spoke about this in a number of functions, but we could not demonstrate. We could not go to the streets because it was not the right time to do so. We are having too many demonstrations at this time. And then we are demonstrating against who now? The same government. Against who? Against the society. Anyway, our women leaders released a statement. Just to inform you that the women leaders released a statement outside the city mortuary. And I also want to let you know that as a government, we have formed a multi-agency kind of force where we have the State Department for Higher Education, because you also have the school girls. Remember when we had quite a number of femicide cases, we had a number of university girls becoming the victims. We have also included the State Department for Tourism. We have included the State Department for Interior. And we also ensured that the DCI established a unit that is dealing with femicide cases. Trust me, femicide cases are very tricky to deal with. GBV is tricky. You make 3 steps forward, then you find yourself at times making 5 backward. It's very tricky. But like what Dr. Jemima said, it is important to involve the men or the males that we have. And we have been trying a lot to make them our champions. For example, we've been holding meetings with border riders and matatu operators because we know that is another very rich catchment area for GBV. So we have been holding meetings with them so that we can make them our champions. The boy child that we have in our own house, the boy child that we have in our universities, let them become our champions. Use a thief to catch a thief sometimes. Yeah, so let's make them our champions. And we have quite a number of programs in areas that we consider hotspot areas. We have 21 counties that are actually hotspot areas for GBV. So we are working hard, as well as involving the gatekeepers of culture, because it is so, GBV is also deep-rooted in culture. Not to mention FGM as well. So we are working closely with the gatekeepers of culture. We are working with the youth. We are having all manner of programs to see that we bring down GBV and to change the perception of the society regarding women. Women have a place in the society, and we must fight for that position. And I'm grateful to Kenyatta University for what you are doing currently in relation to what we are discussing. Thank you so much. Unless there's any other question, which I'm ready to.
Thank you very much. Definitely there are questions, but in the interest of time, our chief guest, we hope that you will keep around for some time and we can interact with you so that we get to the next section. But if you are okay, we can still take another round.
Yeah, maybe one or two, after which I'll leave because I have another meeting, like I had mentioned earlier.
Okay, please ask a question. Ask a question. Don't give a lecture. So, okay. Dr. Please.
And please, I invite suggestions.
Okay.
To what? Suggestions would also really help.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Njiraine from University of Nairobi. I'm happy to be with the PS here because this is a conversation I would like maybe you take it forward. We are talking about inclusivity, mainstreaming, but I would like us to think further. Where is the position of a woman with disability in terms, I'm not looking at us, but generally, when we look at the public transportation, do we think of women and men with disability? I think I would like the State Department of Gender to think in terms of to institutionalize policies on disability, also implementation of the many affirmative action policies, so that at least it becomes clear and it becomes also conducive for persons with disability and also caregivers of children with disability. There is a gap there, and I think it's something we take for granted, and people don't know exactly what happens to the persons with disability. I don't know whether I've made my point clear, the PS. It's an area, when you look at the infrastructure in place, do we have those amenities for persons with disabilities? Yeah, when we we have very good policies. We have the Constitution, even the Disability Act. But what about the implementation? Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm next to make a suggestion. And my name is Mary Otieno from School of Education. My suggestion is tied to what Dr. Njuki said on the uptake of research.
and the uptake of research in relation to the WE research, because there is a lot going on in our university, even in terms of college sponsorship and gender-based violence. And I would like to suggest to the researchers in the room, in terms of teaching, we meet these students in the classroom. How much do we share about the findings and the strategies of what they can be able to do? To the peers, how much can the government and the different sectors disseminate or support institutions like Kenyatta University in disseminating findings that can help in coming up with strategies to support women and girls? Because we have a forum like this, then after this, so where do we go? How much are the participants able to improve their situations where they are? For example, myself and a group of faculty members here got funding from Codesria, and we were motivated because of what happens in the classroom. So we are going to find out gender-based violence that is promoted from the sponsorship point of view, because we speak of deaths of women. So when you go to class, can you talk about smart dating? Some of us are talking about it. You take 5 minutes before you end your class and talk about smart dating. And I tell you, those who come up to the students who go to research about it, most of them are female students. The male students don't come up. Can the male faculty members start talking about it? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Professor Simon Onywere from the School of Engineering and Architecture. Just a comment, or rather something I borrowed from what Madam Pierce said about the Vision 2030 coming down to MTP and so on. I think we need to realize that our development programs are actually based on strategies that the government puts down for 30 years, 10 years, 5 years. And what Madam Ann was talking about sensitive budgeting cannot be if we here don't anchor ourselves in those development strategies and actually be there and ensure that what we want to be done, if it is not, you cannot receive a budget. So I think we need to be a little bit more proactive in terms of where do we enter so that we have our interests financed. They cannot be financed by making noise or giving suggestions in forums like this one. They will only be financed if you sit and make sure that your thing is put in the plan. The other problem we have with our strategic plans is that we give consultants to develop our strategic plans, and then like CIDPs, and then you bring it and then keep it somewhere in the shelves and hope that you can use that document to solicit for funding from the treasury. It means that you have not internalized what you want as a county, for example. And you are depending on an individual to develop a document for you, and then you don't even know how to implement that program. I think there are areas we need to really sit and interrogate deeply about how we can now mainstream what we need into our development strategies, including MTP4 now. I don't know how much of gender is there, but we'll see it missing in that context. But we are moving into MTP5, then you can see how we can enter there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Madam Pierce.
Thank you so much. I'll start with a question on whether we are sensitive to women with disability. And yes, I will confirm to you that we are very sensitive, and there is so much that is happening around that area. We've had a number of meetings and sessions discussing this, and very soon we are going to see the results of the discussions that we've been holding. It's good to mention that those people who were there during the third administration, we started performance contracting, and one of the issues in the performance contracting was related to being sensitive to disabilities, and it became a target. You know, it was a deliverable, and that is when we started seeing in buildings with lamps, with toilets meant for those with disabilities. That is when we started having parkings, even in the social places everywhere. So there has been a change since the third administration. And I am confident that the State Department that is responsible for performance and delivery management is still working on this, and each and every State Department is supposed to demonstrate how well they are sensitive to PWD, including issues of employment, that is hiring. The second question was, how much can the government support the dissemination of policies and findings of research? It's also good to mention that we are working closely with universities. Currently, we are working with the UON as far as dissemination of policies is concerned, including development of certain policies. I'm sure we have worked with a number of you here, including Professor Nelson, Professor yes, and Grace said, yes, we have been working together, so we cannot achieve much without involving the academic arm, and therefore we are hopeful that we are going to get into more collaboration and partnership. Gender-sensitive budgeting. Let me say that all the principal secretaries had been put together, and this was discussed. And you're trying to see that in each and every state department, there is that component that is supposed to take care of gender, because gender cuts across. When we talk about women, they cut across all the state departments. So you will find that each and every state department has that component that is taking care of that gender aspect. We have not really, I would not say that we have really fine-tuned or we have really done well, but it is still work in progress, and we are hopeful that in the next 1 or 2 years, we will be at a better place than we are today. Remember, we are still trying to nurse our economy, and we are hopeful that the recovery is going to be, realized as soon as possible. Never mind that we are having quite a number of things that are interfering with the same, but we are hopeful that we'll get there soonest. Long journey starts with with a single step. So you're making steps, you're getting there. Actually, and I'm sure Dr. Joke will confirm this, when we went for CSW 68, our country became a reference point. Most of the countries were benchmarking with what we are doing as far as the gender issue is concerned. And I'm sure she can confirm that. So let's not really beat ourselves so hard. We are somewhere, our country has made some milestones in this space. Much more needs to be achieved, but we cannot say that we haven't done a lot. We have tried as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam PS, for the responses and as well our keynote speaker. Our chief guest, now my pleasure to invite Professor Grace Ngare to move a vote of thanks. Professor Ngare is a policy and advocacy lead at the KU We Hub. Let's appreciate her as she takes to the podium.
Our chief guest, allow Madam Wangombe, allow me to write on the established protocols. Mine is a moment of acknowledgement. And I want to start by saying that when we plan things, we make a lot of assumptions that things will just happen. Sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. So at this gesture, I want to first of all appreciate our God for giving us this moment, even this environment. Yesterday was an uncertain day, and today is a calm day. We thank God for that. I also want to appreciate the financial support that has been given by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for the last 4 years, supporting all the research that has been going on in the hub. And we still have another calendar year or financial year from the foundation. We are really grateful. They have not only supported us financially, but they have also given us a lot of guidance on some of the new methodologies that we are using in our research. I also want to appreciate at this moment the Kenyatta University Management, led by our Vice Chancellor, Madam Washeke Wajohi, the DVC Research, especially the DVC Research Division, the whole management, and also the Finance Department. We have enjoyed the privilege of working in a very calm environment. And Madam, we really want to appreciate you because we know where to knock, and we don't struggle when coming to your offices. The research division has really supported us, even covering our research outputs in the research news every time it comes out. We want to appreciate you for that. Our chief guest, Madam Anne Wangombe, first and foremost for gracing this occasion. We don't take it lightly. It's not always that we have a PS with us, isn't it? We are happy that you came and also recognized the State Department. We have worked very amicably. In fact, we are aware where your physical office is and all the directors there and so many other people. It has become our next boardroom. We get good space and we get a lot of support from the State Department for Gender. Thank you so much. And we pray that we'll continue working with you and especially calling us often to come and help where we can. Ours is just to do research. We have the data, we have the knowledge, we have the time. Please utilize it. Our keynote speaker, our global representation of Kenya, we want to thank you. You should have told people this is not your first time to come to Kenyatta University. She was once a guest in one of the International Women's Day at the Center for Gender Equity. Thank you so much, Dr. Jemima, for recognizing Kenyatta University and also sparing this moment when you are enjoying your holiday. And you have also challenged us and given us a wide scope and path for future research. Those provocations for us who are in gender, those are research proposals. And for sure you'll be surprised they will be funded. Yeah, we have also had a very good working relationship with the UN Women in Nairobi, and we continue thanking and appreciating the UN Women. Before I go so far, I want to appreciate all our guests and our participants and our presenters. You are the reason that we are here. You are the reason that we have that book of abstracts. And I believe the future, the 2 days that are going to be, you will fill our space and we shall hear you and what you have to say. May I also recognize and acknowledge the KU Rehab leader, Professor Judith Waudo. Judith Waudo has been leading us for the last 4 years. She's continue leading us. We really appreciate you, Madam, for what you do. Sometimes you don't know what you do, but we know what you do. Thank you. And all the staff that work with you, the staff, the support staff, the research staff, we are happy with your leadership. We thank you. We also want to recognize the KU Rehab Advisory Board, led by Professor Caroline Darua. Besides being the DFC research, she's also heading the advisory board for the rehab. And she works closely with members like Mr. David Watene, Michael Karaoke, who are in the State Department. We really want to thank this board because it is the advisory. It's also a watchdog on some of the things that we do. We really appreciate you and we are happy. We acknowledge our partners, Institute of Economic Affairs, KNBS, Tharaka County Government, Busara, Yara, John Hopkins University, University of Nairobi, and any other partner. I may not mention, it's not deliberate. It is you who make our research have that wide berth. We really want to thank you, and especially the Institute of Economic Affairs is not just a research partner, but it's also an advocacy partner. When we see the director on TV, he is talking partly of what we are doing in Kenyatta University. We appreciate all that. In the rehab, we have more than 100 researchers. This is the only project in KU that broke the grounds for incorporating too many researchers. These people keep the candle burning, sometimes late at night. We don't take you for granted, and especially all the advocacy programs that are going on, we really want to appreciate you. Keep up. There is life beyond the 5 years. We shall move on. We shall go on. And may I also recognize the entertainers led by Dr. Oyugi, the choir, the dancers, and all what you have been doing. Anytime we have a function, you are there, you show up. We appreciate you. I would be incomplete if I don't also mention the university chaplain, Madam Esther, for your great prayers. Your prayers are not just prayers. They are also research projects. And when we hear spiritual research projects, we know where you hold this university, and more specifically, the KU we have. I also want to recognize yet again the organizing committee, led by Professor Wawire. Professor, I know how busy recently you have become, especially going to the administration. We recognize you, we recognize what you have done. Organizing a conference, don't just take being in a boardroom. It takes more than that. And the whole team who are working with you, please feel appreciated by the KU we have. Also, the support staff who may have worked for this conference, the technical team who are managing these gadgets that we are using, Dr. Nawiri, our able, great MC, and to recognize also the Kenyatta University TV who are airing this live. We appreciate them. Last but not least, I want to thank everyone who is here, online and physical, for being here, for being there. We have a 3 days engagement, and we are going to have them because of you. Keep coming, keep being present. You chose, all of you, starting from our chief guest and our keynote guest. Thank you for choosing Kenyatta University this morning. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Let's warm up our hands to wrap up the vote of thanks with the Nyayo claps. For our international guests, you'll catch it up in the second step. Okay, so Kenyans lead and our guests will catch up. So let's go. 3 of Nyayo claps. 1, 2, 3. I'm sure you made it. Thank you so much, our chief guest. We now come to the tail end of this part of the event, and we would like to invite you, Madam, for a photo session, kindly outside this hall. We will only take 3 photos with you. The first photo will be that composed of the 4 seated on the high table. Professor Audo, please join in that photo, and DVC Administration and Finance, and Professor Fred Muya. That will be the first photo. In the second photo, our partners and stakeholders kindly join in, and in the last photo, we shall have all of you, the participants. And now our chief guest is exiting for the photo session outside. Professor Washeke Wanjohi is leading the way, so kindly follow for the photo session. And we thank you all so much. After they settle, the stakeholders and partners, please. Stakeholders and partners, please also follow. We have 3 quick photos, and then the rest of us, just make sure you are in the photo. In event you get there when it is done, just take your phone and take yourself a photo, and that will be okay. Thank you so much for the day. After the photo session, you have just a 15 minutes health break, and then we come back for the rest of the session. The conference presentation begins.
Lula. Is an app that gives you a chance to watch videos, listen to audios, and read articles wherever you are for free. Motivational stories, dramas, campus life, technology, lifestyle, adventure, sports, academics, jobs, entertainment, and more. Download Lola now on Play Store. All you need, you got Lola.
Are you healthy, or rather, do you maintain a healthy lifestyle? According to WHO, health is regarded as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. Welcome to Focus on Health, a show on all matters health, wellness, and lifestyle. On this show, we cover a wide variety of topics, inclusive of but not limited to dental, optical, mental, reproductive health, and so much more. Join me, Joy Bofenda, every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. on KUTV for compelling insights and discussions on all matters health. See you then.
Focus on Health, your weekly dose of health and wealth information on KUTV.
Are
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
The Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub is an entity that delves into women's lives and the dynamics of their sustenance.
My name is Professor Judith Waudo. I am the Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub leader. This project was initiated in 2020. It is a project which is funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
The Hub bases its research on three themes, namely women's roles in the public and private sectors, skilling, internships and mentoring, and violence, crisis, and women's work.
KU, we have mentorship program has helped me as a female engineer in the field to get to learn more about how to cope up with being a female in a male-dominated area.
My name is Jen Waidera. I work at KU Coffee House and I feel empowered.
Since the Hub is run by numerous professionals, there exists a hierarchical structure that guides the functioning of the Hub.
The board is structured in the following way. We have the Vice Chancellor at the top. Then under the Vice Chancellor, we have the Advisory Board. Below the Advisory Board, there is myself as the Hub leader. Under the Hub leader, we have the Project Leader. Then under the Project Leader, we have the Research Coordinator. Below the Research Coordinator, we have 4 divisions. We have one for Quality Assurance, Communication and Advocacy. We have Communication and ICT, and we have Field Protocol. And below that, we have researchers, and they help us about 100 researchers coming from 6 schools within Kenyatta University. And then, of course, we have the student, but also we hope to have fellows, research fellows within the Hub.
Why we started the Hub is to uplift the economic standards of women in Kenya.
The Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub purposes to generate bodies of evidence to advance women's economic empowerment in Kenya.
The whole number of projects that are in the Hub wants to understand which areas women are engaged in and how those various areas are supporting them in terms of improving their well-being in society and improving their livelihoods and standing in society.
Taking that research, packaging it in a language that policymakers understand it, packaging it in a way that even the common person in the country understands it, packaging it and removing it from the ivory tower, the context and the concept of an ivory tower of the university.
I'm Associate Professor in the Institute of Philosophy of Jagiellonian University in Krakow, Poland, and I'm the main coordinator of the Cafe project, which is being here hosted by Kenyatta University.
My name is Ewa Hudoba.
I am a project manager in this consortium. Keep watching cutting-edge research at Kenyatta University Television.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
Access to knowledge, solution to unanswered questions.
Guidelines to pursuing your rights and repossessing your property, intellectual or material.
This and more only on Law Matters.
Get ready to embark on a journey into the exciting world of technology as we uncover the latest trends, interview top thought leaders, and dive deep into the world of tech like never before.
Currently, we are facing the challenge in terms of finance. It requires one to move from different counties because we really need a large data set for our model to be more accurate.
In this new and exciting series of the Technovation Show, join me, Yvonne Kimuma, every Monday, 8:30 p.m. for a fun and thrilling experience as we explore the cutting-edge developments, meet visionaries driving change.
Somebody who is in the underground mine doesn't know it's the presence of those gases. So there are a lot of gases involved. There is methane, there is carbon monoxide, and there's also hydrogen sulfide. These gases actually, they are very dangerous and they're very toxic.
And discover the endless possibilities of the tech world.
Kenyatta University harbors many beehive activities aside from its core mandate of providing quality education and training, promoting scholarship, innovation and creativity, and inculcate moral values for sustainable individual and societal development. The 53rd graduation is dubbed Research and Innovation for Social Economic Development, which the institution has achieved through WeHub.
Well, there was a call for proposal from the Bill and Melinda Gates. So a team got into place, people from the gender, the economics, education, and the other related departments. They got together. They were now responding to this call. So we did a draft, and from this draft, KU happened to have been selected together with the University of Nairobi. In this project, we have 12 research concepts, which we are working with the 12 principal investigators and co-principal investigators. So in terms of teams around Kenyatta University, we are encompassing about 6 schools. GPV, it has contributed to socio-economic development because, first of all, we did a research to find out where is the prevalence, the highest prevalence of GPV. And then we actually looked at the safe houses. When the victims or the survivors have a problem, where do they go for help? And then we looked at it, what is it within those safe houses that empowers women so the women don't go back to the same situation. So basically we are looking for ways to bring in innovation that will be able to empower women so that when they go back to their homes, or maybe they find alternative venues to be able to sustain themselves. Because many women get into, stay in those relationships because of economic empowerment. They are not able to sustain themselves and they think they cannot live without their spouses. And that's why they stick here. But if you empower a woman, a survivor, in terms of decision making, freedom of movement, economic independence, they are able to be raise their self-esteem and be able to cope with life without really being subjected to abuse every time they go there. So that's why we picked on there. And we feel our project on GPV has contributed in terms of data, which we have done a report, and we have also developed policies, which we are working with the Ministry of Public Service and Gender and the corrective services so that we are able to implement or have those ministries or even governments to be able to uptake some of those policies and be able to operationalize it in a way.
The zeal shown by both students and their lecturers in their area of research has attracted a long list of donors who are willing to partner with them to make their dreams in research come true.
Kwa upande wangu sikuwa nimesoma, sikuwa na any certificate of education, na sasa nikawa na ile ungumu, unarea, umekuwa mama, sasa imekuwa mzigo tena, so lazima kwanza ushughulikie na watoto, so ikawa ni ngumu zaidi. Nikang'ang'ana hivyo, but the time tulipatana na Catherine Life Bloom, nikasaidika sana na wakanipea course ya hairdressing, nikafanya, ikanisaidia sana kimaisha, because from there ninaweza sema mahali nimefika nimesaidika, because nikawa sasa venye nilitoka hiyo course nikaenda press, nikaajiriwa, nikawa napata mapato kutoka pale kwenye nilikuwa nimeajiriwa, nikafanya like 1 year nikiwa nimeajiriwa, nikaenda hako kasafari, na from there Mungu akanisaidia nikaweza kufungua salon. Hii salon ndio hii, so tunaita Blessed Salon because tunaihesabu ni baraka kutoka kwa Mungu akitumia Life Bloom, because ni part of my life. Wamekuwa msaada kwangu.
Through research, Kenyatta University, in partnership with the stakeholders, has contributed to findings that inform policy by use of qualitative and quantitative research methods.
I'm very, very encouraged, even on our graduation theme this week, or this year, because for the first time or in a second time in a row, we are recognizing the role of research. Africa's problem will be solved by serious research, because we as Africans, if you look at the developed world, a lot of new innovations have been put in place. For example, in food production. We are here as Africans still laboring with a hoe and a djembe, imagining that we can do that and feed the whole of Africa, feed the nation. When other countries, you look like Israel, they have mechanized their agriculture through research, they have mechanized their food production through innovations, and I think personally, we have to enhance research and innovation and advocacy so that people can know what is coming out from the higher institutions of learning. What is it that these researchers are doing? What is the role of a professor within an institution? Because I believe professors also need to leave the ivory tower They need to leave the classroom and get to the field and get to see what Wajiko is doing and maybe use their knowledge to enhance Wajiko to get to a level whereby her labor is not in vain.
What do you do with women who want to learn and they cannot go back to school? They don't even have the means. They are trapped in the streets in terms of what you call the prostituted women, because if they had a different choice, they'd get off the streets. And I didn't seem to find an answer. And then one time I remember, I am a teacher, I am trained, and I know how to develop a curriculum. So from needs assessment, we began to develop curriculums. And I remember the very first one that I put together, I typed and put together, had 8 topics.
Access to finances and empowerment through financial literacy has greatly improved the livelihoods of women and their households by enabling them to start and manage small projects and SMEs.
If there's one thing that has really happened among the partnerships that we have had since 2004, is the partnership with Kenyatta University, the gender department, the hub, as we call it. The reason being that they came at a time that we're looking forward to celebrating 20 years of existence, 20 years of massive impact as we felt it, but it had never been measured. So Kenyatta University coming in into through this partnership, through Dr. Okemwa and Professor Gary, came in to evaluate, to assess and evaluate what it is that we have put down as our model of training, as a model of transforming the community that we're serving. And as a result, when they interviewed the women who have been through this program for the last 5 years and back, when they interviewed the staff who have been here, when they interviewed other caregivers and some of the stakeholders out there, it's like it gives us the feedback that we've been looking for.
The institution's holistic approach in teaching and training has seen a huge number of Kenyatta University, both students and lecturers, venture into research that provides solutions for knowledge gap identified. Kenyatta University, transforming higher education, enhancing lives.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
Lola is an app that gives you a chance to watch videos, listen to audios, and read articles wherever you are for free. Motivational stories, dramas, campus life, technology, lifestyle, adventure, sports, academics, jobs, entertainment, and more. Download Lola now on Play Store. All you need, you got Lola.
Tunachimba hadi mizizi kuletea yanayojiri.
So mimi naomba tu serikali yetu ya Mungu, jibarikiwe na Mungu, iweze kuteremsha bei ya mafuta
yanayokukumba tuna maizi, tuna kutetea sisiri. Kwa kweli ni spesheli tukikupambia makala ya mwanamke mwake mwake. Utasema hupendi mizizi ya habari. Nami Caroline Kimwele.
Are you healthy, or rather, do you maintain a healthy lifestyle? According to WHO, health is regarded as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. Welcome to Focus on Health, a show on all matters health, wellness, and lifestyle. On this show, we cover a wide variety of topics inclusive of, but not limited to, dental, optical, mental, reproductive health, and so much more. Join me, Joy Bofenda, every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. on KUTV for compelling insights and discussions on all matters health. See you then.
Focus on Health, your weekly dose of health and wealth information on KUTV.
Na uso wa jamii. Kupanda shuka, akawa tuzo. Ukakamavu wake, ukatii, na kumfanya mwenye bidii. Kwa machozi na makeke, akabaini jinsi ya kuwini. Huyu ni mwanamke ngangari, kwa jinsi alivyo ng'ari-ng'ari. Mimi ni mwanamke mwake. Usikose kutazama kipindi cha mwanamke mwake. Nami Caroline Kimwele. Despite facing an arid climate, Kitui County in Kenya's eastern region is pioneering innovative environmental conservation and sustainable agriculture initiatives led by local women. These communities are not just adapting to, but also mitigating the effects of prolonged dry spells. Research indicates that approximately 50% of women in developing countries are involved in agricultural work. According to the United Nations, if women had equal access to resources, agricultural yields could increase by 20 to 30%, significantly aiding in climate change mitigation. The enthusiasm among women in Kitui County was evident as they welcomed the Kenyatta University Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, KU Hub, and the Women Empowerment Link officials with traditional songs and dances. This heartfelt display underscored their deep commitment to environmental conservation, sustainable agricultural practices, and community resilience and empowerment. Professor David Menja, overseeing a project on women's leadership and governance, emphasized the importance of grassroots advocacy in addressing climate change and promoting women leadership.
The gist of this is to just showcase success stories of women in Kitui, grassroots women in Kitui County who have been working with the well, and they have been raised because as as a project of KU, this KU We Hub, that is Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub, our work is to research and document success stories and document cases of success so that these cases can also be used to help other women in the country and outside the country to improve themselves and economically empower themselves. This is not just about money alone, but it's also about the woman being effective at the community level in terms of having access to assets, in terms of being able to negotiate for her space, in terms of influencing decisions at both community and county level. So this is a case that looks at women in a holistic way and how they have been involved in terms of influencing decisions at the community and also in terms of creating space and them being leaders at the community level.
Professor Elishiba Kimani, co-principal investigator, highlights how local women in Kitui County are actively involved in tree planting and seedling propagation, supported by initiatives from KU We Hub and Well.
One of the unique things about the approach and why climate change was one aspect that we were interested in is because the approach of the targeting of the women was at the very grassroots. We got them through women groups, meaning we were able to get the real women at the household level. And therefore, given the importance of climate change, especially at this time, we were very interested to see how through the training they got, both from the well and from the peers, how it helped them to take action of the climate change. Because Kitui is a dry place and climate change affects everybody equally, but definitely the impact is different depending on how the weather and the climate is. And therefore, these women are living in dry areas, and we were interested on how they could actually be able to participate to do three things. Number one, take action on the climate change. Number two, mitigate against the climate change. And number three, adapt to the climate change.
Vivian Mutiso, agenda activist, who is among those who have benefited from these programs, not only promotes environmental conservation, but also empowers other women to do the same, fostering sustainable practices and economic empowerment.
Kutoka mwaka 2018 nimeweza kuwezesha wanawake zaidi ya 200. Wa vijana youth niko na more than 100 ama 120. Wale ambao naweza sema juu apart from I do women empowerment and youth. Mambo ya kumaliza vita vya kijinsia na dhuluma ya kijinsia. Through Women Empowerment Link, they've trained me. I've become a champion of Women Empowerment Link to train women at least financially and economically to be empowered. And also kujisaidia, kuweza kujikimu, kujitoa katika dhuluma za kijinsia na ni njia gani. Na hii ni mojawapo ya mradi ambao natumia kuweza kusaidia wamama kujiwezesha kimaisha, kujiwezesha kipesa na pia kuinua jamii.
Julian Ngoiri, Gender and Development and Governance Advocate, also a representative from Well, stressed the importance of government engagement in supporting women's economic empowerment initiatives.
Apart from linking them to investing partners, we also link them to institutions that will help them in capital, giving them capital to start up businesses, to even maybe they have an investment they want to do, so they are able to get startups from the various linkages that we've had. So far we've had women actually access women empowerment funds in Kitui County. We've had one group being able to access 500,000 shillings.
Joyce Momo, another beneficiary from the program, explains how grassroots women have engaged in table banking through a saving initiative known as Saving Internal Lending Community, SILC.
Tulianza as from 2012 na hatukukuwa tukijua mambo ya hii SILC. Wakati tulikuja tukajua mambo ya SILC ni Saving Internal Community, tukajua kwa wamama wale wa kijijini kabisa wenye wanapata ile kakidu kandoko wanaweza save, na wakisave wachukue loan wa mtu afanye kitu kikubwa kuliko hiyo saving kidogo. So wakati tulikuwa tunatoa saving as from 2010, tulikuwa na more challenges because tulikuwa tunatoa pesa, tunapeana loan. Tunapea mtu loan, atuangalie savings zake kama sinatosha loan yana tunampea. Tunampea pesa mingi kuliko the savings. Saa ingine tunapea treasurer wetu tulikuwa tunampea stress. Tulikuwa tunampea pesa zimebaki tunampea. Wakati tulisoma mambo ya sanduku, tukasomesha hawa mama. Wakaona sanduku inaweza saidia pesa yetu hapo, tukiweka hapo. Treasurer hata usa mbuzi yake wakati tunangawana pesa.
Joyce, Momo and other women have also learned the art of saving through table banking in groups.
Nilikuja kwa hii kikundi nikasoma mambo mingi na nikasoma hata najua naweza kujiendeleza nikiwa sina mzee wangu. Na nikajua naweza anza mambo mingi kufanya. Na sasa ndio nikavaa kiatu ya gozi na ingine ya hii ya mwanamke, sijui niseme high heel ama nikavaa trouser na nikavaa skirt. Hiyo ndo ilinifanya nikuwe mama, na nikawa naendelea kukuja kwa masomo, napata mambo mingi.
Sasa hiki kikundi imenisaidia sana. Nilikuwa kwa hiki kikundi, sasa tunakuja hapa kwa hii kwa hii SILC tukafundishwa. Sasa mimi nilikuja mara ya kwanza nikachukua pesa. Kuchukua pesa ninaenda kuanzisha biashara yangu. Sasa niko sawa, ukinikuta huko kwa soko nikiuza kuku, hakiwezi kosa kuchukua yangu.
Wakati niliingia hapa, nilichukua pesa na nikaenda. Nikaamua nikaweka nasali ya miembe, ya hii miti, na nikaanza kuuza. Wakati wa mvua nauza sana. Inapepo hapo na kileti. Saa hii niko na miembe 200.
Research findings and the collaboration efforts between KU WeHub and WELL has yielded positive outcomes among women in Kitui County, including poverty reduction, elimination of gender-based violence, creating employment opportunities, recognizing their rights, enhancing decision-making abilities, taking on leadership roles, enabling and promoting their children's education, enabling savings methods, and investing. According to the researchers from Kenyatta University, these efforts are pivotal in creating a more resilient and environmentally aware society, benefiting both women and the broader community in Kitui County.
From the study, we have observed that over 90% of women who participated in this program of Women's Empowerment Link have increased their capacity to engage in leadership and to participate in governance processes in the county. They are able to take part in public participation about budgets. They are also able to take part and take leadership roles within their groups. They are also able to be part and parcel of processes of leadership within schools and churches. Like some of them have been able to be appointed as church leaders and others as board members of the local schools that they are in. The women have also empowered themselves economically by doing their businesses and enhancing their businesses. Through the table banking that they undertake, they borrow money from the group and support their businesses, and this money has been able to enhance their livelihoods. It has been able to enhance their capacity to earn and their standards of living.
As these efforts continue to gain traction, the future looks promising for women driving change at the grassroots level, ensuring a brighter and more sustainable tomorrow for all.
Kaunti maarufu kwa kuzalisha maziwa na ukuzaji wa majani chai. Pia, serikali ya kaunti inawahimiza wakulima kukumbatia mitindo mingine ya kilimo kuzidisha mapato.
Kama kuna kikundi moja inafanya biashara ya kuuza kuku, hao pia tumewafadhili kuwafunza jinsi ya kuhandle zile kuku kwa sababu wanaleta kwa wingi.
Haya yote tunakuletea katika Boresha Kilimo, toleo la kaunti ya Bomet.
Engineer Oanda, Director of Accreditation and Outreach Services, TVET Authority. I should have said even before that alumni, of course, is KU based and KU done because of her engagement with Kenyatta University. When it comes to Engineer Oanda, he has a master's degree in Management and Information Systems from University of Manchester, Agricultural Engineering from Egerton University, and Diploma in Technical Education. He has worked as expert and contributed to bridging, innovation and learning, TVET projects and publications. We know the whole CV as it goes, but because of time again, I can only summarize that Oanda is a renowned TVET developer, program developer, and leader. Then we come to Jacqueline, Dr. Jacqueline Onyango. She's a Senior Deputy Director. She's sitting at the far end. You can just carry your hand. Lumina should have carried that, but that's okay. Jacqueline is the Senior Director, Curriculum Research Services at Kenyatta, at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, KICD. You can see also her bio shows her as an educationist, and she has also a wide traversed benchmarks. As we'll see, she holds a master's degree in curriculum studies from University of Nairobi, a bachelor's degree from Kenyatta University, so again she grounds herself here. She also holds a certificate in education planning from Institute of Education, UNESCO, but she has attended several related courses on curriculum in USA, France, Tanzania, Japan, South Korea, Hungary. She's currently undertaking a PhD program at Moi, and so on. So that one marks a CV. Now we come to the main, who is now the keynote person. And this is none other than Professor Nafuko Muya. Professor Nafuko Muya has got a well-decorated CV, who will bring a lot of, again, impact on this session. Currently, Professor serves as a Vice Provost for Academic Personnel and Professor of Management and Organization at the Foster School of Business, with joint appointment in the College of Education, and holds the presidential term professorship at the University of Washington. Now, again, his interest focuses on policy analysis with international and cooperative education, investment in human capital development, emotional intelligence, and leadership, amongst others. What is also critical to note is that he has numerous awards and honors and fellowships, some of which include the Fulbright Scholarship in 1990, Outstanding HRD Scholar Award 2019, the Carnegie African Diaspora in 2016, the Arkansas Business Teacher Educator of the Year Award 2004, and the Outstanding New Faculty Award, Texas, amongst others. What can also interest the crowd, the participants, is that apart from those qualifications, he did his master's and Master of Economics and Education and Bachelor of Education in Business Science at Kenyatta University, but then did his PhD elsewhere in the US, as he'll say himself. So you can see again, Professor is a KU Damu. So I want to take this opportunity there to start now from the top and give Professor that opportunity. Thank you.
So I had a PowerPoint which I sent out to Professor Udo and Professor Owire, and I'm really praying that it works. 15 years ago, I was invited to make a presentation, and just before I started, the power went off. Since then, I always have a script. Okay, thank you, it is working. Let's go to the first one. So thank you so much for the kind introduction, Professor Rodho. Professor Rodho, whenever I think of him, when we were undergraduates here, all I knew him, he was a research fellow in the Bureau of Educational Research. Talk of tenacity. And then he was in Austria. My first grant in 1995 was Austria, and the rest is history. That's where it began. It is always an honor for me to come back to Kenyatta University, my alma mater. Thank you, members of the Conference Planning Committee. What a warm and special welcome we have received from our hosts at Kenyatta University. I think we need to give them a clap. Thank you. To my fellow speakers, and we've heard in the morning, and I want to commend the KU leadership. Rarely does the Vice Chancellor stay for such a long time. I've been to so many conferences, and usually the leadership will leave after 5 or 10 minutes. So please, when you meet the Vice Chancellor and all the leadership team, tell them that I deeply appreciated their staying all through until we took a break. That's a sign of commitment. Those of you working at KU, you should consider yourself very, very fortunate. So to my fellow speakers and conference presenters, thank you for your brilliant ideas that challenge and also inspires at the same time. It is a truism that higher education institutions world over are operating in a complex, uncertain, and ever-changing environment. Don't think it's only Kenyatta University or Kenyan universities. It is everywhere. The environment is uncertain, it is volatile, it is ambiguous. We just need to be hopeful and have optimism. Do not give up. For instance, changes caused by advancement in digital technologies, especially artificial intelligence and social media, have not only impacted our lives and work, but also our learning and research settings, let alone our societal and political conversations taking place in Kenya. And I can see my second, okay, so I will guide whoever is doing. My second slide. Yes, so my presentation is divided into 3 parts. First, I provide you with a background by highlighting the importance of mindsets. Our mindsets matter. The mindset you bring to this conference will determine what you will learn and take home. So our mindsets are important. Okay? Second, The construct of psychological safety is key in incentivizing and empowering women faculty. The focus of my conversation. How do we incentivize and empower women faculty, not only at Kenyatta University, in Kenyan University, and beyond Kenya? Okay? The third, I focus on 3 questions. Why we must incentivize and empower women faculty in their work. Second question, how do we incentivize and empower women faculty? The third question, what do we hope to achieve by incentivizing and empowering women faculty? Okay, the next slide. Okay, so Adam Grant in his book, I think is the next one. No, go back, we work together. Go back again. Go back once more. Go back. Go back. Oh, now go forward. Okay. So Adam Grant in his book, Think Again, The Power of Knowing What You Don't Know, identifies 4 important modes of thinking. And I don't see those modes there. So I'll share with you. The first mode is called the preacher or prosecutor. The second one is prosecutor. And the third one, and I don't see it there. I told you technology sometimes works and sometimes it doesn't. So in the preacher and prosecutor mode, I am right and you are wrong. And I don't need to change my mind. Okay, thank you. He's helping me. Technology. And technology doesn't want to work. Okay. So I'm in the mindset. Remember I talked about the mindset? So in a preacher and prosecutor mode, I am right and you are wrong, and I don't need to change my mind. In a politician mode, I might tell you what you want to hear, but I'm probably not going to change what I really think. I'm posturing as opposed to rethinking. In a scientist mode, which I would like all of us to reboot and switch to a scientist thinking mode. In a scientist thinking mode, we are open to multiple perspective taking. We view our ideas and perspectives more as hypotheses in need of sharpening, in need of confirmation, in need of rebuttal. Changing your mind not only isn't weak or embarrassing or failure. Ever been challenged by your student? After you've just explained the hypothesis, the student says, oh, I have this source which disapproves what you are saying. What do you do as a professor? Somebody said in the morning, we raise them up. What do? We have to listen to them. We have to answer those questions. Okay? So, in a scientific thinking mode, we are open to taking perspectives. And when we do that, it's a sign of progress. And actually, one of the greatest thinkers of our time, Henry Ford, said this: when we come here the way we have done, is the beginning. Okay? When we stay together, it's progress. But when we work together, it's success. So how many of us are in a department, in a unit, in a school, in a college, where we don't work together? If we do that, then we are not making progress or success at all. So the thinking mode is a mindset that has been established to be valuable for all entrepreneurial thinkers. And we all should be creative and entrepreneurial in our thinking and action as learners, educators, and scholars. So Grant mentions that in one Italian study, aspiring business owners were taught to view their businesses as mere hypotheses, what we call business plan, as just hypotheses. And for those entrepreneurs who participated in that study, and I have seen the program, there are people doing entrepreneurship studies, they brought in more than 40 times in revenue compared to those who didn't participate in any study. So education makes a difference. And as Mandela says, education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. And you don't have to look far to prove Mandela right. Okay? Now, let me also refer, and I hope we'll get the fourth slide. The fourth slide is another scholar called Amy Edmondson from Harvard Business School, and in her book, The Right Kind of Wrong, The Science of Failing Well, states that we should not fear or be ashamed of mistakes we make. Amy talks about an important construct called psychological safety. And when I look, actually, this is towards the end. So I don't know where that slide disappeared to. So it talks about psychological safety. Now, psychological safety is broadly defined as a climate in which people are comfortable expressing their views and being themselves. Psychological safety is about our ability to share our ideas in a very unreserved way, in an honest way, in a sincere way. Ever worked with a department chair who tells you, tell me what you think, and what else, and who else? Okay? So it is about making it possible for productive disagreement and free exchange of ideas. You want me to try? Which one goes forward? This one? Oh, this one? Okay, so this one goes in front. So I'm not ashamed to fail, by the way. Good example of my PowerPoint failing. And those of you with medical background and the technology guy, don't worry about it. It's not your mistake, it's not my mistake, it's just technology. We can blame technology this time, isn't it? In the medical field, they work on teams when they are doing surgery. And they encourage each other and say, if you notice a mistake, please do not be afraid to point out. Because a tired surgeon, you've heard of tired surgeon forgetting scissors in somebody's womb. Ever heard of that? How does that happen? The doctors swear and say, do no harm. So how does that happen? Fatigue. So they encourage each other and say, if you notice a mistake, please say it. Because it might save life, and it will save our team, and it will bring us all victory and success. So my PowerPoint is intentional. It's proving me right or wrong. Okay? So it's about making it possible for productive disagreement and free exchange of ideas that only happens when we are willing to listen to learn. Please mark this. Listen to learn and not listen to respond. Ever been in a situation where somebody is explaining to you something, but you already have an answer before the person even finishes? So listening to learn and listening to respond, those are two very important things. So to incentivize the work of women faculty is to support them, is to appreciate them, is to facilitate the work that they are doing, is to reward them, is to recognize them for their excellent work, or motivate them to achieve higher priority goals. It requires empathetic and inclusive leadership. Being open to what we call divergent thinking. Respecting people who think differently from the way we think. Okay, psychological safety has shown up. Okay, politician mode has shown up. Go to the next one. Okay, the right kind of wrong has shown up. Go to the next one. Okay. I'm almost there. Yes, that's the 6th slide, and I will be almost there. So let me briefly talk about the idea of women productivity and faculty productivity. We should review productivity in a holistic way to include, yes, now I've caught up with that. Thank you so much. We should give a clap to this gentleman. Thank you. That's where I am now. When we talk about productivity in higher education, think of teaching, research, and service. but just not in play. Think about the impact our teaching and mentorship has on our students, and not just our students, but our colleagues too, the colleagues we work with. Think about impactful research, translating research findings into policy, and not just policy. Our colleague, Dr. Njuki, said, into actionable interventions. I want to call it practice. How do we translate policy, research policy, into practice? Sometimes we're very good in policy, but practice is a challenge. And Spencer Foundation, if you don't mind, Google it, they actually have a grant focusing on how to translate policy into practice, research policy into practice. Okay? And then impact in terms of outreach and engagement with key constituents and community stakeholders that we suffer. Have you ever heard someone tell you, please do not do service work? That's the dark side. When I moved from professorship to become a department chair, there are people who told me, oh, you have gone to the dark side. Too bad for you. I call service institution building. We need someone to prepare these conferences for us to come and exchange ideas. That is service. Actually, in higher education, we call it invisible labor. Please write that and go and research. Our colleague called it unpaid. Yes. In higher education, we call it invisible labor. Are you that faculty? Are you that professor whom students are always lining up? They want to see. How do you put that on your CV? That I spent 20 hours listening to my students who have problems. Anyone who has put that on your CV? That is called invisible labor. And when you go up for promotion, nobody says you are spending hours and hours listening to students in trouble. At Kenyatta University of Higher Education in Kenya, we talk about missing marks. So what do you do with a student whom you can't trace the marks? Who will reward you for spending hours looking for marks that can't be found? That is called invisible labor, and we need it. Okay? The next slide, please. So in 2017, let me come back now to Kenya, and I feel bad that our government people have gone. In 2017, the then Kenya government's vision was for the country was to become a globally competitive nation through education, training, research, and innovation system for sustainable development through the productivity of higher education. That was a lofty goal. 2017. In 2017-2018 budget, the government became serious. The government spent 83.8 million US dollars. It translates approximately to 11 billion Kenya shillings, or 1% of the GDP, on higher education. It set an investment target of 2% of the annual GDP for research, science, and technology. Now, what happened? Come 2021, it dropped back to 0.8%. Unfortunately, the 2% investment target has not been maintained, especially with the COVID pandemic negative effects and the current socioeconomic and political realities that we just heard in the morning. So that lofty goal didn't happen. Now, this is, if we go to the next one, as noted earlier, investing in research and development through higher education has a transformative impact world over, and Kenya is no exception. Okay? So, if we go, that's the correct one, Kenyan universities. So Kenyan universities do not operate in a vacuum. Therefore, it is logical to examine the productivity of Kenyan universities in comparison to African countries. And if you go to the next slide that had graphs, yes, this one. This is comparing the productivity, number of articles, referred articles you publish, number of books you publish, number of referred journal articles that you publish. We have a tracking system. Talk of artificial intelligence. We have a tracking system that can actually track and tell what we are doing. Each one of us, if you're in Google Scholar, you go there, put your name, your HE index comes up straight away. Okay? So if you check here, you can see on this graph that South Africa and Egypt are ahead of Kenya in terms of scholarly output. In fact, the research trajectory in these two countries is on a positive trajectory. In the case of Kenya, Scholarly output is not on a positive trajectory, hence the importance of incentivizing and investing in our faculty. I'm focusing on women faculty, but you can extend to early career faculty, mid-career faculty, advanced career faculty like Professor Orodo, for example, and Professor Wawudo. Advanced career faculty, their role now is mentorship. They are mentoring you and helping you advance just the same way they did. So the next slide, please. So here, there are 3 key variables that have helped me in my leadership. People, policies, context. Actually, a colleague asked me, what does context mean? And I said, in higher education, history department is different from English department, is different from engineering, is different from curriculum and instruction. There's a context. In history, you need to publish a book. In computer science, you need to publish a conference paper. Not a refereed paper, because the refereed paper takes too long before it comes out. So computer science, conference paper is what counts. In my university, for example, we promote people in computer science for publishing a conference paper. In policy where I am, or management, a refereed journal article is what counts. So context is important. So we need to ask a key question. Why incentivize and empower women faculty at Kenyatta University? People matter. Women faculty matter. Early career faculty matter. Some people use the term junior faculty and senior faculty. I don't like using junior and senior. I use early career, mid-career, and advanced career. Because early career will also become associate professors and full professors one day. So the most important asset we have at Kenyatta University is people. The women faculty in this case. Women faculty matter and need to be empowered and supported to thrive, not merely survive in their work. How do we incentivize and empower women faculty? Through creative and innovative policies that will ensure fairness in the workplace. Through fairness in promotion and tenure, for example. I'm sure Kenyatta University is very fair in their promotion and tenure processes. But we need to be fair to everyone. Okay? We need to be fair in the allocation of work. It's called equity in work allocation. Don't give people so much service work, committees, invisible labor. And when it comes to promotion, you say, all you do is committees. A colleague at Kenyatta University, my mentor, one time told me, service work is one line on your CV. A publication, depending on the journal, it could be 3, 4, 5 lines. And people pay attention to that. How do we then change the context so that we incentivize people? What we hope to achieve by incentivizing and empowering women faculty to transform higher education context to realize the returns to investment in education. And the same slide again I want to mention. While mentoring as a strategy is good and is important to incentivize and empower women faculty, we must endeavor to ensure that it is relational and not dysfunctional. And the next slide, please, if it accepts to go. Okay, this is based on research. We all emphasize mentoring is important, but mentoring can be dysfunctional. Mentoring that uses a traditional approach, your senior is the one who knows and you listen. But there's mentorship where we talk about relational mentorship. Actually, some people call it now reverse mentorship. Why reverse? The senior professor ends up learning more from the junior faculty or from the beginning faculty. Any of us who are senior who have learned from our assistant professors, I have done myself. That's called reverse mentoring. It is based on what we call you build a communal close bonds. It is based on mutual learning and growth. Now, if you go back to dysfunctional, your mentor happens to the person who hates Kenyatta University so much. So every day you meet, your mentor is complaining about Kenyatta University and doesn't see any value being at Kenyatta University. It might turn up being dysfunctional I'm not saying that there's anyone who does that at Kenyatta University. That's just an example. Kenyatta University is my alma mater's excellent mentors. Traditional mentors is you are always right, and your mentee or protege has to listen. We have to think beyond that. And the next slide. Okay. So in incentivizing and empowering women faculty, all over the world, there's what we call talent war, talent development. Every university is looking for talent. Every region, whether Tharaka Nithi, whether Kiambu, whatever, we are looking for talent. That's what will push that county forward. Okay? So we need to practice recruiting, hiring, developing, and retaining of faculty. You don't just recruit and let them go. Okay? So in my own university, we have what we call preemptive faculty retention and competitive faculty retention. What is preemptive faculty retention? So you get invited to go and speak, University of Dodoma. You go and speak there, and when you come back, you get a call from the Vice Chancellor, University of Dodoma. You came here and you spoke, and we really liked it. By the way, we have this open position. Have you ever thought of working with us at University of Dodoma? These days, you don't just advertise. Competitive universities now, they actually, it is like courting a lady. We court, in my work, we court talented professors from everywhere. And so if we really want to retain you, once we learn that Harvard or Stanford is courting you, we immediately swing. I swing into what we call preemptive retention. And it has worked. Okay? The other second retention strategy we use is called competitive retention. Competitive retention is where, let's use Kenyatta example. Pwani University offers Professor Wawire. Professor Wawire don't leave. So Pwani University offers Professor Wawire position. Okay? Our universities are very good at that. Professor Awudu has just gotten a major grant. Or Professor who? There are several people. Or Dr. Nyerere behind there, for example, just gotten a grant. So the university wants you. What they do is they give you an offer, a very good offer. What do? You go to your chair goes to your dean, the dean comes to me and says, Dr. Nyerere is not leaving. And we say, how much are they giving? And so what we do, competitive retention, we retain you by increasing your salary to 20%, 30%, 40%, that's 7%. Has Kenyatta University ever done that? I challenge you. Those of you in leadership here at Kenyatta University, competitive retention, you don't just leave the faculty you have invested in to go. Before I moved to University of Washington, I was at Texas A&M University for 15 years and a half. Okay? And what retained me there is what I call competitive retention. So we need to be able to have strategy. Talent is the most critical asset each country has. And so you have to nurture it and retain it. So the two strategies I've shared with you have worked in my context. I don't know whether it would work here, but it has worked in our case. Try it and you'll see next time your talented faculty is leaving. Okay, so I would like to respectively suggest that we co-create and launch a STAR mentoring program for early career women faculty at Kenyatta University. Why am I calling it STAR? STAR stands for Service, Teaching, and Research. That's our core mission. We teach, we research, and we serve. So why put emphasis on one and forget the others? Okay, I tried this at Texas A&M and it worked. It was called STAR Mentoring Program. We hire you, you come in, we assign you a mentor, and we start working with you. We give you a seed grant, and we also give seed grant to your mentor. It's not a lot of money, it's little money, it's appreciation, it's acknowledging the work that the mentorship is doing, and it worked. So I challenge you to try in your department, in your school, in your college, and at Kenyatta University. And when we meet a few years from now, you will say, we tried it and it worked. So incentivizing and empowering women faculties because it's possible because what I want to call academic leadership we have in our universities. Not just leadership, I'm calling it academic leadership that we have in our universities. Leadership is not centered on I, but we. So those of us in leadership in the department, when you get success, you don't say, my department achieved this. You didn't achieve it alone. You worked as a team. So in our leadership, we need to think about who are we? Why are we in academic leadership? Who do we serve in academic leadership? What do we believe in? What are our core values? What matters to us? It is leadership that is focused on serving what I want to call the collective, the we. That is what will incentivize and empower our women faculty. So in the case of service, which I called invisible, we want to think about and promote service that is impacting. What the KU we is doing is actually impacting communities, impacting Kenyatta University. When I heard about 100 researchers, that's what is called collaborative research, interdisciplinary research, cross-disciplinary research. That's what every university is emphasizing, and Kenyatta University, you are doing the right thing. So I want to say this, in the case of women faculty, leadership must be willing to acknowledge and appreciate them for their contributions, and leadership must be willing to demonstrate that they understand and value women faculty's contribution to the success of the university, and by extension, the success of our students, the custodians of our profession. When we are no longer there, the person who will carry our vision, the person who will carry what is happening at Kenyatta University, it is our students. So how do we invest in them so that then they can continue this grand mission that we are all concerned with at Kenyatta University? I would like to respectfully stop here and welcome if there are any questions or comments. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Organizer, you can give me that short one if I want to walk as I talk. But for now, let's give the speaker a 4 factorial clap. Okay, so I think we have 2 sessions in one on this podium. We have this session for Professor Nafoko, then we have a session for the panelists. So I want us to really work on time, and again we started at 1:45, and it's 1 hour, so we are going to prorata, so we are going up to 1:45, so we are almost getting there anyway. So for him, I want to suggest just about 3 to 4 questions, then we can go to the next session. Or the panelists can present, and then we pick it together, so that we also maximize on time. Okay, if that is the consensus, then I want to introduce the panelists now. We want now to bring in a seed of experience, a seed of training, a train of curriculum developers, TVET, and also learning in terms of disability. So I'll start off by, I don't know how to handle the one giving the one online, but I think I'll deal with the physical. Okay, so I'll start off by giving Jacqueline. Please, you come and tell us briefly what you are doing and focus yourself on the theme of this conference. Remember, you want to see how does your curriculum development strategies moving towards enhancing women empowerment efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I work for the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. I think one of the biggest challenges in education is trying to ensure that all the learners that you're dealing with find the curriculum that you're making relevant. We do curriculum for learners at basic education and teacher education. We do from early childhood, primary, secondary, special needs education, adult and continuing education, and we also prepare curriculum for the teacher education centers for primary and secondary education. I know that the universities do the same, but for us, we offer the diploma for the secondary education teacher trainees. So when we look at matters education and skills development, one of the most important things is to ask ourselves, what do the learners need? And indeed, from the speakers that we have had this morning, we need different skills. As Kenya, we offer a national curriculum. This assumes that what we provide for the learners from early childhood all the way to secondary, and even as we expose the teachers to teacher training, the assumption is that we will provide a wide range of skills which every learner in their different abilities and in their diverse context will be able to benefit to the extent that they are able to live their lives in their context, but also be adaptable as they move to different contexts. We have been asked many times why we cannot do a county specific curriculum, and we opted not to, for the simple reason that even as we sit as a curriculum center, we may not necessarily have the knowledge of the diverse abilities or the diverse needs of every country. And if you go to an individual, it becomes very difficult. But also looking at, when you talk of county specific, what would you be looking at? Would you be looking at where we come from in terms of our tribes or ethnic dispensation? Would you be looking at it where I am living at one point in time? Or would you be looking at it from the point of where I shall be at some point in my life? And so as a country, then we chose to do a national curriculum with the explanation I've given earlier. So when we look at skills, what have we tried to put in place? The first thing that we start off with in any education curriculum we are developing is to look at what our national goals portend. The national goals are a broad expectation of the Kenyan nation, and in our diversity, then you're saying that anybody who goes through the 8 national goals that we have now, if we are able to achieve that, then that person would be able to have the relevant skills to be anywhere, work anywhere, and be able to do what they choose to do as a career. But I just want to speak about one goal that talks about ensuring that each one of us has our social needs catered for, our economic needs catered for, our technological needs catered for, and our industrial needs catered for. And that, to me, is what would bring us together in what we are discussing today. So the school curriculum, while it is broad, it doesn't necessarily speak to specific gender. It assumes that we are giving equal opportunity to both the boys and the girls. And so in the development of curriculum, we will not see the gender aspect. But we expect that because every learner is an individual at the school level, then implementation at the classroom level, that diversity should be able to be catered for. And the more reason why when we reviewed the curriculum and decided to go into a reform, we then said, we want every learner's potential nurtured. Prof has just spoken about the same in terms of if you have talent, then that talent should be nurtured. That does not mean that the previous or the outgoing curriculum, the knowledge-based, which is under 844, does not provide for that. There are other factors that have come into play. So in terms of ensuring then that even as we are looking at all the learners and saying at the classroom level, diversity should apply, and you'll be able to look at an individual learner, there are certain components that we have included in the curriculum, which I think speak directly to what the theme of our conference is about, because we are looking for what works, initiatives that will work. There is a subject that we have had in the curriculum for a long time, which nobody really takes cognizance much of, and this is called life skills education. Life skills education teaches our children different skills. They are basically in 3 categories. Skills that a child can understand themselves. The second category is skills that can help a learner understand how to relate with others. And the third category is skills that can make learners make informed decisions. That becomes critical because at every point, then you can actually particularly give attention to what do you want to train these children on. And I liked in the time in the morning when one of us did mention that while we think that there is a difference or discrimination against our boys, we need to actually look at these children together, but understanding that boys and girls will need different ways of guidance at some point. But each one of them must be able to understand the role of the other. And the more reason why the keynote speech was very clear, that while we talk about enhancing the ability of the girl child and the women, we must also know they are working in context and therefore ensure that our boys and men are also on board. We have also embedded a concept called financial literacy. This has been critical to us, and I'm looking at this as policy areas because we are saying that we need to expose all our learners to the economic value that they can get as they get the skills in financial literacy. Under the concept of education for sustainable development, if you look at what our schools are doing, and because we are emphasizing that you need to learn in class and practice, you will find in many of our schools very many activities going on, largely agricultural activities, and this is where we are trying to encourage that all the children, both boys and girls, should be able to learn, if it's agricultural activities and you're planting different things in schools, as a club or even as a class, of what use is it. We have moved away from when in our days you would find we are making the vegetables so that we make sure that at lunchtime our teachers had vegetables for their lunch. Now the Gen Z, or are they the Alpha, they are selling it to you. Even if you're the teachers who want to eat it for lunch, there is a monetary implication for you. And we believe that that begins to embed in all the children, both boys and girls, that this is something of value. That you need to, as you learn to take care of yourself, as you learn matters nutrition, you can still make sure you are benefiting from the sale of those. And then what do? We encourage them that they should do the same at home, so that it becomes a normal practice for them to use their talent. Some of them are doing beadwork. They do lovely work during art. There are those who are doing very good at drawing and they sell their pictures. And this happens across the board, both with learners with special needs and even with the regular learners. I would invite you that you can visit City Primary. They've got an integrated unit. There are very many things that you'll buy from those children which they are able to do. They have largely the mentally handicapped learners or learners with mental impairment, and they do a lot of that artwork. So they are not left behind. Our curriculum provides for all of them. In terms of non-formal programs, because as an institution, we appreciate that there are formal programs, but we give provision for non-formal programs and informal, where we are saying we are the example to the learners. For non-formal programs, which are not what we develop, we have the responsibility of evaluating them. And we have many NGOs that are running specific programs in schools that would encourage learners to gain skills that would help them in terms of their economic empowerment. We evaluate the same so that they can go on in the schools as diverse as the regions may be, because the Ministry of Education allows the same. Beyond that, I think we've been part of the teams that are doing affirmative action to try and make sure that we are actually helping to empower the girls, yes, but again, the boys. And I keep saying this because from a curriculum point of view, we may not necessarily age on one or the other. In terms of our learning materials, in years back, you may recall, it was common to find that if you had a picture of a child or a picture of different professions, there was a tendency of ensuring that the picture that came out of a girl provided a somewhat, we were calling them soft careers. For example, you'd find that when they give the picture of a doctor, the doctor would be a man in a white coat. But when they put the picture of a nurse, they will put a very beautifully dressed lady in a white dress. As far as 2002, when we did the last review before this reform, that is one of the things we changed. And we did say there should be no reason why a girl would not be told, or a picture would not appear of a girl doing engineering. And so the publishers had to change those books. It's one of the things to date. If you give one or the other, you either put both of them or you don't put. If you put one of them, for us, it is not factual. Because we said, if you say it is not factual, you're actually on a dead end. Your book loses. So I think it has improved to make sure that the girls and boys are given a good representation, so that the girls are also made to realize that they can do these skills. We have a big challenge in terms of our culture. It was said this morning that there is also a tendency that based on our cultures, and we can't blame ourselves because we found culture, and it's for us to look at it and see how do we make it work for us. So in terms of our cultures, again, there may be that challenge, but then we keep encouraging that changes can be made. And that is why we brought in a component called parental engagement and empowerment, and another component of community service learning. In parental engagement and empowerment, away from the cry that parents are saying that they are being told to do homework or they are being kept busy to make sure that they are helping their children, the essence of a parental empowerment, engagement and empowerment was to make parents be close to their children, understand the abilities of their children, especially the girls, so that they encourage them and support them in the careers that they want to take. Many times you'll find when a girl takes a career that may not sit well with the parent, or even a boy takes a career that may not sit well with the parent, they are forced to change. I'm sure you have had instances where students come to the university to do a course which was not really their choice. They call it their father's degree or their mom's degree. And you are lucky if they complete that degree. If they complete it, they give it to the parents and say, now I want to go and do mine. So the question to the parents that we are giving to the parents is, why waste 4 years or 3 years or 6 years of funds that you didn't need to spend when you would have supported the child to do the course they wanted, and they would still contribute to this country? There is no particular course that would not be able to contribute. In terms of community service learning, as the learners engaged with the community, remember, we are saying as they learn in school, they get out to learn in the community. If there are economic activities they are doing in school, then they are able to see, is this something that I can do in my community? If we are planting vegetables, for example, the commonest vegetable that you go to any school now, which one do you think you'll find? They'll find sukuma wiki. So our children learn how to plant sukuma wiki, but they don't know what kunde looks like. They don't know what terere looks like. So the idea is that fine, we've learned that vegetables can be planted. And so as we go home, we plant more vegetables. So I can plant all the vegetables that are available in my community. At higher levels in senior school, we've actually made community service learning a subject, so to speak. For those of us who went through the A-level, you remember we had a subject called general paper that we were getting a subsidiary. I don't think any one of us got lower than a subsidiary. Nobody knew what marks we got, but it's a subject that exposed us to so much that was going on. We would read newspapers, we would learn about current affairs. It helps you to realize just the context of which, the surroundings of which you're living in. So for the children also, we are saying community service learning does two things. One, it brings back the community to take the responsibility. And this is where, for me, it's very important in terms of what we are discussing in terms of empowering our girls. Let the community come and help us to be part of the people bringing up our children. Let the children participate in the community so that they can be able to gain the different aspects of community. And community, we are not saying it is their tribal area. Community is anywhere around you. So if there are children in boarding school, wherever the community they have around, they should be able to get out and learn so that they get to understand what goes on. And they can contribute a lot in terms of their ideas. I think further on, in terms of particularly empowering the girls, the ministry has gone ahead and picked on distribution of sanitary pads. That makes sure the girls are in school and they can be able to concentrate on learning as much as possible. But quite a number of NGOs you've seen in very many areas, because of the menace of the boda, we have bicycles that have been provided for the girls. So they are able to get to school and home without necessarily taking a motorbike and being susceptible to being chokozwad by our young boys on the borders. So by and large, we are saying that every effort is being made. We also have this return to school policy for our girls who, when they get into the family way, they are allowed to stay in school if they feel they are strong enough, so they don't have to go away. But if they are not, for any medical reasons, then they can have the baby and come back. In a lot of those instances, we have the girls being encouraged, even in the course of that, in preparation of the child coming, to start activities that can enable them to sustain the children. Many times, you'll find there are young girls in families that can actually not even support them. So an extra child is an extra burden to that family. We have also embedded, as I complete, picked on competences, which I'm proud that would, from the speakers who have spoken before us, would be competences that help to encourage our learners to be able to take care of themselves and, yes, add economic skills to themselves. The skills we have are communication and collaboration. Communication is essential. And we know that even as you're talking about financing, for example, and we are talking about engaging with the banks, communication is important. We also have collaboration where we are expecting that people should be able to work together. Indeed, even if you go to our schools, the reason why we have the clubs is so that you begin engaging and helping learners to engage with each other, know what the do's and don'ts are, and know what it means to be part of a group and what success means when you have worked together as a group. We also have critical thinking and problem solving, which is very critical. If I'm looking for even an economic activity that I need to do, and this happens even from the school level, where we are challenging the children that if you pick on an economic activity that you're doing, it must be something that is going to add value to you as an individual. So they have to look back at their context from home, or even if within the school, as a boarding school, for example, what is it that we can do so that I can be able to sustain myself? And so in some of our schools, you'll find our students are plaiting their own hair on Saturday, and it is something that is very well organized so that they know that they are going to get their pocket money from there. Some of them use that to be able to actually pay their fees. You will find students who work in the farms, and whatever they are supposed to get from that farm subsidizes their fees as well as their pocket money. We have digital literacy, and this we can't belabor. Our young ones have run with different apps that they are using. For us, we were commissioned, I think it was last year, during the music festivals by His Excellency the President, that we must make sure that all the performances that the children are doing are digitized. So you have these little kids who already are on YouTube, and here we are trying to trace them to digitize their content. They're already ahead of us. But it woke our minds, and we asked ourselves, surely we've been recording the music festival, and you know, we record it and just play the samples of it when we have a conference like this one for you to be entertained. It had never come to our minds that we can actually digitize that content, and the learners can get something from it, even as the ministry gets something from it. We have this competence of learning to learn, and this is what ages all of us. Colleagues, even as you do the research you do, one of the things I can tell you that we as KICD have learned is to appreciate findings. Many times you'll find when you make a presentation, instead of us, Prof, you said it was listening to learn, we would listen and we are ready to respond. So the minute you finish your presentation, we ask you, where did you carry out this research? How many students did you look? Why did you go to only the affluent? You know, we are not listening so that we learn from what the findings are telling us. I think for us as an institution and as ministry, it has been a learning curve. And that is why when people raise issues on matters curriculum, we are ready to listen more than we used to before. We have the skill of self-efficacy, and this is what defines each one of us. What do I think of myself? When we take the learners through all this learning, what we are trying to say is that as you learn, discover yourself from that very tender age. Who are you? What can you do? What are your challenges? What are your strengths? And I do agree with Prof, as he has just made in his presentation, that we should never equate success with being perfect. Because for you to succeed, you must be able to fail in one or two things. Pick yourself up and learn. And so we are encouraging now that the children in school are able to appreciate the way learning goes on. And we are telling them the learning is not for the teacher, the learning is for yourself. And so in terms of assessment, we have an opportunity for students to assess themselves. So we have them doing peer assessment so that we use assessment as a learning curve for them. I know when the teacher is doing assessment, they will assess of learning to see what can you do. They will assess for learning so that they can utilize what you can do to help you up the game to the standards that are required and for you to be able to understand the best. But the best one is where these learners are assessing themselves and assessing each other. Why? Because you get to realize and get comfort that while I'm good in this, my colleague is good in the other, and so I can make an effort and learn from them. That is what life is really about. So we hope and we really pray, but I think we have achieved. I dare say, colleagues, follow up the children who are in grade 8 right now and listen to them talk and even compare them to the children who are in secondary school right now. There's a marked difference in terms of their confidence and belief in what they are doing. And even when they have not got it right, they will explain it away. And that is the opportunity then the teacher says You don't have to justify. Just listen and know that you've not done it right and you need to work on it a little further. That's what we are trying to embed in all the learners. And we believe that with that, then both the girls and the boys will be raised in terms of their skills. And yes, we believe that with the many activities and the way learning is going on, they are able to appreciate their position and appreciate their context and ask themselves, what can I do to be able to solve a challenge that I may have, or to solve challenges that we think we find around us. We do encourage that when it comes to culture, we tread carefully. I know our children are very outspoken, if I may use those words, but then we keep guiding, and that is why the parent is working with us, so that the child knows the limit of what they can do. We always use the example of ourselves. We normally tell them you should have been children when our fathers were fathers, because for us, it was said you never questioned. Right now, a little kid of 1 year old will question why you're doing something. And it's not because they are rude, okay? It's not because they don't respect you. It's just because you set a standard. And they're asking you, so why does the standard apply to me, but it doesn't apply to you? And I think that's what we're afraid of as parents, because we were the parents who were number one in class all our lives. And so we want to tell these children this, what I say is what should be done, but the kids are challenging us. And I think for me it is a very good thing, because it helps us come out of a comfort zone where we stopped questioning, and questioning is not wrong. You're just questioning to understand and then see how best you can be able to move forward. So we are allowing these children to question so that they can be able to pick up and do even better than we did. I believe that where we are, we will have a group of kids who are inspiring us, changing us as well, so that we are able to actually do what the keynote speaker said. If you want something done, how do you want it? I think we pick up the challenge. I have picked up the challenge because I'm asking myself, how best do we facilitate those young kids in school so that they can benefit from the opportunities we think they ought to have and they ought to use. Thank you very much.
We have reached the podium, so you can start from there.
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon. Standing where I'm standing at this point, speaking last after two very good speakers and very insightful, I don't envy myself. However, Prof and Dr. Onyango cautioned that we should be ready to rise to the challenge and pick up after making a mistake. So here I am. I would like to talk about how to facilitate the empowerment of girls and women with disabilities. And in what I will say, I will pick up some of the threads that came out of Prof. Nafuho's presentation and Dr. Onyango's as well. There are many, according to research, and I want to say from the outset that I'm not here to talk about what worked for me as a woman with a disability, because then that's not scientific. There are many things that applied to me as a woman with a disability that does not apply to many other girls and women with disabilities in Kenya, in Africa, and globally. So I want to talk about what has been found to work according to research in this area. The first thing, and I want to pick up from where Prof. Nafuho started, is the issue of mindset. When we talk about initiatives that work for girls and women with disabilities, where we need to start is by talking about how to all about the presumption. There's a presumption of incapacity or incompetence related to persons with disabilities generally, and particularly females with disabilities. That presumption of incapacity or incompetence is particularly pronounced when an individual has a severe disability, like those who have intellectual disabilities or those who have developmental disabilities. Then that presumption of incapacity or incompetence is very pronounced. And it is for this reason that research has shown in one study, let me just take one study, that showed that 38% among females with disabilities, 38% of those with intellectual disabilities were employed. 37% of those with autism were employed. But on the other hand, by contrast, 67% of those with learning disabilities were, females with learning disabilities were employed. One big reason for those statistics, much lower for those with intellectual and developmental disabilities like some forms of autism, is because of that presumption of incapacity and incompetence. So one initiative that will work, has worked in many parts of the world, is for us to create awareness programs that can alter mindsets regarding persons with disabilities, and particularly in this context, females with disabilities. We need to begin getting people to understand that females with disabilities can be able to do as others without disabilities unless the evidence on the ground proves otherwise. Another initiative that I would say works relates to another thread that came from Professor Nafuho's keynote address about aspects of psychological safety. Many times, persons with disabilities, especially females with disabilities, are not able to develop career-wise and succeed in the labor market because they are not brought up in spaces that are psychologically safe. Because of that, many young females with disabilities have been found through research to have low self-esteem. They have limited vocational self-efficacy. They have low self-advocacy skills, and that has contributed a lot to their not being able to achieve their potentials academically, occupationally, and otherwise. So I would argue that the second initiative that works is that we work towards programs that can build females with disabilities in terms of their self-esteem, in terms of their self-efficacy, in terms of their vocational self-efficacy. And that would help them to develop the motivation to work hard, cope with struggles that relate to disability and gender, because this is a double discrimination situation that poses a lot of challenges, and somebody can trudge on if they believe they can. Thirdly, I want to pick up on the issue of context. Context is very, very empowering, or it can empower you or disempower you. And a lot of girls and women with disabilities grow up, work in contexts that are not supportive to ensure that they are able to achieve their academic and occupational goals. They are not able to succeed as they could have in spite of their disability and their gender. By context, I'm talking about, for those girls in school, curriculum content, methods of instruction, how we assess what has been learned or not. For those in employment, context is primarily about the supportive environment that can enable one to work. Yeah. Many times persons with disabilities, whether in school or in employment, require assistive technology that can enable them to do what they need to do. People are not, sometimes females with disabilities are not sometimes able to access this technology. When they can access, they don't have enough skills to use. Yeah. So working towards improving the context in terms of training programs related to assistive technology, for example, in terms of making the curriculum content, methods of teaching more inclusive is very, very important. And I can say as an educationist that I thank KICD for the work they have done on the competency-based curriculum. It's certainly a much, much better curriculum, a lot more inclusive for persons with disabilities. And I think that girls with disabilities that come out, become graduates of the CBC, will become more empowered than we were during our time. Fourthly, another initiative that works, that I think is extremely important for females with disabilities, is peer support. Research has shown that a lot of females with disabilities struggle with the problem of lack of enough role models. Yeah? And when you provide role models, when you provide mentors and peer people who can support growth during the school and beyond school years, even at the workplace, then it becomes possible for a female with a disability to become more confident, to become more able to face the struggles that come with work and such issues. Another strategy that works, that is extremely important for persons with disabilities, including females, is in-school and out-of-school work experiences. For persons with disabilities, including females with disabilities, hands-on, practical experiences that link the classroom to real life is very important. And we don't have enough of that in our curriculum. We need to incorporate a lot more job shadowing experiences. We need to incorporate apprenticeship programs in our school programs to ensure that learners with disabilities, and particularly females with disabilities, are able to get in-school and out-of-school work experiences to enable them now, when they come for post-secondary education or when they seek jobs after high school completion, they are able to be more seasoned and more skilled than they would have been otherwise. Finally, as I conclude, also on, I want to talk about the issue of sexual harassment and sexual exploitation has been a huge barrier for females with disabilities in schools and even at workplaces. This affects males with disabilities as well, but for females, it's a lot worse, especially at the higher education level. And to illustrate, I went to college with a colleague who was also blind, and she, during our second year, she was doing a different program, she was raped at a student function. And because she didn't get adequate counseling, she didn't get appropriate training on what to expect as a female with a disability in higher education, she never came back to the university. To this day, it haunts me. This is a woman who could have done a lot of good work in society in her area of expertise, but just because of that one terrible incident, everything in her life was tarnished. If there were training programs, building resilience is very, very important for persons with disabilities. We need to train persons with disabilities to become resilient, because life is hard and there's no other way of dealing with it but to rise up to the challenge and do what is expected. And being resilient is about picking yourself up also, getting the required counseling and support in her case, but also being able to come back and face everybody and say, I didn't do what happened to me, it just happened to me, and it won't stop me from doing what I need to do in my life. She didn't get the resilience support that she required, and we need to provide that for females with disabilities, because we can't determine, unfortunately, whether or not they will be sexually harassed or exploited. I don't want to tire you, especially because I can't see your faces. Some people may be already bored. I want to say thank you for listening to me, and God bless you.
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon. Let me make my presentation very short, because I know it has been a long day for many of you who have been sitting. As you have been told, my name is Fred Oanda, and I work with Tibet Authority. I'm the Director of Accreditation and Outreach Services. Now, in Tibet Authority is a state corporation that came into being in 2013 through the Tibet Act. And its sole mandate is to regulate and coordinate technical training in this country. Now, basically, I'll just go to the key highlights, the efforts that the government has made in terms of empowering. And more so, I'll just give a few examples on areas where we have seen the disadvantaged groups, that what has the government done in terms of Tibet. Now, in Tibet, we have very many reforms. One of it is that we have moved away from the conventional way of training into competence-based education and training, where we involve the industry in terms of developing the occupational standards, which dictate the kind of people who are required in the industry. And therefore, based on the occupational standards which guide on the performance criteria of the persons that are required in the industry, we do a curriculum. Of course, part of the curriculum that we use is the one that, as Director Nyanko has said, with the KICD. We also have another body called Tibet CIDAC, that is Curriculum Development Assessment and Certification Council. We also have national polytechnics, which have legal orders to develop curriculum. We also have some TVET institutes within some of our universities. So in that context, therefore, the curriculum that is done is quite tandem with what is required in the industry. It tries to match the changes that come up in the industry. Now, if you look at the SDGs, goal number 4 and goal number 8, goal number 4 is on quality education, and goal number 8 is on decent job. So what has the government done to ensure those two SDGs are in tandem with what we are training? One of the aspects, as I have said, is in curriculum development, which makes sure that it's relevant to the industry. And the other one is to ensure that we have a policy on recognition of prior learning, which ensures that there are some of us who have skills, but we don't have the certification to show that we actually have those skills. And this is where we find quite a number of our people, and particularly young people, who have skills out there. They have learned either through apprenticeship or through job shadowing, and they may not have a full that will actually make them earn a living into that context. And on that line of recognition of prior learning, which the policy clearly states how it's going to be done, as an authority we have done a standard on how that can be done. And based on that, we actually accredit recognition of prior learning assessment centers, which can be used for persons with those skills where they can be assessed, and then finally they can be certified. One of the issues I want to talk about is the issue that once we admit students or trainees into our institutions, particularly female trainees, you may find that some of them have been admitted into STEM programs. But once they get into the institution, they also, through peer pressure, they may get others who will actually try to entice them to get out of those STEM programs and instead join the other programs which are social-oriented. And in that context, in the technical areas, we have what we call women in technical education. This is a group that tries to encourage women who join our TVET institutions to stick with the programs that they have been admitted into. Because the challenges we get are that you find a girl has been admitted probably into civil engineering or nursing or mechanical engineering, and then you find that they are being pressured to leave that course and probably do social work and community development or something else. So the issue is that we want to ensure that those who join in particular programs, they are able to be retained in those kind of programs. The other effort that we are making in our TVET institutions is to ensure that because there are, and I think Madam Onyango talked about it, is that we find that ladies become young mothers within our institutions, and sometimes they are forced to drop out of the institution. To empower them to continue learning, some of our institutions have started what we call child care centers or nursing centers. And in those institutions, some of the institutions have taken the effort of employing child caretakers for the children, so that as a young lady is in class, there are people who are minding a child or their children, so that when it gets to break time or lunch time, they can come back, breastfeed them or feed them. In one of the institutions, I found out that where the girl was in school, even the boy who was responsible for that pregnancy was also in the same school. So alternately, they were taking care of the child in that context. And I found that one to be very a good model where we encourage that the girls, by bad luck, if they become mothers or parents, then we should give them that opportunity to continue in that aspect. The other example I can give in Tibet where we have at least advanced is what I was talking about, recognition of prior learning, where we have trainees, or not trainees really, people who have access training part-time, particularly in the difficult areas or marginalized areas, or the refugees like Kakuma, or if we talk of Turkana, for example, we have some NGOs which are supporting these trainees, be it men or women, where they have already a skill and they are earning a living, but they do not have the certification. And once you don't have a certification, the challenge you may have is that you may not have anything to show to enable you negotiate for better wages or for a decent job in that context. So through recognition of prior learning and through the standard that we have made, and through our TVET institutions, particularly some of them like Eldoret National Polytechnic, Nyeri National Polytechnic, among others, they are actually sorting out these challenges within the community where they live. The reasons why some of these institutions are anchored in the regions where they are is to be able to sort out the challenges within the community where they are found within. So they may address those issues of challenges of people not having certifications, but they have the competencies for any particular area of competence. They take them through a rigorous process of having portfolio of evidence, which, what have you been doing? That is what you are trained on. How can you collect these pieces of evidence? And in that context, they are processed against established standards. And the established standards are the occupational standards and the curriculum that is in place. So you are assessed against those standards, and once you have found that you have the competencies, you are assessed accordingly and certified in line with the Kenya National Qualifications Framework. And using that partial certification or full certification, if you fit those competencies, then you can easily start discussing about your wages or the kind of decent job that you want to be employed. And this has assisted many of the people who are coming from the disadvantaged backgrounds, particularly the women that we are talking about, so that we can bring them into we can empower them and they can be able to earn a living. The other interventions that we are talking about is that, for example, empower women and generally the young people in terms of accessing decent jobs and also giving them quality jobs. The last one I want to talk about is one of the methodologies also that we have used in Tibet is dual training. Dual training is a methodology where the trainees are in the institution partly, and partly they are in the industry. As a government, in the Tibet State Department, we have piloted quite a number of institutions that are using this model. The challenge now we are getting is that once the students are in the industry and they have gone there a number of times, they become so well in doing their task that sometimes we find a challenge of them coming back to complete the syllabus, the curriculum. And because once they are in the industry and they are doing so well, sometimes the industry wants to recruit them even before they go through the full cycle of the curriculum and getting certified. So with this kind of model, yes, it is good, but on the other side, we are getting a challenge of where students, once they start testing the money, they may not want to come back and to start to learn. Allow me to stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the presenters, for the insightful presentations. I have 2 comments. You allow me, Chair? Thank you. It goes to Prof. And I want to link incentives and the discrepancy in research and publications, and why universities from the southern part of the continent are doing very well. I had an opportunity to do my postdoctoral fellowship at the University of Johannesburg. I realized there, once you publish in a refereed journal, the government incentivizes you. You get out of what that paper is rewarded, and that goes towards supporting you to attend another conference, which I think in our country is not acknowledged or is not recognized, which can help us improve our output in terms of publications and the research that we do. So I don't know how our country and our government can be supported or can be made to appreciate the work researchers are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine goes to KICD. My question is regarding the back to school policy on girls who've fallen out of school because they've chosen the family way. Is there a law that governs it, and is it being enhanced? Because we are having situations where the teachers or the parents are the ones who are refusing the children to go back to school. So is there some law that we can entrench this to? Thank you.
My name is Mary Mwangi. My question goes to the online speaker, engineer, what is his name? Anyway, he talked about the issue of girls dropping out. You know, they are taken in for STEM courses, and then due to peer pressure, they drop out. And he talked about a very good initiative by an organization he called Women in Tech. I would be interested to know more about that organization that is trying to help the girls remain in STEM, and maybe the strategies they are using, because we are facing the similar problems even here in the university, where the students are taken in for science subjects, but along the way they drop out. So I'd be interested to hear more about that. Thank you.
My question is about TVET. Is there a plan to develop childcare services within the TVET to enable the teenage mothers or those who drop out of school because of pregnancy to go back to school and learn?
Thank you. Mine is to Professor Muya. It's a comment actually, saying that sometimes, even for these promotions, we need to look at ourselves. Whose criteria? You know, are we using the European or the American standard, or are we devising our own? And then the issue of also being rigid about the policies. What was talking about the issue of incentives. Again, even if you came up with an idea, it's a long process to change the existing policy. So how did the university go about doing that, and what can you advise us as KU to do that? Because many of us are researchers. When we finish, we publish, we don't get any incentives. And this research, sometimes even when we try to share, you find even the ministry you want to share with is not receptive to what you are sharing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So mine goes to Professor Nafuko.
you've talked about something good about mentorship. And maybe some of us, we have always been wishing to have mentors, especially those even graduating and all that. So maybe you can tell us about how that program, how it really happens, because we'd also like to have such. Many people, young ones are yearning to have senior professors and all that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much also to Professor from Washington. And I'm poachable. Yeah, I have had the experience where somebody makes an application for a position and they get that position, let's say in those other universities. And because they are smaller universities, there is a likelihood that they will really get that position. And then the intention is not to go to that university. The intention is to blackmail their institution with that letter. So I am wanting to ask, you know, you talked about the incentive for retention, whereby if you hear I'm going, then the university may increase my salary by some 20%. Don't you think there could be, or have you experienced such a case, bargaining and blackmailing your institution so that they can, you know, retain you, and you are not intending to go in the first place, but in this case I'm serious.
This is to Professor Nafuho. It's nice seeing you around. I'm Professor Shisanya. Now we have this issue of the publish or perish. I'm a bit concerned when I think it's related also what Professor, the previous speaker was talking about. You know, we have the so-called peer-reviewed journal. Those Elsevier, Thailand Francis, and so on. Yet here, in the university here, for example, in the School of SLAS, School of Law and Humanities, we have our chemi. So you find somebody appearing for an interview, and yet we look down upon, you know, our own homegrown journals. I think that is a real nonsense. Yet the chemi is peer reviewed by international scholars and so on. What is your take on that kind of contradiction in terms of scholarship? Locally produced knowledge, I'm sure that our readers, for example, I do research to improve the situation in my region. When I publish with the Elseviers and so on, nobody will ever look at those things, although we have the online access and so on. So your comment, please.
From online.
Thank you. May I also thank presenters. My name is Recha. I'm calling from Bomet University College. My question goes to Professor Muya on women faculty scholarship. How do we incentivize them? My question is, in view, and my colleagues have vented on that, would you consider lowering the promotion criteria for women, especially in
I think the question is hard. We have already heard the question. The rest was explanation of the question. So I think I want to use directed democracy or guided democracy and stop questions so that we can now at least respond. Let me start with, from my right, with Jacqueline, Dr. Please.
Okay. But there was just one question about whether we have a law that ensures that the girls stay in school. We operate on two documents, if not picking all others. First is the Constitution that indicates that our children have a right to education. And two, we have the Basic Education Act that is very clear that our children should have free and compulsory education. Basic education comes from pre-primary all the way to the end of secondary education. In the context we are facing out, that would be up to Form 4. In the competency-based curriculum, that would be up to grade 10. So what happens, based on those documents we have, like the Act, there is power to the principal secretary who can then provide guidance. And so in 1999, at that time we had an education secretary, not a principal secretary. A memo was taken out. We call it circulars. Our circulars are binding, they become policy. And so that circular was very clear that no child who has become pregnant, no girl, should be stopped from continuing their education. So if you go to our schools today, you will find expectant girls in school. They are supported to stay in school. But if for any reason, on medical grounds, the child may not be able to stay in school, then they'll step out, get their baby and come back. So in situations where you find that they are not being allowed to go to school, that is a break of the law, and I think you can take it up and speak for that child so that that child is actually taken back to school. And they stay in the school where they are. They are not transferred to a different place. Thank you.
Prof, you can answer.
Okay. Well, thank you for the comments and the questions. I'll begin with recognizing research, how to support research that we are doing. So let me share my own context. I worked here at Moi University for almost 9 to 10 years before going out there. And so I'll use examples here and examples out there. So out there at Moi University, when the year ended, if there was any salary increase, we all got the same amount. So if you're a lecturer, senior lecturer, assistant professor, associate professor, full professor, if it was 250, you all got the same 250. That is how you kill incentives. My university, the research and teaching and service, it is built in our merit system. And so the merit system works, and this is set at talk of policy. We want to value our people, we want to value our research. So it is built in the merit system such that you set the criteria for what we call, what is quality teaching at Kenyatta University? What is excellent teaching at Kenyatta University? What is satisfactory teaching at Kenyatta University? What is teaching that is below satisfactory? That is something that faculty have to take the initiative, work with your chair, work with the dean, and then of course work with the leadership of the university. I know it is difficult, but you can start there. Same to research. What is quality research? What you call excellent? So what we've done there, every department, you have what we call a benchmark. So the benchmark could be, in a given 1 year, you should at least publish 2 refereed articles. Present a paper at least. Come to a conference like you're doing here. So that's various things. If you excel and go above that, there's a rating system. So when the year ends, based on the points you earn, those points are converted into money. So in the same department, in a year, one person will be getting $5,000, another one $2,000, another one $3,000. Someone will say, this is not fair. No, it is fair because we set the criteria ourselves. So if I want to really increase my salary, you can increase your salary because of your productivity in service, in teaching, and in research. Does that sound impossible here? No, it can work, but you need to take the initiative. So I challenge you to do that. The other one, every university out there, and I'm sure it is here also, we have a department called University Marketing and Communication. And we have a team, what they do is to elevate the work of our faculty, in the case of research. So you publish an article, the university marketing and communication will be on you. We've seen you have published an article on artificial intelligence. Professor Sanya, you write on climate change and all that. The university marketing will come to you and release an article, and this article is written so well, there's something called scientific journalism. I don't know whether we have any scientist journalism here at Kenyatta University. If you don't, I challenge you to employ a few. They can turn an article, a referred article, into one page, but a member of parliament will understand and say, oh, if you want to empower women, this is what Kenyatta University research is saying. And so you will hear members of parliament citing your work. So we call it elevating the work of our faculty. You have to be intentional. It doesn't just happen. And so these journalists, marketing people can do that. When you elevate that, we all benefit. The university benefits, the faculty benefits, the department benefits, everyone benefits. So that's how we can elevate research. Then there was an issue of a comment on Professor Audo, comment on promotion, whose criteria. Again, where I work, the faculty will set the criteria. So this is what happens. The university sets promotion guidelines. Then you pass it down to schools and colleges and all that. Then the school also prepares guidelines. The school guidelines should not contradict the university guideline. Meaning when you make your guidelines, you send, in my case now, you send to my office, we read it through and say, oh, this agrees. But there's context, like I said. So in history department, you will say, for us, we want you to publish a book, not a referred journal article. It is you, the faculty, who are making the decision. So in higher education, if we are not willing to be flexible, we're in trouble. We will not compete. We must be willing to be flexible as administrators, department chairs, deans, vice chancellors these days listen. Why? The students we have taught are teaching us to listen, by the way. I write on universities in Kenya, I follow clearly what happens, and I have seen a change. I have seen some of your leaders, not to mention names, but I have been in programs where I've invited vice chancellors, leaders from Kenyan universities. They have come out there. I remember one vice chancellor who said, Fred, we don't have the internet infrastructure that you have here, but I'm going to work hard. Our university will one day have internet infrastructure. You will come to my university and faculty will be accessing email in their offices to promote their research. That leader did that. It was in Kenya, actually. I don't want to go into specifics, but it has happened. So I think we need to be flexible and we need to ask questions. And every higher education leader, if you don't have an open door policy, then there's a lot of trouble coming your way. You should have an open door policy for your own colleagues, for your students. It takes more effort, but it is rewarding at the end of the day. No incentives. So we used to think there were no incentives. So at Moi University, we were a small group of people, and so there was this issue. Every time you wanted to go to a conference, you would be told there's no money. But we didn't give up. We kept on insisting, and somehow slowly they started opening up. I've been reading at Kenyatta University, people are sponsored to come to conferences, and here you are the examples. So it begins with small question, and that question can make a whole difference. So this is secret I want to tell you. Don't give up. Keep on asking, and when you ask respectfully. The leaders have so many troubles. If you go there saying, why are you doing this? You will not get what you want. Go and say, have you ever thought about this? How about if we did that? The other advice I can give you in terms of doing these incentives, email was actually invented by the US military to save people's lives. As early as the 1960s, the military was using email. 1996, when I went to study out there, I think there was only one vice chancellor in Kenya, Professor Shwani, who had an email in his office. The rest of us didn't know what an email was. When the email came, what happened? We all love emails. If you ever challenge your leaders, your department chair with email, I respectfully ask you, please don't. Use email to schedule an appointment, go sit down with that chair, with that dean, with your vice chancellor. It will make a difference. You will get what you are looking for. The email will not give it to you. Okay, mentorship program. Somebody asked, I think it was Dr. Purity. This program, how it started, if you want to see faculty do wonderful things, you incentivize it. So I'll give you an example. When I was a department head, we did a strategic plan. And by the way, Kenyatta University has a 10-year strategic plan. I challenge you, the schools, take that Kenyatta University strategic plan, break it into 5-year plan for your school. And then challenge department chairs to break and have their own strategic plan with clear goals and priorities. No university has inexhaustible depot of funds. You must narrow down to priorities and goals you want to achieve as a department, as a school, as a university. So do that, and in my own case, what we did, one of the goals was we wanted to prepare our graduate students for the professoriate. So we asked ourselves, how do you do that? We said we are going to write grants. Every grant we write, we build in money for our graduate students. So incentivize them, take them to conferences. Okay, for faculty, I started something called a research incentive seed grant. It was only $5,000. Actually, it was 10. So you write a proposal and we give you $5,000. Your friends who have been successful with grants review it and give you feedback. And we give you $5,000. If you submit a proposal, whether it is funded or not, we add you another $5,000. It is amazing what it did. It built the culture and made a difference. So we made enough money from what is called indirect cost, and now we said, now let's start a mentoring program. Because indirect cost, a portion of the money goes to the university, another money goes to the school, another portion goes to your department, and a portion goes to you, the researchers. I don't know the grant you have with Gates Foundation, whether you build in some indirect cost for yourself. That's how you incentivize, because you're working hard, you're thinking. So incentivize, you're working hard. So we started a seed grant. When we hire new professors, the day they arrive, we, as a school, we allocate them mentors. They don't know them. But these mentors write to them before they arrive and welcome them. They tell them, if you want to find a place where to live, we'll support you, we'll help you. So the relationship starts with where to live, they go to lunch, and then you give them not a lot of money. And so we give to the beginning faculty, and we also give some little money to the mentor. If you incentivize, I challenge anyone who is a department chair here, go and look for some money, some grant, some money that's there, and start it. You will be amazed what will happen. So that's how we started the STAR mentoring program. And then we challenged people, besides formal, to also do informal mentoring. Meaning, you also take initiative and say, who else is doing research similar to what I'm doing? And that's how we built that culture on mentorship program. Now it is university-wide. Okay. Then there was, please. So it is the same there, but we developed guidelines. So the guidelines say, if we hear you have an offer to another university, you go to your chair. The chair gets it, and the chair then calls the department, what we call executive leadership team of the department, and says, so-and-so is leaving, what do you think? And people will give feedback. There are people who play games like what you are saying. But it's very easy to tell a person who's playing a game and the person who is serious, wants to leave or wants some incentive or motivation to remain. So then the faculty get to vote, but the vote is called advisory. So that means everyone knows so-and-so is leaving actually. And what it does, it incentivizes everyone also. So it's not just one person who is always doing it. If you get an opportunity, you don't hide it. You go and discuss with your chair and with your school and with your vice chancellor and say, I have this Gates grant, but now Maseno University wants to take me. What do you think? I've come for advice. And if your vice chancellor or your chair or dean values you, they say, no, you are not leaving. And usually what we ask is, besides money, what is it that we can do to retain you here? If people say I'm leaving because my family we respect. But if it is money, we look for it to retain you, if we want to retain you. Yes. That's how you build capacity. It is called ring fencing. Ring fencing means, as a leader, when you wake up in your department, you say, what would happen if I woke up and I hear so-and-so is leaving my department? Professor Onywera, for example, is leaving my department. What do? I'll make sure he doesn't leave. How do you do it? I'll run to my dean and say, can you find some money so that we retain this guy? It may look like stories, but it can work. It has worked elsewhere. Context is different, but I encourage you to try it. You'll be amazed. Okay, final one. Publish or perish. Which journals? Please, indigenous thinking, everyone even out there is saying indigenous thinking. Your journals that you have started, build them into your promotion criteria. Every discipline in the faculty, you identify the journals in your field. They could be within Kenya, they could be anywhere else. Once you've identified them, you use them as a criteria for promotion. And Racha, it was on faculty scholarship. Would you consider lowering the promotion? No, you don't lower it. The reason I focused on this is we did a study, and my PowerPoint presentation, please share it. At the end, there's a study. We compared 2 leading universities in Kenya, and we used H index. Now with technology, I don't have to come to you to ask you for your data. So we actually did a study, full professors, associate professors, senior lecturers, assistant lecturers, women, men, STEM, social sciences, and this study revealed 2 leading public universities. I don't want to say which ones. I want you, just an assignment. And we found out that in comparison to men, women had published less. Their H index was very low for reasons we had today. And so that's what motivated me to say, can we incentivize, and just the same way we're incentivizing women for economic empowerment, let's incentivize them for scholarship. You'll be surprised what they will achieve. Thank you.
Okay, I think I just want to finalize by saying that we want to now give them a last clap. We shall start again from the other side. We shall give her 3 factorial, then with him we shall give him the thumb one. I'll tell you how to do it, the flower. Okay, let's start. Let's start again. I think you missed it. 3 factorial. Okay, again for her. Then for him, thank you for coming to cake.
Okay, thank you.
Online, let's give a thumb. I hope the internet will use your phone.
Dr. Masrui, if you don't mind, I want to say one thing. Dr. Masrui mentioned something very important. It's called shadowing. I don't know if you know what shadowing is. So shadowing is you go to the Vice Chancellor and say, I would like to shadow you for a whole month. And the Vice Chancellor says, we are going to sign confidentiality. I'll take you to the University Council meetings. I'll take you to all meetings, but on the condition that you will never talk to anyone else what you hear there. And you observe the Vice Chancellor doing all these things, making decisions. It is wonderful. If you have never done shadowing, try it, and you'll be amazed what doors it will open.
Okay. Thank you. Then I think this one becomes dissolved, the meeting on the podium, but the Master of Ceremony can continue to lead us.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you.
We have already clapped for them, so we don't need to clap again. I know you are hungry. We need to proceed to go for refreshments. We only have 40 minutes and then we come back. We are going for lunch so that we can come back for the other sessions. We are really behind time. So as the visitors exit, kindly, the lunch is ready at KUCC. We go and let us eat as we used to eat in primary, very fast. Okay? Thank you.
Lola is an app that gives you a chance to watch videos, listen to audios, and read articles wherever you are for free. Motivational stories, dramas, campus life, technology, lifestyle, adventure, sports, academics, jobs, entertainment, and more. Download Lola now on Play Store. All you need, you got Lola.
Are you healthy, or rather, do you maintain a healthy lifestyle? According to WHO, health is regarded as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. Welcome to Focus on Health, a show on all matters health, wellness, and lifestyle. On this show, we cover a wide variety of topics, inclusive of, but not limited to, dental, optical, mental, reproductive health, and so much more. Join me, Joy Bofenda, every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. on KUTV for compelling insights and discussions on all matters health. See you then.
Focus on Health, your weekly dose of health and wealth information on KUTV.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
I'm Associate Professor in the Institute of Philosophy of Jagiellonian University in Krakow, Poland, and I'm the main coordinator of the Cafe project, which is being here hosted by Kenyatta University.
My name is Ewa Hudoba. I am a project manager in this consortium. Keep watching cutting-edge research at Kenyatta University Television.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
Guidelines to pursuing your rights.
accessing your property, intellectual or material.
This and more only on Law Matters.
Get ready to embark on a journey into the exciting world of technology as we uncover the latest trends, interview top thought leaders, and dive deep into the world of tech like never before.
Currently, we are facing the challenge in terms of finance. It requires one to move from different counties because we really need a large data set for our model to be more accurate.
In this new and exciting series of the Technovation Show, join me, Yvonne Kimuma, every Monday, 8:30 p.m. for a fun and thrilling experience as we explore the cutting-edge developments, meet visionaries driving change.
Somebody who is in the underground mine doesn't know the presence of those gases. So there are a lot of gases involved. There is methane, there is carbon monoxide, and there is also hydrogen sulfide. These gases actually, they are very dangerous and they are very toxic.
And discover the endless possibilities of the tech world.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience. Are you
Despite facing an arid climate, Kitui County in Kenya's eastern region is pioneering innovative environmental conservation and sustainable agriculture initiatives led by local women. These communities are not just adapting to, but also mitigating the effects of prolonged dry spells. Research indicates that approximately 50% of women in developing countries are involved in agricultural work. According to the United Nations, if women had equal access to resources, agricultural yields could increase by 20 to 30%, significantly aiding in climate change mitigation. The enthusiasm among women in Kitui County was evident as they welcomed the Kenyatta University Women's Economic Empowerment Hub, KU Hub, and the Women Empowerment Link officials with traditional songs and dances. This heartfelt display underscored their deep commitment to environmental conservation, sustainable agricultural practices, and community resilience and empowerment. Professor David Menja, overseeing a project on women's leadership and governance, emphasized the importance of grassroots advocacy in addressing climate change and promoting women leadership.
The gist of this is to just showcase success stories of women in Kitui, grassroots women in Kitui County who have been working with the well, and they have been raised because as a project of KU, this KU WeHub, that is Kenyatta University Women Economic Empowerment Hub, our work is to research and document success stories and document cases of success so that these cases can also be used to help other women in the country and outside the country to improve themselves and economically empower themselves. This is not just about money alone, but it's also about the woman being effective at the community level in terms of having access to assets, in terms of being able to negotiate for her space, in terms of influencing decisions at both community and county level. So this is a case that looks at women in a holistic way and how they have been involved in terms of influencing decisions at the community and also in terms of creating space and them being leaders at the community level.
Professor Elishiba Kimani, co-principal investigator, highlights how local women in Kitui County are actively involved in tree planting and seedling propagation, supported by initiatives from KU WeHub and WELL.
One of the unique things about the approach and why climate change was one aspect that we were interested in is because the approach of the targeting of the women was at the very grassroots. We got them through women groups, meaning we were able to get the real women at the household level. And therefore, given the importance of climate change, especially at this time, we were very interested to see how, through the trainings they got, both from the well and from the peers, how it helped them to take action of the climate change, because Kitui is a dry place and climate change affects everybody equally, but definitely the impact is different depending on how the weather and the climate is. And therefore, these women are living in dry areas, and we were interested on how they could actually be able to participate to do three things. Number one, take action on the climate change. Number two, mitigate against the climate change. And number three, adapt to the climate change.
Vivian Mutiso, a gender activist who is among those who have benefited from these programs, not only promotes environmental conservation, but also empowers other women to do the same, fostering sustainable practices and economic empowerment.
Kutoka mwaka 2018 nimeweza kuwezesha wanawake zaidi ya 200. Wa vijana youth niko na more than 100 ama 120. Wale ambao naweza sema juu apart from I do women empowerment and youth. Mambo ya kumaliza vita vya kijinsia na dhuluma ya kijinsia. Through Women Empowerment Link, they've trained me. I've become a champion of Women Empowerment Link to train women at least financially and economically to be empowered, and also kujisaidia kuweza kujikimu, kujitoa katika dhuluma za kijinsia na ni njia gani. Na hii ni mojawapo ya mradi ambao natumia kuweza kusaidia wamama kujiwezesha kimaisha, kujiwezesha kipesa na pia kuinua jamii.
Julian Goiri, gender and development and governance advocate, also a representative from WELL, stressed the importance of government engagement in supporting women's economic empowerment initiatives.
Apart from linking them to investing partners, we also link them to institutions that will help them in capital, giving them capital to start up businesses, to even maybe they have an investment they want to do, so they are able to get startups from the various linkages that we've had. So far, we've had women actually access women empowerment funds in Kitui County. We've had one group being able to access 500,000 shillings.
Joyce Momo, another beneficiary from the program, explains how grassroots women have engaged in table banking through a saving initiative known as Saving Internal Lending Community, SILK.
Ilianza as from 2012 na hatukukuwa tukijua mambo ya hii SILK. Wakati tulikuja tukajua mambo ya SILK ni Saving Internal Community, tukajua kwa wamama wale wa kijijini kabisa wenye wanapata ile kakiduka kandoko wanaweza save, na wakisave wachukue loan wa mtu afanye kitu kikubwa kuliko hiyo saving kidogo. So wakati tulikuwa tunatoa saving as from 2010, tulikuwa na more challenges because tulikuwa tunatoa pesa, tunapeana loan. Tunapea mtu loan, atuangalie savings zake kama sinatosha loan yana tunampea. Tunampea pesa mingi kuliko the savings. Saa ingine tunapea treasurer wetu, tulikuwa tunampea stress. Tulikuwa tunampea pesa zimembaki tunampea. Wakati tulisoma mambo ya sanduku, tukasomesha hao mama. Wakaona sanduku inaweza saidia pesa yetu hapo, tukiweka hapo treasurer hata usa mbuzi yake wakati tunangawana pesa.
Joyce Momo and other women have also learned the art of saving through table banking in groups.
Nilikuja kwa hiki kikundi nikasoma mambo mingi na nikasoma hata najua naweza kujiendeleza nikiwa sina mzee wangu. Na nikajua naweza anza mambo mingi kufanya. Na sasa ndio nikavaa kiatu ya gozi na ingine ya mwanamke, sijui niseme high heel ama nikavaa trouser na nikavaa skirt. Hiyo ndo ilinifanya nikuwe mama, na nikawa naendelea kukuja kwa masomo, napata mambo mingi.
Sasa hiki kikundi imenisaidia sana. Nilikuwa kwa hiki kikundi, sasa tunakuja hapa kwa hii kwa hii SILK tukafundishwa. Sasa mimi nilikuja mara ya kwanza nikachukua pesa. Kuchukua pesa ninaenda kuanzisha biashara yangu. Sasa ni kwa sababu nikuta huko kwa soko nikiuza kuku, hakiwezi kosa kuchukua yangu.
Wakati niliingia hapa, nilichukua pesa na nikaenda. Nikaamua nikaweka nasali ya miembe, ya hii miti, na nikaanza kuuza. Wakati wa mvua nauza sana. Inapepo hapo na kileti. Saa hii niko na miembe 200.
Research findings and the collaboration efforts between KU WeHub and WELL has yielded positive outcomes among women in Kitui County, including poverty reduction, elimination of gender-based violence, creating employment opportunities, recognizing their rights, enhancing decision-making abilities, taking on leadership roles, enabling and promoting their children's education, enabling savings methods, and investing. According to the researchers from Kenyatta University, these efforts are pivotal in creating a more resilient and environmentally aware society, benefiting both women and the broader community in Kitui County.
From the study, we have observed that over 90% of women who participated in this program of Women's Empowerment Link have increased their capacity to engage in leadership and to participate in governance processes in the county. They are able to take part in public participation about budgets. They are also able to take part and take leadership roles within their groups. They are also able to be part and parcel of processes of leadership within schools and churches. Like some of them have been able to be appointed as church leaders and others as board members of the local schools that they are in. The women have also empowered themselves economically by doing their businesses and enhancing their businesses. Through the table banking that they undertake, they borrow money from the group and support their businesses, and this money has been able to enhance their livelihoods. It has been able to enhance their capacity to earn and their standards of living.
As these efforts continue to gain traction, the future looks promising for women driving change at the grassroots level, ensuring a brighter and more sustainable tomorrow for all.
Kaunti maarufu kwa kuzalisha maziwa na ukuzaji wa majani chai. Pia, serikali ya kaunti inawahimiza wakulima kukumbatia mitindo mingine ya kilimo kuzidisha mapato.
Kama kuna kikundi moja inafanya biashara ya kuuza kuku, hao pia tumewafadhili kuwafunza jinsi ya kuhandle zile kuku kwa sababu wanaleta kwa wingi.
Haya yote tunakuletea katika Boresha Kilimo, toleo la kaunti ya Bomet.
Kilimo ni nguzo kubwa kwa ujenzi wa taifa.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
Repossessing your property, intellectual or material.
This and more only on Law Matters.
They are powerful and influential. They make decisions in politics, education, finance, agriculture, health, sports, and all aspects of human life. But the impact of their decisions falls on you, the common citizen. KUTV Primetime News Thursday, we ask bold questions and pursue answers to the core to bring you closer to the story. We couldn't have it any other way. Join me, Auma Evans, as I raise matters of social concern to raise your voice from the background to the foreground. Every Thursday and Saturday at 9 p.m. only on KUTV.
Ours is a school of pure and applied sciences. Basically, it is one of the 7 teaching schools in Kenyatta University. Currently, Kenyatta University has 9 schools. We teach both basic and applied sciences and the related courses to all students in this university who are interested in learning sciences. We also offer science courses for degree programs in other schools which require sciences. For example, if you go to the School of Education for teachers, Bachelor of Education, science, the science aspect is taught in SPAS. All those graduates who are going to teach science there, the science they have learned is done in our school here. If you go to the School of Engineering, mathematics, is part of engineering. The mathematics is offered in SPAS. If you go to the School of Health Sciences, the chemistry they use, because pharmacists have to do a lot of chemistry, and they have to do a lot of math also, and a lot of biochemistry. That basic science is offered in the School of Pure and Applied Sciences. So we teach our students in the school, and we teach courses for students in other schools who require science courses. Currently, we are in 7 departments. That's the way we are organized. We have got department of biochemistry, microbiology, and biotechnology. The other department is chemistry. Then we have department of mathematics and actuarial science. We have department of physics. We have department of plant sciences, and we have department of zoological sciences. Then we have department of our youngest baby. We call it CIS. This is Computing and Information Science. This department has been formed as a result of merger of Computer Science Department and Library and Information Science Department. That's the way the department is organized. We have about 150 teaching members of staff, ranging from tutorial fellows, lecturers, and senior lecturers, associate professors, and full professors. 5 come from this school, and associate professors are 15 currently. And that means in terms of the staff workforce in this university, we are a giant. The facilities we have got very good state-of-the-art facilities that are able to teach the current trends in science in the area of technology, biotechnology, computer-related sciences, and biological sciences, and even in chemistry. We have got very, very nice equipment, good laboratories, and we are able to tackle many researches that are important in development in this country and even beyond. The school is very rich and very diverse in terms of its programs. If you think of all the departments, every department would have a program, and when you think about the program in totality in the school, we have got over 80 programs, ranging from diploma to bachelor's, master's, and PhD. They are very diverse because of the nature of the school. And all these departments combined, they offer 1 degree program called Bachelor of Science, where students learn sciences and then they choose the area they want to specialize. Some may want to specialize in chemistry, others may want to specialize in physics, others may want to go to biological and do zoology, others may want to do plant sciences, others may want to do biochemistry. This is Bachelor of Science. There is a lot of research that has been going on in the school that we can mention that is contributing. We've got a number of projects that are ongoing here, and some of these students have benefited from that project. You have heard of the project on banana, trying to develop banana that is going to be appealing to the consumer, that will be resistant for the common banana diseases and the pest, and that will be fast maturing, and that will be able to contribute in a big way to food security. That research of banana has been going on in this school in the Department of Biochemistry, and the bananas that have been developed have been disseminated to farmers in different parts of the country, like in Murang'a and even other parts of the country. And I believe that is a research that is already contributing to our society development. We've got another research on diseases like, I'm sure you are aware of sorghum. Sorghum is one of the cereals that is consumed world over, especially in Africa. And one of the problems of that crop is a weed called striga. Striga is a parasitic weed that normally feeds on the sorghum and it makes the sorghum stand and not grow and not produce. Now, the research that has been going on in the school, spearheaded by Professor Luno, Stephen Luno, has developed a technology that is currently being used to try and make striga, the sorghum, that will be able to resist the striga.
Striga, it's a plant that causes devastating crop losses, and we thought that sorghum would be a very good bet to try and establish sources of this resistance and then start to build on how to develop and improve varieties of sorghum so that you can have them be resilient against this parasite.
We've got other research that is going on, like on cassava. You know, cassava is also a very important food crop, especially in dry areas. And you know, the problem with cassava is about storage. When you harvest cassava, you may not be able to keep it because it goes bad very fast. And this research that has been going on to try and develop cassava that is going to have a long shelf life, contributing to food security. The research is also very diverse. There are a number of people here who have been working on diseases, trying to understand some diseases. For example, leishmaniasis is one of the diseases that affect people in dry areas. For example, in Baringo, West Pokot, some part of northern Kenya. And the epidemiology of this disease has been very invasive in trying to understand what are the problems with the disease. Why is it found in those localities? Who are affected? What are the contributing factors? We have research here that have been going on trying to understand this disease with the hope of developing strategies that can be used to reduce the disease burden among the communities that are affected. And that research is also going on, and we are happy as a school because we are contributing. We are even trying to show the effect of climate change, how it is trying to make the control of the disease becomes even very difficult. There's a lot of research that is also going on in the Department of Biochemistry on trying to identify plants which has some phytotherapeutic value, which has medicinal value, that have been tested for diabetes, to treat for different conditions. And this is contributing because I believe this knowledge that is being packaged and processed is going to contribute in fight against some of these disease conditions in future. For the 55th graduation ceremony, the current theme is well selected. It's really lines very well with the graduation, education for prosperity and sustainable development. Because this university currently and even for future stands for education. We are trainers, and my school, as I mentioned, currently will be graduating 11 PhDs out of 59 that will be graduating from Kenyatta University. And we are graduating 35 masters. And we are graduating a number of undergraduates who are coming to 239 and 19 diplomas. This is a big contribution to the workforce in this country. These graduates will qualify with diverse degree programs. They have knowledge and skills in different areas that will be very, very crucial in sustainable development of our country. They'll be working in different areas. And when you look, especially when you look at the master's and PhD programs, these are highly specialized personnel who have worked hard over many years for masters, 2 years, PhD over 3 years, and they have qualified now, and they are the expert in their own fields. And we are releasing them into the society to contribute to development, not only in this country, but globally. Many of them have published work based on their research, meaning that they have generated information that is going to benefit our society in terms of getting information, in terms of getting policies, in terms of getting skills in different areas that will be used by not only by these generations, but also by generations to come. Because ours is a research-based training. There's a lot of research they have done that will contribute to the development in this country. Some have developed skills, some have developed innovations, and others have contributed in methodology of maybe for disease diagnosis and methodology for handling different maybe plants, developing different plants that can be used in trying to fight against food insecurity. So I believe the school has contributed, and the theme is good because education is the driver of this sustainable development, because we are releasing a group of people who are highly skilled, well-trained, knowledgeable, with in different areas, who will be able to get into different sectors of our economy and contribute in a sustainable way. There are people who are marketable. Many of them are already working, and the skills they have acquired over time, the mentorship they have received in this university, and the experience they have acquired, I believe is going to help them in contribution in sustainable development of our economy wherever they are working. And this is very good, and as a university, we are very, very proud to know that we are contributing manpower at this level. The first principal of this college and the vice chancellor, Professor Gachi, was from this school. And he's the founder. These were the first ones who came here. And when I look around, there are many, many people, prominent people. For example, if you look around like now, the current acting vice chancellor is from the Department of Botany, was training there because he's the VC here. If you look at the current chairman of the Teacher Service Commission, Dr. Jamlet Muturi, was a PhD student the other day in the Department of Zoological Sciences. If you look at the Vice Chancellor of Masai Mara University, Professor Penina Olo Obudo, is a product of Zoological Sciences. If you look at, without even going very far, the current principal of Mama Ngina University College, who was also a DVC in southeastern Kenya University, Zipola Nganga. She's a product of the school. She is also from Zoological Sciences. And when I look around, I see many people. And the current CEO of NRF, National Research Fund, which is the biggest body that government channels money through for research in the whole country, Professor Andala. Professor Andala is from chemistry here. He's an alumni here from SPAS. And when I look around, I see the current director of Institute of Primate Research in Karen, Dr. Peter Mwithera, is a product of botany zoology, was learning here the other day. They have a branch in Kisumu, Kisian. The current director is called Dr. Mok, is a product of this school also. So we've got very many people. Look at even our DVCs, like the DVC Leo, Professor Caroline Thorwell is a product of chemistry here. She was training here the other day. So I know the school has contributed. And if you look at the teachers that are being released, that are teaching in our schools nationally, I believe we have the largest proportion of teachers currently in this country teaching sciences who have gone through this department. When you mention Kenyatta University's past, they will tell you, yes, I know chemistry, I know zoology, I know botany, I know physics, I know mathematics. They are products of this place. So the school has contributed immensely in terms of training personnel who are holding very senior positions and who are also contributing to our economy in this country. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate our graduates, the 55th graduating class. They have made us proud as a school, and we are very, very happy for them. We wish them well in their future career endeavors because we know they have received the right education, they have received good mentorship, and they have good experience from this university, and we know the sky is going to be the limit as they move around looking at what the future holds for them. Congratulations, 55th graduating class. Mine is to appreciate Kenyatta University TV, KUTV, for choosing to come and have a discussion with us. And I would like to tell Kenyans, those who are aspiring for higher education, those who are looking forward to train as scientists, Kenyatta University School of Pure and Applied Sciences is the place to go, because when they get to Kenyatta University School of Pure and Applied Sciences, they will learn sciences of their choice, both basic and applied, and they'll be able to find professors, they'll be able to find people, they'll be able to find facilities that will help them learn and make careers of their choice in sciences, ranging from STEM and other related disciplines that will help them to achieve goals in life. Our address is very clear in the Kenyatta University website, and we are available from Dean's Pass. Any query comes to the Dean's Pass, and you'll be able to reach us. Once you get to Kenyatta University website, look for the School of Pure and Applied Sciences. You'll be able to find us, and we'll be happy to receive you, to help you, and even to guide you in your career endeavors.
I'm Associate Professor in the Institute of Philosophy of Jagiellonian University in Krakow, Poland, and I'm the main coordinator of the Cafe project, which is being here hosted by Kenyatta University.
My name is Eva Hudoba. I am a project manager in this consortium. Keep watching cutting-edge research at Kenyatta University Television.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want to advance your skills in television production? Then welcome to Kenyatta University, where education meets innovation. KUTV, the premier university television station in Kenya, is now offering short courses in TV studio, field technical operations, and video editing. Through these courses, you will acquire hands-on skills on camera operations, media production, lighting techniques, audiovisual editing, and sound and visual control, and how to operate key equipment in modern TV control room. Enroll today at KUTV and discover your full potential in cutting-edge TV broadcasting. Graduates of these courses will receive professional certificates. For more information, visit our offices at KUTV Studios or call us on 020-870-4252 or 020-870-4255 or SMS us on 0739-110-544. KUTV, a new experience.
Are you healthy, or rather, do you maintain a healthy lifestyle? According to WHO, health is regarded as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. Welcome to Focus on Health, a show on all matters health, wellness, and lifestyle. On this show, we cover a wide variety of topics inclusive of, but not limited to, dental, optical, mental, reproductive health, and so much more. Join me, Joy Bofenda, every Thursday at 7:30 p.m. on KUTV for compelling insights and discussions on all matters health. See you then.
Focus on Health, your weekly dose of health and wealth information on KUTV.
From the hospital corridors, we bring you experts to discuss issues affecting your health, from diet to mental health. The familiar and the ignored are both put into perspective. We then dive into the environment and look at the effects of climate change and its solutions. Join me, Mutegi K. Martin, every Friday at 9 p.m. as we learn on how to better our health while taking care of our environment. Only on KUTV.
Get ready to embark on a journey into the exciting world of technology as we uncover the latest trends, interview top thought leaders, and dive deep into the world of tech like never before.
Currently, we are facing the challenge in terms of finance. It requires one to move from different counties because we really need a large data set for our model to be more accurate.
In this new and exciting series of the Technovation Show, join me, Yvonne Kimuma, every Monday 8:30 p.m. for a fun and thrilling experience as we explore the cutting-edge developments, meet visionaries driving change.
Somebody who is in the underground mine doesn't know the presence of those gases. So there are a lot of gases involved. There is methane, there is carbon monoxide, and there's also hydrogen sulfide. These gases actually, they are very dangerous and they're very toxic.
And discover the endless possibilities of the tech world.
Kenyatta University harbors many beehive activities aside from its core mandate of providing quality education and training, promoting scholarship, innovation and creativity, and inculcate moral values for sustainable individual and societal development. The 53rd graduation is dubbed Research and Innovation for Social Economic Development, which the institution has achieved through WeHub.
Well, there was a call for proposal from the Bill and Melinda Gates. So a team got into place, people from the gender, the economics, education, and other related departments. They got together. They were now responding to this call. So we did a draft, and from this draft, KU happened to have been selected together with the University of Nairobi. In this project, we have 12 research concepts, which we are working with the 12 principal investigators and co-principal investigators. So in terms of teams around Kenyatta University, we are encompassing about 6 schools. GPV, it has contributed to socio-economic development because, first of all, we did a research to find out where is the prevalence, the highest prevalence of GPV. And then we actually looked at the safe houses. When the victims or the survivors have a problem, where do they go for help? And then we looked at it, what is it within those safe houses that empowers women so the women don't go back to the same situation. So basically we are looking for ways to bring in innovation that will be able to empower women so that when they go back to their homes or maybe they find alternative venues to be able to sustain themselves. Because many women get into, stay in those relationships because of economic empowerment. They are not able to sustain themselves, and they think they cannot live without their spouses, and that's why they stick here. But if you empower a woman, a survivor, in terms of decision-making, freedom of movement, economic independence, they are able to be raise their self-esteem and be able to cope with life without really being subjected to abuse every time they go there. So that's why we picked on there. And we feel our project on GPV has contributed in terms of data, which we have done a report, and we have also developed policies, which we are working with the Ministry of Public Service and Gender and the corrective services, so that we are able to implement or have those ministries or even governments to be able to uptake some of those policies and be able to operationalize it in a way.
The zeal shown by both students and their lecturers in their area of research has attracted a long list of donors who are willing to partner with them to make their dreams in research come true.
Kwa upande wangu sikuwa nimesoma, sikuwa na ile certificate of education, na sasa nikawa na ile ungumu, unarea, umekuwa mama, sasa imekuwa mzigo tena, so lazima kwanza ushughulikie na watoto, so ikawa ni ngumu zaidi. Nikang'ang'ana hivyo, but the time tulipatana na Catherine Life Bloom, nikasaidika sana, wakanipea course ya hairdressing, nikafanya, ikanisaidia sana kimaisha, because from there ninaweza sema mahali nimefika nimesaidika, because nikawa sasa venye nilitoka hiyo course nikaenda press, nikaajiriwa, nikawa napata mapato kutoka pale kwenye nilikuwa nimeajiriwa, nikafanya like 1 year nikiwa nimeajiriwa, nikaenda hako kasafari, na from there Mungu akanisaidia, nikaweza kufungua salon. Hii salon ndio hii, so tunaita Blessed Salon because tunaihesabu ni baraka kutoka kwa Mungu akitumia Life Bloom, because ni part of my life. Wamekuwa msaada kwangu.
Through research, Kenyatta University, in partnership with the stakeholders, has contributed to findings that inform policy by use of qualitative and quantitative research methods.
I'm very, very encouraged, even on our graduation theme this week, or this year, because for the first time or in a second time in a row, we are recognizing the role of research. Africa's problem will be solved by serious research, because we as Africans, if you look at the developed world, a lot of new innovations have been put in place. For example, in food production. We are here as Africans still laboring with a hoe and a djembe, imagining that we can do that and feed the whole of Africa, feed the nation. While other countries, you look like Israel, they have mechanized their agriculture through research, they have mechanized their food production through innovations, and I think personally, we have to enhance research and innovation and advocacy so that people can know what is coming out from the higher institutions of learning. What is it that these researchers are doing? What is the role of a professor within an institution? Because I believe professors also need to leave the ivory tower. They need to leave the classroom and get to the field and get to see what Wajiko is doing and maybe use their knowledge to enhance Wajiko to get to a level whereby her labor is not in vain.
What do you do with women who want to learn and they cannot go back to school? They don't even have the means. They are trapped in the streets in terms of what you call the prostituted women, because if they had a different choice, they'd get off the streets. And I didn't seem to find an answer. And then one time I remember, I am a teacher, I am trained, and I know how to develop a curriculum. So from needs assessment, we began to develop curriculums. And I remember the very first one that I put together, I typed and put together, had 8 topics.
Access to finances and empowerment through financial literacy has greatly improved the livelihoods of women and their households by enabling them to start and manage small projects and SMEs.
If there's one thing that has really happened among the partnerships that we have had since 2004 is the partnership with Kenyatta University, the gender department, the hub, as we call it. The reason being that they came at a time that we're looking forward to celebrating 20 years of existence, 20 years of massive impact as we felt it, but it had never been measured. So Kenyatta University coming in into through this partnership, through Dr. Okemwa and Professor Gary, came in to evaluate, to assess and evaluate what it is that we have put down as our model of training, as a model of transforming the community that we're serving. And as a result, when they interviewed the women who have been through this program for the last 5 years and back, when they interviewed the staff who have been here, when they interviewed other caregivers and some of the stakeholders out there, it's like it gives us the feedback that we've been looking for.
The institution's holistic approach in teaching and training has seen a huge number of Kenyatta University, both students and lecturers, venture into research that provides solutions for knowledge gap identified. Kenyatta University, transforming higher education, enhancing lives.
Are you an aspiring media practitioner, a graduate, or you just want...
Please, the one presenting, everybody presenting can send their presentations to our coordinator here. Let him give his email address.
My email address is njeule.cosmas@ku.ac.ke. Njeule, yes. njeule.cosmas.
So njeule.cosmas@ku.ac.ke for everyone presenting. So Dr. Emily is preparing, we can have Dr. Rose Mutuota. She's online. Excuse me, Rose is online. Or Ebi Nekesa. Ebi Nekesa. We have Masi Njuge. Dr. Mudhima, Dr. Purity Mudhima. Yeah, you can start us off. Just start, because as the others are preparing, just start for the sake of time. Dr. Osano Ben is around. Hanabula. Dr. Hanabula is not around. Dr. Rose Opio. They'll be coming. others are not coming, will join the other group. Let me announce again if we have Dr. Emily Othong. Is she around? Dr. Othong. Dr. Rose Mutuota. Online. Can she present? Yes. So you have it. Online.
Projector direct.
So you want to present? So let's start with Dr. Purity Mudhima. We will be presenting on the effect of Kenya public service internship programs on employment of young women in Kenya. Dr. Purity Mudhima is an educationist at Kenyatta University, and she's a fellow, an education fellow at the Association of Commonwealth Universities. So she can start.
So good afternoon. Yes, as he projects, our study is about evaluating some programs. There were 3, and we usually call ourselves AIM, a research study, because A starts for apprenticeship program that is called KIOP. Then we had internship program. This program is the public service internship program that is provided by the government. And then there's the STEM program, mentorship program, that is usually provided by the government, Ministry of Education, and UNESCO. But for today, focusing on the internship program. I don't know whether you have found it. So our primary outcome is to increase the opportunities or work readiness opportunities for girls by 20%, that is by 2025. I don't know what is happening. And then the study was, the data was collected in Nairobi County, Kisumu, and Mombasa, the major cities in the country. And we also focused on both men, young men and women, both of those who went through the program and also those who never went through the program, so that at the end, we are able to know who are better than others. Can I bring my computer? Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so we can scroll below. You can move on. Okay, I've talked about the primary outcome, which is there, to increase the exposure of young women to work readiness programs to 20% by 2025. Okay, I think that's Kenyatta University for those who are not from KU. Yes, so I had just said about the study, our funder, and the 3 programs, but I'm concentrating on the internship one. The others, we have also presented them elsewhere, but we are not tired. We are still targeting various audience. So go on. Yes, maybe now go back so that we can understand where we are coming from, the background, yes. So the issue is that the employers have raised concerns over the work relevance of the skills possessed by graduates. Go back, that in the labor market, the employers are complaining that the graduates that we are producing are not work ready, are not fully, they are not refined. And so they are not aligning with the job market. And the studies have shown that internship programs provide those opportunities because they equip the youth with practical and employable skills, just like how the CBC now is expected to do. And the internship also increases the chances of securing meaningful employment. So this study evaluated the Kenya Public Service Internship Policy to establish the effect on young women and men, their career progression, income, and employment in a gender perspective. Okay, so yeah, I think the problem is about solving this challenge of non-readiness. And the study also hoped to evaluate the effectiveness of internship in promoting young women's employment by securing formal and non-formal career opportunities. Most of the studies, data is lacking to show how women, how the work readiness, the study to build evidence on what works, what works as far as internship programs is concerned. And we are also seeing that in the job market, the participation of female is 29.5 compared to male counterparts. So we would like to know why fewer women are participating compared to men. The objective, therefore, was to evaluate the impact of the public service internship policy. There's a policy already, and out of this policy, there's a program. So this is what we are focusing on, and we looked at both men and women. And as you said, the PA is saying that they also consider both men and women. Is this moving? Okay, let's go back to methodology. Yes. So the design and study location, we had a cross-sectional data. Again, because this was an evaluation, we used snowballing method because we had to find out where these people have been. Of course, these were many cohorts. The government started around 2019. If it's a policy on 2016, so 2018, 2019, there are several cohorts. So we have to follow, and those people had to tell us who else they know. So that was snowballing. And as I had said, we focused on the main cities. Then the youths who went through the program and those who did not, we sampled 69 young women and 70 men using the men formula. We also had focus group discussions, and data was also analyzed thematically and also quantitatively. And the findings revealed that there's a positive correlation between participation in the programs, that those who participated, who went through the program, had a higher chance of getting employment, and the young men had 54.2 higher probability of being employed compared to young women. And therefore, we also want to know why men getting jobs compared to women. And the other finding is that about their career choices. For those who are interviewed, or those who from our respondents, you can see that we had 3 categories where we had humanities, business and STEM courses. And those, the data showed that those who are in STEM-related areas, they had taken most of our respondents had taken the STEM courses. And I think even the public service also, because of promoting the STEM courses, they are also taking more of them. And then for sector of employment, those who are found to be employed, of course not many because of the unemployment problem. Those who are highly employed in the service industry were the STEM graduates, and then for the productive sector, it is still the STEM. So you can see there were more, a total of 60. Then we also, maybe this was just to explain who are those we refer to as service sectors. These are financial advisory, human resource etc., productive or energy, agriculture etc., and STEM. Already we know that it is about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Then what of the income levels? The impact on income levels, we found that most of them were on average earning between 20 to 50,000 shillings, shown by 46.90. So because majorly they are graduates, internship program admits those that are already degree holders. So, and then impact of income for young women. Now we specialize, or we customize to women, and I think the same also reflected. Women are about 53.3 and still earning the same, between 20 and 50. And the lowest were 15 and between 15,000 and 20,000. Then, for the conclusion, where we are supposed to know whether this program is working or not, we are saying that despite the fact that the program is working, the results indicate that the young men had a higher probability of being employed than young women. And also, those who participated in internship program are more likely to get a job placement than those who did not. The other thing is that those who had a higher grade, level or highest level of education, had a significant impact on employment status of young men and women, because better grades opened doors for employment, and that is compared to those with lower grades. I want to move, okay. Then the recommendations. Policy intervention is needed to support young women in Kenya in securing job placements. And here we were proposing a certain percentage of women or workforce can be given to women. Because if now there are those science related, and then they are looking at those who have performed so well, that means some women, ladies may be having a lower grade, and then it will be taken up by men. So that's why maybe affirmative action was a certain percentage. Then also restructuring of the program to ensure placement and follow-up of interns, to ensure that it meets its aim of enhancing job placements. Here they were saying that some were not placed where they wanted. Maybe I'm an architecture. I've just gone to a certain agricultural, Ministry of Agriculture. I'm attending people there. Some even were secretaries or something. So they were saying that they would love to go where they feel that they are really working or in the areas that they wish to. Again, student internship placement should be done in relation to the courses taught. Something else, to solve unemployment problems, we are also recommending both national and county governments need to initiate youth entrepreneurship training programs. And this is because we are saying, even if the programs, all the programs that we had, they are working, but there's a very high level of unemployment. And I think we have been saying this, and you can see, I think even you have witnessed the many young men in the field, Gen Zs, without jobs, and it's a concern. And that's why even both the national government and the county should initiate entrepreneurial training programs, because some were saying, yes, we can do entrepreneurship, but we even don't have the skills. Not all were in business class, that you can do budgeting, you can know how to, those skills in budgeting, cash in, cash out, getting to know the profit and loss, not everybody. So these are something they were saying. The other thing is to provide seed money or capital support to start to help them start some businesses. We also are encouraging if there can be an app to link all the job seekers, so that when there's an opportunity of a job, they can be able to apply, and also create stakeholders network and mapping mentorship. I think we are talking about mentorship. And then because we also found so many people who are depressed, others committing suicide because of this unemployment issue. They have stayed for 5-10 years without jobs. Some are turned to alcoholism and other negative behaviors. And so we were also saying the Ministry of Gender, I think, is the one, I don't know whether Mr. Idaka is the one that is in charge of psychosocial issues. So we were saying that if there are so many centers where they can approach and see these people, it is very important. And then we also say that we also need to, for the supervisors, when graduates are posted, they are posted under some supervisors. So we were also saying that those supervisors should be oriented, because they were saying that some say there was nothing much they were receiving, and also they should be given a certificate for motivation, just the way you are saying in your university they are given something for mentors, so that they can be able to train them properly. So that was also one of the recommendations. And also, we also say that there's need to develop a framework to enhance monitoring and evaluation of the program. They were saying that once they were posted, nobody came to follow up what they are doing, nobody knows their challenges and all that. So they needed that monitoring and even somebody to listen to them. And even after that, they were not certified. They never got a certificate. So you can't tell somebody that I went through this program. So even the issue of certification was very key. I think also affirmative action also came as a result of gender disparity. And I think I had talked about it earlier, which is important. And I think that's the end. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Purity Mudhimo, for that insight. Prof, you want to have a question then before you go? Can you give us?
So these who participate in the internship have already gotten degrees. Yes. Okay, the internship I'm familiar with is programs when a student is in the final semester, they get attached to industry.
No, okay, there are two types of
okay.
internship. One is examinable. There are those that you do when you are still in the university for grading.
Yes.
But then the government, because they realize that when these young people go to look for jobs, they are asked, do you have any experience? Then they say, we don't have. Where can we buy this experience? So the government solved the problem by providing this program, internship. They are paid some money, stipend, yeah, with 1 year. It's a 1 year thing. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I was first of all explaining what was the question.
Thank you. Masi Njuge. You must. Then online we have Dr. Rose Mutuota online. Are you with us?
So am I expecting any other question?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, some questions will come later.
And I just shared my documents.
Okay, you can present. Share your document, Dr. Rose Mutuota.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, it's night time here. It's nearly midnight. Happy to. Can you see my? Can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear you, Dr. Rose Mutuota from the University of New England. Thank you.
Yes. Rose Mutuota.
Yes, continue. We can hear you.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. So, my topic was empowerment of African women in the diaspora. And Australia is a very large country, so I'm only going to concentrate on New South Wales because that is where I live. So I am with the University of New England. It is one of the regional universities in Australia. And we look at, we have various courses. So migration of people to Australia. There are two types of groups that migrate to Australia. Some are voluntary migrants. These are economic migrants, skilled migrants, nurses, doctors, economists, and what have you. I am not interested in that group because I'm looking at the African refugee migrants. So I'm looking at the involuntary migrants, the humanitarian migrants. And those are the people running away from war, early marriage, domestic violence, and persecution in their home countries in Africa. And this also includes a smaller group of women who are called women at risk. And these are women who have experienced, among others, rape, forced marriage, they are engaged in sex for survival as well as assaults from men in the refugee camps. So in the Australian Bureau of Statistics, the migrants from Africa have come from mainly 3 countries, mainly 3, there could be more. So in the 2021 census, they've come from Sudan, South Sudan, and Ethiopia. And that is because we all know that Sudan and South Sudan have been having, that war before they separated. And most of these people come from Kakuma. They come from Kenya. They are, brought to Australia from Kakuma. And before 2021, before the 2021 census, we had a lot of African refugee women coming from Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Eritrea. And that shows you the patterns of where there is war, where there is instability. But also, so what I'm going to work on is, or what I've been looking at is looking at that migration, that group of people from feminist theory, and particularly so using an intersectionality approach where multiple social categories overlap. So we're looking at their race, especially so because they have come to a majority white country. So race, gender, political and cultural structures, how do they fit in the Australian society? And what are the supports they are provided? How are they looked at? What are the attitudes of the people they find in Australia and the people who help them? So the first thing that we notice is once I looked at the data from, I should say that the data was collected from reports, the government has a myriad of reports about resettlement of refugees, because Australia takes quite a large number of refugees, and not just from Africa. They also take refugees from the islands, the Solomon Islands, Vanuatu, and other countries, including Syria. So one of the things that the migrants face when they get here, especially African migrant refugees, because that was the group that I looked at, was the language barrier. A lot of the refugees who come here from Africa are from countries that do not have English as one of the languages that's spoken in their countries. So they come here, they cannot, they cannot speak in English. The women especially struggle to find work because of the fact that you need English to find work. Then the other thing is lack of affordable childcare. Childcare is very, very expensive here, so they find it so difficult to leave their children behind and, or to find a place. And the reason being, when they are brought to Australia, Australia has a policy. They don't want to create a Sudanese community. They don't want to create a community made up of people from Sierra Leone. So what they do is they distribute them in the community. So they could be in various suburbs in the country. And that, culturally, Africans are people who network with your family members. We are very, very connected to our uncles, our aunties, our grandparents. But when they are thrown into different homes in different neighborhoods, then you have no one to help you with childcare. So they become very lonely. They have no networks to support them. And the other problem is cultural differences. They get to Australia and they realize that the way the people carry out their business here is very, very different. Not only are they different in language, they are different in the way they behave. There are religious differences. And it is more so apparent for anyone coming from a Muslim-speaking country. And this is something that is very peculiar, because in Africa, when we go to school with people who are Muslim, we don't find it like it is anything to be worried about. But in Australia, there is that attitude that if you are wearing the burqa, you are different. You are really different, and you are not one of us. So especially those women who come here and wear the Muslim clothing, they find it very difficult because of the attitudes of the people in the community. The other thing is that the women, the refugee women, have already got trauma. They come here with trauma, and the community receiving them, especially the services, the people who provide the services, sometimes don't understand the women, because some of them withdrew. The other thing is paternalism in settlement services. So we must remember that, we are talking about people from the global south come into the global north. So the global north always thinks, the people think that they know more than we do. They ignore our culture, they ignore the women's way of doing things, and therefore do not listen to what the women would like done. They don't, the voice of the women, they are denied agency. And especially so because they are refugees, they are seen as people who actually do not have any agency or can speak for themselves. And therefore there is that power imbalance between the people who provide services and the refugees. Australia is a very rich country, and we are going to see that in the next slide. They have a lot of services for refugees. From the minute they land at the airport, they are picked up by staff from services, resettlement services, to take them where they are going to live. I think the problem is really just the fact that they don't understand that people want to live together. People want support from other people. People want to be listened to. And also the attitudes of the Australian society. Some people, especially the older generation, think that the refugees are coming to take up the jobs that their people could do, and sometimes not seeing that these people are actually contributing to the economy. And to tell you the honest truth, Australia is run by migrants. Australia cannot afford to fill the job vacancies that exist in health, in shops. So if you go to any town in Australia, you'll find the doctors, the nurses, the people, the security guards, the counter chicks, we call them. They are migrants. And a lot of these people include the refugee migrants who have been able to go to get an education. The other problem they face is gender roles in homes. So when women get here, the Centrelink, that is the social services, offer money for these women to be able to support themselves. And that money is given to the women to look after the children, to do their shopping, to buy school uniforms. And the men are not happy about that because they are denied their role, the role of the provider in the family. So then we have domestic violence in the homes because the men are feeling like they're being ignored by the system. And then the women also go for English language lessons. And the men, especially in communities, say, for example, Sudan, where there are problems in the homes. So refugee women also find it very difficult to build a sense of belonging because they've left most of their family members at home, wherever they came from. And again, that power imbalance playing up in the home, not just with with the support services, but within the home, because the men are feeling like the women are usurping their power. They have no more power in the home because the women have their own money. They can now go to the English language classes, and once they have attained some level of English language, they can find jobs. So men feel like, yes, we are no longer the people who speak in these homes. So Australia, because Australia realizes that for people to integrate in the society, they need that support. They actually have so many support services to support refugees. And this includes, and these are just a few that I picked up, there were many more. The UN Refugee Agency, that is the one that organizes their resettlement. Refugee Council of Australia, STARTS, and some of these are not just government agencies. We also have church organizations as well as philanthropic organizations. They all come together to support not just African refugee women, but refugees to settle. So there are services, but sometimes cultural differences stop the women accessing those services. So the support provided for refugees during resettlement includes housing, so they get a house, they get food provided, they get education, English language lessons, and we shall see that they also get mentorship and what have you. They also get financial support to get themselves on their feet. And other services include counseling, domestic violence services. Like we said, there is a lot of domestic violence among refugee migrants, and it is just because of that power imbalance. Men feeling like their power has been taken away, and the women are not listening to them, or the women are earning more money than they are. They also get support with legal services, so there is free of charge, and interpreting services. Because of the fact that many of them speak very little English, if they need support with legal services, they are provided with an interpreter to go and speak with them. And they are all provided with case management. So one person to manage your case so that you can talk to them about all these issues. So you can tell them you want to go for counseling, you want to go for DVs, domestic violence support services, legal support services. But the only problem is that because of the power imbalance between the providers who are mainly white, these women don't feel safe to ask for these services, especially counseling and domestic violence services. So, that's a catch-22. The services are there, but they don't feel comfortable enough to do so. Now, one thing that surprised me when I looked at the data from the Australian Bureau of Statistics is that Kenya has a large number of humanitarian migrants, 3,000. And I wondered why. Because I know during the clashes of, I think, 1997 or 2007, there were quite a number of migrants. But we are now talking about 2021. So I asked myself why. Why are refugees coming from Kenya? And one of the reasons, and this is just speculation because there was nothing to tell me from the data that I collected why, and I think it is because some of the refugees in Kakuma, when they move to Nairobi, they might get IDs. So this is speculation. There was nothing to tell me, but I couldn't just answer that question, why we had so many humanitarian refugees from Kenya. And I'll leave that with you because that is neither here nor there. I don't know the reason, and it's something that perhaps I could look into later. So we do have some refugees from Kenya. I wouldn't have expected that large number because I would expect a large number from a country like Sudan, as we have said, and from other countries. Now, how does Australia support African refugee women? How does Australia empower them? So I did say that there are so many services, not just to resettle them, but also to empower women, refugee women, and African refugee women. So we have an organization called the Brotherhood of St. Lawrence. They teach the business owners. So if an African woman, an African refugee woman wants to start a business, they provide skills, they provide knowledge, and they support you, to get on your feet. We also have internships. Governments, like this was just an example, the Victorian government refugee and asylum seeker internship program. So the Victorian government provides internships in government offices. So anybody who is studying, so some of these women can go for internships in government offices. Then there's peer mentoring that is organized. And like I said, I only picked from different communities. So Curtin University organizes peer mentoring. Some peer mentoring is also organized by the Multicultural Council. The Multicultural Council is a government body that is made up of different communities, Syrians, people from Turkey, people from the islands, from Africa. So they are brought together so that they can talk about the issues that face migrants. Now, we have the Horn of Africa Relief and Development Agency. These people also support refugees and other newly arrived migrants. This is a group of Africans, notice from the Horn of Africa, because they had a lot of migrants or who are coming, or refugees who are coming in the 1990s, coming to Australia. They decided they needed to support their own people. So it is African support group that supports African women. It's student-led. They want to mentor and to support women, to encourage women to have a voice at the universities and to be able to make sure that their problems are heard. Now, the government is very, very proactive in finding any way that they can support African refugee migrants. And this one is a pilot program that helps women in regional Australia develop essential business skills. So what they do, they ask some women if they would like to move to the rural areas. A lot of the refugee women, some have come from Burundi and Congo, and they don't want to stay on high-rise buildings. They would like to go to the farms. So this is a pilot project that actually, asks people, would you like to go and live in a regional area? And therefore, they support you to move to that regional area. They support you with your business. So in this case, we have this lady who has been helped to move to a rural community and to start growing her vegetables and selling. We do have weekend markets, so she takes her vegetables to the markets. So this is an initiative of the government as well as Macquarie University and an NGO, Food Next Door Cooperative. So universities also, collaborate with the government to support refugees. And the reason that the government is very, very particular about supporting refugees is, like I said, integration. About 3 years ago, we had a big problem of gangs, African gangs, they call them, in Melbourne, that is in Victoria. So what happened is we had a lot of refugee young men, and they were going around the suburbs and they were causing a lot of chaos. And the government, in their wisdom, decided that to solve a problem, you need the people, you need the community to come up and solve and help, they are helped to solve the problems in that community. They did not want that power imbalance again, that it is the white people coming to tell people, because they did try that. They tried bringing the police to solve the problem, but the problem got worse. So they decided to train Africans, African elders, African youth to come and solve that problem. And one of the things they came up with was something like what you can see here. This lady is Kenyan, and she came to Australia during the clashes that happened in Eldoret in the 1990s. And she has done very well. She's, she's got a lot of awards. But what I wanted to tell you about this is that if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. So Rosemary has been employed by New South Wales. She's a liaison officer with New South Wales, and she helps other refugee women. She helps other refugee women settle. She helps them find their feet. She helps them, find, if they want to gain an education, she helps them put in applications. And that is exactly what the Victorian government did as well. This is New South Wales, but the Victorian government did the same as well. Making sure that you look for people within the community, using that community to solve and to support each other, to solve the problems. So you empower one person or two people, and those people then empower other people. And the government likes to do that because they realized that they need a culturally responsive support services scheme, program. It needs to be culturally responsive, using those people who understand us. Now, so this is one of the success stories. Somebody who has done very well, a refugee who has come, she's settled, she's done very well, but she hasn't forgotten that she's received a lot of support from the government and from other people, so she's paying it forward. Another person who has done very well, another success story, is this lady. She's called Nyado Nyon. She is Sudanese, and she is a lawyer, and she arrived in Australia as a stateless person because she was born in Kakuma. You are born in a third country, you don't have citizenship. So she was also born and raised in refugee camps called Itang in Ethiopia. A few years later, the entire family was displaced again. They were scattered across Sudan, Uganda, and Kenya, eventually ended up in Kenya. Years of conflict meant that she knew very little of her own country, South Sudan. So Nyon has done very well. She is a voice among many. She is a voice of the Sudanese people in Victoria. She lives in Victoria. And she's done very well. She comes on TV many times. Even when those clashes were happening, she spoke for her people. She was able to tell them how to approach the problems that were going on there. So Australia has done well to empower people by providing education. Education is free for all refugees. It is actually free. Education is free. Primary school and secondary school are free. And at university level, they get some subsidies, especially for refugees. So the recommendations that, from that study were that women, the services that provide these services to women need to employ African women, to recruit African women to be able to deliver the services, the legal services, and help the African women. They need to partner with African women. It doesn't need to be, and that is what a lot of what I read was the apparent, that the African refugee women did not feel comfortable talking to the white women about what they were experiencing. They would have loved to have an African woman or staff members whom they could talk to. So these service providers need to use our culture, the women's culture, as a strength, as an asset. And now the other thing is that men need to be part of the solution, in empowering women, because of the domestic violence issues that have been experienced, because they end up in court, unfortunately, and some men have had to separate from their women. Some men have actually left and come back to Africa as a result of that. The services are actually at the initial stages of being culturally responsive, which is a good thing. They realize that people bring their culture with them, and we need to respect that culture. We need to allow them to network with their people. we need to allow them to use their language when they can. Now, the other thing is the services also needs to be trauma-informed, because as much as you want to empower women, as much as you want to provide the services, you've got to remember that the refugees in general have come with a lot of trauma from wherever they come from. Now, so that trauma needs to be treated. The Australian government offers mental health services as well. Gender-informed services, knowing that African people, the gender roles that, we still have. We need to realize that this exists, and then how can we support them without clashing with what the women want. And support women build social networks within their communities and reduce that power imbalance. So by resettling, and also by resettling families close together instead of scattering. I know what they want is to make sure that they don't want to cluster poverty together. That is the argument. They don't want poor people clustered together. But in doing so, in scattering those people, then they are reducing their networks, and these women need those networks. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much.
And I'll stop sharing.
Dr. Rose Mutota from the University of New England. I don't know if you'll be with us for some questions. Will you be with us, Dr. Rose?
Here.
Yes? Yeah, Mercy, you can be preparing. We'll probably just take one question. If Dr. Rose, will you be with us because we want another presenter to present before taking the questions? He's muted. Mercy, you're next. Yeah, maybe as Mercy prepares, one can just ask one question to Dr. Rose, because she's because of the timeline, she may not be with us for long. One question. Yeah, can give Mercy. Want to ask a question to Dr. Rose? She's not hearing. Okay. Okay, Mercy.
Sorry, we can't hear.
Yes. Yeah, let Mercy present. Okay, Dr. Rose, will you be with us for long?
Yes, if there are any questions, I can. It's nearly midnight, so if there are any questions, perhaps I would like to hear the questions so I can go to bed.
Okay, then let's take two questions before the next presenter. Two questions, please.
Thank you.
James,
can you tell him we can't hear him?
Dr. Rose, thank you for that very eloquent and very informative presentation. It is an eye-opener of what happens to our people, purportedly refugees, out there. Now that you are in those sides, one wonders what you do and what you can do in really ensuring that those of our people who are eventually finding themselves there have got clear guidelines and clear guidance in terms of how they can be helped actually to get the lives they are looking for. And on the same note, how will you be vital in trying to ensure that you can link up then young women and girls who could want to do internship those sides by way of trying to develop themselves? Thank you.
Right, I'll start with the first question. So we have a lot of organizations. We have the African Association of Australia. We have the African Association of New South Wales. So every state, there are several states. We have associations for every state. And these associations are, and we have a Diaspora association. So, and these associations are meant to help any new migrants who are coming to Australia. So besides the government, helping migrants, In fact, if the government is wanting to settle people, they always reach out to the chairperson or the chairpeople of those associations. And the ambassador knows the chairperson and, you know, the committee that runs those associations. So the ambassador, whenever the ambassador needs to have a chat, he or she gets in touch with them. And so do the refugees. We have sometimes meetings so that we can get to know the new people who have come and see if there's anything that they need that we can help with. So that is the first question. So associations are available. In fact, you can check them up online. The other question was linking young people who would like to come to Australia. Now, the first thing I need to tell you is that anybody who wants to come to Australia needs to look up the immigration services, immigration department. I think it's called immigration. I'll just have a quick look. In immigration, the Department of Immigration is online. They have a lot of information usually, and it changes quite a lot. So I wouldn't have the most current information, but that information is public. They don't hide. And the other thing to know is something called skills in demand. So if you go to that website, there is a column of skills in demand. So skills in demand means that those are the people they are looking for. And usually they have nurses there, they have hairdressers, they have carpenters. In Australia, the skills they need may not be what you people think about. It might not be architects. It is usually carpenters, hairdressers, chefs. It is teachers and nurses and doctors. So looking at the immigration department and look at the skills in demand. That is if you have already got a degree. If you haven't got a degree and you want to come and study, my advice is also to look at different universities. We've got quite a number of universities. First of all, and I like the young people to actually go online and look at the universities look at the universities and what courses are offered. The other thing is that we have immigration agents. You pay a fee, but they will give you the most updated information, because what the government does is that they send that information to immigration agents. They have that information at hand. Now, one thing I wanted to say is that there are also scholarships available, and those scholarships are also online. The Australian government doesn't hide anything. The scholarships are available. So if you type in Australian scholarships, you're going to international scholarships in Australia. That information will come up online. It is available for all, and then you can look at where the scholarships are available, what universities are offering for what, because they are also categorized in what subjects. Is it architecture? Is it nursing? Whatever it is. So yes, that is my response.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Mutota, for that. Let's have Mercy Njuge from Africa's Voices Foundation, presenting on education and skill development for women's economic empowerment in the refugee context in Kenya. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mercy, as you've been told, and we wait for the presentation. So I work for Africa's Voices Foundation as the research manager. What we do at Africa's Voices Foundation, we use or leverage on technology to ensure that citizens' voices are included and considered in decision making in the continent. We work all around Africa. We have projects in Somali, we've done projects in Nigeria, Malawi, and the latest one that I'll be talking about is here in Kenya. It's called the LEAP project, Learning Through Education and Access to Employment Pathways. It is funded by WUSC. Yes. So today we'll be discussing the barriers and solutions or proposed solutions that were given by the women in the Kalobey and Kakuma camp in Turkana. So just to give a background context. Okay. So I think we are short on time. So I'll just, wow. So where do I direct it? Right there. Oh, cool. So that's about Africa's Voices Foundation. So as I've told you, I'll just be brief about it. As I've said, we leverage on technology to put citizens' voices first, and as the main thing, considering any decision making that is going to be done. So we have three main capabilities. One is engagement and media. So we have a department where people work in the media space. So people who create content, people who create scripts or come up and develop scripts, drama clubs sometimes. And then we have research and design and analysis, and that's where I'm from. So we are the ones who usually take up all the data that we've collected, whether it's from radio, whether it's from Kobo Collect, whichever way, and then go through it and analyze it. Then we have the data and technology team, where we have our software engineers who take care of our system. So what we really I think I'm proud of in my organization is that we have an open source software called Coda. So we are able to receive messages in large numbers because we mostly work with radio. So we have a conversation on radio, like a dialogue. We have the guests who are supposed to be either responding to questions on air, but this radio is citizens driven. What do I mean by citizens driven? When we have conversations like Maina and Kengangi, I know everybody knows about Maina and Kengangi. So it's usually a conversation where they come up with a topic, but the citizens drive the conversation. True? So it's almost the same thing, but ours is a bit different. It's for making change. So we will have a guest on studio, and maybe we are talking about health issues. Then the citizens will send in their questions through a free short code. They don't pay anything. You can send as many SMSs as you can, and then we give these questions to the radio guest as they are there, and they respond to you directly and in live. So that's what we do mostly, and that's how we collect most of our data. But now with the change of times, we've come into social media. So we do it through either Facebook, we do it via WhatsApp, because most of the biggest demographic, it's between 18 and 35 in our country, and also in Kakuma. So we usually use WhatsApp and social media. We'll use Telegram because it holds about 200,000 people per group, which is huge. So you can have a lot of conversations in Telegram when you have a group. Yes, 200,000 people. Good. So this is our interactive process. I won't talk about everything, but that's what we usually have. Whenever we start a project, we work in any thematic area. So mostly we have organizations coming to us to ask us to do a research for them, and then they can use that data for programming purposes. So first of all, for us, when we get a contract, we will have something called co-designing with our stakeholders, the beneficiaries, and also other organizations that are working within the same context. And then we'll have a conversation, and the citizens will be able to tell us, this is what we want to talk about, this is what is aiding us or ailing us. And yeah, so after that, we'll have PSAs run on air, on radio, or we send adverts on, or we send posters on social media where we gather now the engagement. Then we will air our short code. We will post it on Twitter or X. And then we'll post it on Facebook. We'll send you messages for all the database that we have. had over the years, and then now we send you a question to ask about maybe a conversation that we're having. So the same way Maina and Kingangi does it, and they ask women, what do you think about this and this and this? So we'll do the same thing, and then you can respond to us. Then after that, we usually ensure that we can work anywhere with anyone, and anybody can be able to talk to us. Whether you speak English, Kikuyu, whatever language, we are able to receive your messages. And those messages, we go through them one by one. We don't use the technology. There are, yes, some places that we've automated our system, but it's mostly in the demographic area. Where you have age, it's simply a number mostly, so that one we automate. And then we have the researchers go through all these messages, come up with thematic areas that we can analyze. And once you text to our short code, you get automated demographic flow. So you get to be asked, what's your gender, what's your age, where are you from? And then so we get that data, that demographic data, and it helps us now bring the thematic analysis to quantitative from the qualitative. Okay, so then after that we'll share the report once it's done, when we'll share the findings with our stakeholders. But there's one key thing that we usually do, it's called closing the loop. We send back messages to the participants who participated in our engagement, and you get to know what happened, so what came out. So we'll give you like a summary, like an executive summary. It will be short. It will be like 4 statements of what came out from that process, to ensure that we close the loop. We don't leave you hanging. Wow. Okay. So, the LEAP project. So the LEAP project started in 2020. That was right after the KEEP project. Maybe some of you have come across the KEEP project. It is called Kenya Equity and Education Project. It started in 2018. It was mostly implemented in Dadaab and Kakuma, where the aim of that project was to ensure like 20,000 girls or young girls, adolescent girls, were able to access education. So that was what it was all about. And right after the KEEP project, people realized that as much as we are telling girls to go to school and stay in school, there are so many barriers that they are going through, or so many reasons why they're not going to school or having their education. Sorry, I'm not a more talking to people kind of person. So I love being behind my computer. So when they thought about it to come up with the LEAP project, so now LEAP is supposed to address the root causes of girls not going to school. So what are the root causes of that? So what are these barriers, and what are these solutions? And these solutions shouldn't come from us who are implementing the project, but it's them to tell us these are the solutions that we see for these barriers that we are facing. So those were the objectives, or are the objectives. But this study that I'll be talking about was done in 2022. So I'll tell you where we are at right now. So as I've said, it is now a LEAP project to aim to target individual person. So as the girl, what's the problem? What are the barriers? As a society, family, community, what are the barriers in the community that are not allowing girls to go to school and transition from one level to another? So whether it's from secondary schools to skills training centers, or to universities, or to employment pathways, or to do entrepreneurship. So what are these individual, systematic, and community barriers that are affecting those girls, and what are the solutions? So initially when we started the LEAP project, we were simply doing radio, And we realized that the coverage of radio in Kakuma and Kalobe is not that good. Also, the demographic setup of the camp and the settlement, there are more young people, so they're more into social media. People won't go listening to radio. And in fact, like, when was the last time you listened to radio? So yeah, so we decided to go to social media. But there are still people who listen to radio. Our parents, most of our parents in the village, they'll listen to radio. So instead, we decided to go for cohort conversations. So cohort conversations are more like FGDs, but a bit bigger crowd. And here we were able to engage directly with these girls, with the parents and women. So we engaged 4 categories. So it was young women in training centers who are currently at that point going through training. So we wanted to hear, what are your barriers? What are the solutions you see to your barriers? Then the other group that we targeted was young women who had completed training but were not using the skills that they had acquired from that training. Then we had another group of girls or young women who had never gone to any skills training since they came to Kenya as refugees. So they were just there. So you came, you had gotten to class 8 from where you were, or class 7, but then when you came to the country as a refugee, you didn't continue with education. So we wanted also to know what's the problem. And then now we had the group of parents who had young women in their households, or had the husbands to wives who are still in training, or were also fathers of daughters who are in the stage of training or skills or secondary schools. So let's go to the barriers. So we realized there were 4 barriers, main ones. So personal barriers that starts with you. Then there were the social economic barriers. So, social cultural barriers that are the society. And then we had economic barriers that are why now you're not making money from either your skills, why you're not opening a business to be an entrepreneur. And then there were institutional barriers, where now we have the government, we have the schools, we have the systems that are in that community that are supposed to help you to be able to transition. So personal barriers, these, I'll tell you the truth, this is what the girls said. This is nothing from us. So, yeah, as I say this, just imagine this is from the girls. Not imagine, just see it. Then, so the first one was lack of self-confidence and efficacy. So these girls coming from a state where you've been taken from your country and brought into a new country where the rules are different, the freedoms are not there anymore, you don't know the systems, so they feel like they're no longer worth living sometimes. Sometimes they mentioned that having that status of a refugee just makes you not want to go on with life, or that morale of dreaming big or following your dreams is no longer there. Then we had lack of self-drive and lack of communication skills. So there are those ones, as the previous presenter said, those ones who don't speak English, and they come to this country, the only thing is French. So you have to start afresh with just French. So if you're not able to push yourself out there and start learning English or Swahili, then you'll be stagnant forever in this system that we're in, because everything is either in English or in Swahili. So the main causes of personal barriers were heavy burden of teenage motherhood, state of helplessness and lack of self-love. When we talk about teenage motherhood, these girls have children when they are really young. When they come to this country, you have no money, you have no job, your parents are in the same situations as you are. These girls are young, they have already gone through their menstrual cycle, they have become women, and now most of them or all of them will need sanitary pads. So when they go to talk how when we talked to them, they told us the main way that most girls get these sanitary pads, because your parents can't provide, it's these boda guys. So you have a boda guy who supports you, but what do you give in return? You give sex in return. So they end up getting pregnant. And then stigma of returning to school. These girls come to this country when they are either 12, some of them will come even when they are 18. And then this system that we have, the educational system that we have in Kenya, it's not the same as where you are from. So when you come with whatever certificates you got, whether you are a teacher, I met a teacher last month, I met a teacher who is not practicing because they can't practice here with the certificate they got. So you have to go to NITA or to TVET for them to standardize your certificates, and then you go back to where you're supposed to be in the Kenyan context of education. So most of them, when they come here, it's a long process. You'll need to go to offices. It takes money because some of them are living in Kalobe, and I'll tell you, Kalobe and Kakuma settlement to Kakuma, it's 400. You already not earning, your parents are not earning. So you can't start going asking for 400 and your parents are looking for money to feed you fast for you to go and get your certificate standardized. So most of them will just simply drop out and stay home. So then the inferiority complex that we've talked about, you're a refugee, so you don't feel like you're worth anything in this country, and you can't dream anymore because you think your dreams were cut off. And then they gave solutions to this. So the first one was develop self-confidence. When developing self-confidence, having positive self-talk to yourself, knowing that you are more valuable than just you having a certificate. Simply as you are enough as a human being. You don't need more. Also, self-realization and accepting yourself where you're at. You're already a refugee. There's nothing you can change right now about it. So it's for you to accept that and move on and start working towards your goals and your dreams. And also developing skills and knowledge. These institutions, the organizations that are there in Kakuma, they all offer skills training. Most of them will go for tie and dye because it's an easy way, hairdressing, catering. It will be some they'll give electrician skills training. They'll, like right now, I think the major one that they are doing is solar panel fixing skills training. So, and those skills are free. Those institutions give you for free. So you go there for free. So these girls mentioned that they can go to those places and get an education or a skill that you can use to empower yourself economically so that you can create an income out of that. And then also it will help you feel more valuable when you're making your own money. Then stepping out of your comfort zone. There is this one thing in Kakuma, and this will come up, you'll see in most of the, in like almost the whole conversation that we have, aid dependency. It's a huge problem that we have in Kakuma with the refugees. Aid dependency meaning when you come to Kakuma, you get a house, you get food that you're given clothes, you are provided for basic needs. So most of them don't feel the need to look for more because you have everything that is basic. So most people will just leave, stay home, sleep, wake up, chill in the sun, go back to sleep. And this ends up creating another problem where you have a lot of kids because you have a lot of free time or a lot of idle time. So the girls now get pregnant, the women add kids. The other thing that you'll see, let's just continue and then you see. So these are solutions that they gave, major solutions. You can see I decided that I will be confident to attend my class despite the age, because that's a key thing. When they go to these classes and you find your peers in there, they are Kenyan, some of them. When you go to a class like class 8 and you're 20 or 18, they will keep making fun of you. So it's unless you feel confident enough and you're strong enough and brave enough to attend those classes despite. So, and then we have social cultural barriers. One is early marriage, early pregnancies, domestic chores, and lack of support from boys and men. So early pregnancies, as we've talked about them, you have nothing to do. You can just idle around. You need the money for your pads, so people end up getting early pregnancies. Early marriages, there the culture. Okay. Okay, cool. So I have to go faster. And then, so domestic chores, it's a huge deal because when you have more kids, you have more responsibilities. So you don't have time to go to training centers. When you have a young child and training is at 10 a.m., you're not able to go at 10 a.m. because you're not able to take care of your children first. The men don't want to be left with kids. So this is a barrier for you to go back to school. So you tend to stay home. Some of the reasons or causes of these social barriers are lack of sexual education, sex education in the family. It's a taboo. They don't talk about sex. So you're not taught as a young girl how to take care of yourself, how to be an upright kind of woman. And then contraceptives are frowned upon. So even these girls there, they don't use contraceptives. I was in a meeting one day and we asked girls what they do. And it has gone to an extent of paracetamol, using paracetamol as a contraceptive. I don't know how it works, but I think faith is possible. It does work for most of them. I've seen studies in Kakuma where people take tea, black tea, to remove a pregnancy. So, and this is a study that has been done and they came out saying that's what they've been doing. So there's a lot going on there. And then, so the solutions to these social cultural barriers, rejecting harmful traditions or norms. We've kept talking about the beliefs and norms that are there in our societies that are still keeping women and girls down and not thriving in skills training or even in employment. So this is also happening there. So they believe when you're a woman, your only value is to get married, I get the dowry, and I'm rich. When it comes to the Sudanese concept, in fact, South Sudanese, their dowry is really high. It's in millions, Kenyan shilling, millions. So you see how valuable a girl in your house is. You can easily just, it's like sell them for that amount. Then sexual reproductive health awareness for these cases of the girls. How can you protect yourself from STIs, STDs, and early pregnancies? And then sharing chores among the household members, even the boys in the house, let them do something. The girls shouldn't always be the ones who are doing things in the household. When they share, they are able to all go to skills training and get empowered. Then the support of men being able to support their wives, their children, to encourage them to go back to school. Even when you have a young baby, can you be left with the child for a few hours so that your wife or your daughter can go to a skills training center and learn something? Then we have economic barriers, high dependency on aid, low-paying jobs, lack of seed capital, lack of documentation to acquire loans. High dependency, we've talked about it. People really depend on aid. So you're in a class and you give training and skills and they acquire that, but they'll still ask you for equipment. They'll still ask you for the money to go and start a business. Yes, I'm finishing. So those were the barriers for these. Forming chamas, business and financial management training, because you get some of this money when you're in meetings with organizations. They'll give you 500, 1,000 sometimes. How can you save this money and start a business? Applying for positions in these existing organizations. If you had learned from your previous country, can you update your CV? Get a mentor to train you or to shadow someone else so that you can be able to work. And then you just decide, is it me or you? So yeah. And then there's something I really wanted to mention on the issue of economic barriers, where we have the issues of papers. You don't have the actual paper. They don't have IDs. You don't have paperwork where you can go to a bank and get loans. So that's a huge barrier. And then we have, I'll be quick. Then institutional barriers. Institutional barriers, it's poor education standards. When I talk about educational standard, by 2021, they didn't have geography and physics being taught in their high schools. They go to school half the day. So you go from 7 to 12, you go home. So what type of education do you get within this time? The classes are full. They do not have actual trained teachers. They do not have equipment in those classes. So you don't even get to learn. How do you compete with another Kenyan in the same country? Then limited career opportunities, so people are not able to leave the camp. As much as we know that the 2010 Act, Refugee Act, gives movement, it's called what? You're given the right to move out of the camp and learn and acquire a job or skills, but most of these people don't know. So they need awareness creation. Lack of connection and sexual exploitation. For you to get a job, sometimes people will ask you to sleep with you. And these girls would tell you, I applied for a job and this person took me to a lodging. I didn't know what it was all about. After having lunch, then they ask for it. So you just either go home and give up. So social institutional barriers, the solutions, sensitization, there's adequate training, having the teachers, having the equipment in those schools. Also being able to learn more about the Refugee Act so that you can be able to know your rights. And then I'll wrap it. Maybe I can send this presentation. Then the recommendations to this lobbying and advocacy from all the organizations and stakeholders in the government. Can you come up with policies? Can we come up with policies that also favor the refugee? Because they're not going anywhere. They are here with us. And most of them, I remember the presenter before me asked how they get to these countries. UNHCR has a program where they have a relocation program. So with time, most people, in fact, they don't want to look for jobs or give up their status and be Kenyans, because when you're a refugee, when you get a job, you're not paid more than 12,000 shillings, whether you're educated or not, whether you're a teacher from Masinde. I've met someone from Masinde Murillo, and they don't get paid more than 12,000 shillings. So there's no need for most girls to go to school, so they see what's the need. I'll get money that won't even be able to help my community or my family. So then support for skills development and employment. How do we ensure that these girls who've gone to learn skills and also starting their own businesses get loans to upgrade or expand or even go to higher levels of education? Then community-wide communication campaign. Still awareness creation is really needed as BCC, part of it for those community norms, the norms and the practices to change and the perception of people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mercy. I know it has taken long, but very nice dissemination. We are short of time, but online we have Ebi Nekesa Wamalwa. So Ebi, please take 10 minutes. Then we'll have Dr. Hilda. Ebi Nekesa, online. Yes, Abby, continue. And yes, please, 10 minutes because of time. Then questions will come, comments will come later. Abby, continue. Abby Nekesa?
Yes, I'm here. Just a minute, I share the screen.
Yes, next. Abby, are you ready, or we go to the next as you prepare? Okay, yeah. Abby, continue, please. 10 minutes, please. You can go to the first slide.
Sorry. Hope you're seeing my screen.
Yes, you can see. Continue, please.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Abby, continue.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining me in today's presentation. My name is Ebigloria Nekesa from Kenyatta University, and my supervisors are Dr. Purity Muthima and Dr. Willie Mtuma. My topic of presentation is the employability skill development among beneficiaries of the Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project by gender in the selected counties in Kenya, under the theme Education and Skill Development for Women's Economic Empowerment. I will begin with the background of the study, and often the challenge of youth unemployment has been a significant challenge across the world. And for instance, global statistics reveals that 15.8% of the youth remains unemployed, and significantly higher than the overall unemployment rate of 5.1%. And this challenge is, however, much higher in developing economies, such as Kenya, where 13.6% of the young people remain unemployed. And this is according to the statistics from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, that is 2022. And when looking at these statistics, we realize that young women in particular are the hardest hit at 20.3% compared to 16.8% who are men. And according to the ILO, that is the International Labour Organization of 2014, the lack of relevant skills has been one of the major contributions of youth unemployment in developing economies, that is including Kenya. To enhance skill and salvage challenge of unemployment among the young people, countries across the globe has focused on various training programs, including apprenticeship, to provide individuals with skills required for them to compete in the labor market. And apprenticeship, these are structured training programs that combines the on-job training with the classroom instructions to provide apprentices with the relevant knowledge, skills, and experiences needed to excel in the labor market sector. And these programs actually provide an array of skills. Those skills include the technical skills, employability or soft skill, and entrepreneurship skills, and among others. So this study specifically focused on employability skills, and that is communication skills, problem-solving skills, decision-making skills among beneficiaries of an apprenticeship program. For instance, in Kenya, as a response on youth unemployment in Kenya, the government, in partnership with the World Bank, implemented an apprenticeship program that is known as the Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project, and that was in 2016, actually to equip the underprivileged young men and women with skills required for them to secure jobs and participate in economic development, and which this study has assessed. However, despite the implementation of this program, there is a solution to skill training and subsequent unemployment, and the rate of unemployment, especially among the young men, remains a significant challenge. Also, there have been concerns among employers regarding the employability skills possessed by graduates entering the job market, and therefore, this study sought to determine the contribution of an apprenticeship program towards the development of employability skills among both young men and women in Kenya, and its contribution to the reduction of youth employment. Actually, the purpose of the study was to assess the contribution of KIOP program in developing of employability skills among the young men and women beneficiaries. And the study was guided by the objective above, that is to assess the development of employability skills among the KIOP beneficiaries by gender in Kenya. About the review of the related literature, the study reviewed thematically based on the review objectives highlighted earlier in this presentation, and some of the gaps identified included entrepreneurship skills study, that is employability skills, and the methodology used in the study was descriptive survey research design, and now actually the study will use the cross-sectional research design and the theoretical framework adopted. About the research design, the study adopted a cross-sectional research design, that is both quantitative and qualitative data sets were collected, and the study considered 201 respondents comprising of 121 beneficiaries and 90 non-beneficiaries. The study also interviewed policymakers, policy implementers, and employers. About the data analysis, it involved the quantitative data analysis using descriptive statistics such as frequencies and percentages, and presented in form of tabulations and graphs. And on the other hand, qualitative data was analyzed thematically and presented as narrations. This research adopted the scale above to measure the extent of employability skills development among the participants. And a rating of not at all indicates that the participants perceived no development or improvement in the specified skill. A moderate rating signifies a moderate level of skill development, and a great rating represents a high level of skill development, where participants feel confident that they have significantly improved the skill. The study was interested in 3 areas of employability skills, including communication skills, problem-solving skills, and decision-making skills. And these skills are highly valued by employers as they promote productivity in organizations. And according to data presented above, a significant number of young women, representing 39%, rated their communication skills as great, and 17.4% as moderate, and 1.7% as not at all, compared to 18% and 23.1% and 0.8% respectively among young women. Under the problem-solving skill, 43% of young women rated their development as great, 13.2% as moderate, and 1.7% as not at all, compared to 23.1% and 18.2% and 0.8% respectively among young women. About the decision-making skill, 47.1% of the young women rated their decision-making skill as great, and 9.1% as moderate, and 1.7% not at all, compared to 27.3% and 14% and 0.8% respectively among young men. These findings suggest that the KIOP training is more effective in developing employability skills, such as communication skills, problem-solving skills, and decision-making skills among female participants as compared to young men. About the conclusion and recommendations, the study concludes that the Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project, that is the KIOP, has a significant positive impact on the employability skills of its beneficiaries, particularly in communication skills, problem-solving skills, and decision-making skills. The program is especially effective in empowering young women, contributing to gender equality in labor markets. Recommendations from the study include that the KIOP program continues to refine its training modules to further bridge the skill gap between the genders, and also to strengthen the linkage between the KIOP program and the employers, which can enhance an enlightenment of training with labor market needs, thus ensuring that the beneficiaries possesses the skills that are most needed in the labor market. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Abby, and congratulations on your thesis. That was nice. Yeah, let's have the last presenter, Dr. Hilda. Sorry, Dr. Bula, Hannah Bula. Sorry, Dr. Hannah Bula for today. The rest of the presenter, if they were online, Dr. Rose Otieno, Dr. Emily Othong, and Dr. Osano, we can make some provisions tomorrow. If you are online, please get in touch with us. Dr. Bula, thank you.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm Dr. Bula Hannah. I'm a researcher in the transferable skills. And we did research on transferable skills and women employability in Kenya. This is one of the KU We Hub project research. Okay, we are a couple of researchers, myself and others. And this research has already been published in the UNESCO Journal. Okay, I just want to give you a brief of what this research is about. I'll be pretty fast. So our problem is about the transition of women from tertiary education to gainful employment. Being very low despite efforts by the government and the non-governmental organizations. So our focus was to establish the nature of transferable skills provided in Kenya, and also get to know the extent to which these transferable skills impact employability of girls and women. The greater percentage of this presentation is about the extant literature that we reviewed, and the threshold was between 5 to 8 years. And of course, this was corroborated by the empirical study that was actually able to confirm what we got from literature. We did access over 150 references, but we utilized 58 references in the review. So basically, it was about impact evaluation of the basic employability skills training model used by CAPA. CAP is a non-governmental organization that partnered with Kenya to be able to train girls on transferable skills. Some of the findings were that different people have different perceptions of transferable skills, but one thing that is common is that all the stakeholders agree that the transferable skills are critical in enhancing employability of girls and women. I think the previous presenters have talked about employability skills, soft skills. So basically transferable skills, according to World Economic Forum and Mutabi 2018, talk about transferable skills being critical thinking, problem solving, imagination, digital literacy, communication, creativity, collaboration, citizenship, self-efficacy, and teamwork. Some people will call it 21st century skills, others will call them soft skills. And in the world of employment, we all agree that all of us may have technical skills that you need to be able to perform your duties. But what gives you the A game is the soft skills or the transferable skills. So UNESCO 2021 says that transferable skills actually play a very critical role in achieving the SDG 4, which is bringing in equity and quality education and lifelong learning, and the SDG 8 that enhances employability and meaningful employment to all. So by 2025, it is hypothesized that over half of all the employees will require significant reskilling and retooling to be able to develop transferable skills needed to perform better in the future. Technology. It's not moving. Okay, so some of the questions that we set out to ask was, what is the nature of transferable skills provided in Kenya, and how do these transferable skills impact employability and entrepreneurship for women and girls in Kenya? I've already talked about the problem in the abstract, but it's always good to emphasize that despite the efforts given by the government and the non-state actors, employability is still a problem because of a low transition rate from school to work. And only 30% of women are in formal employment. A majority of women are actually in poorly paid jobs in the unregulated informal sector. So gaps exist between transferable skills and access to employability for women and girls. KPA, the program that we did evaluate, is a program that actually imparts what we call basic employability skills training best. And that particular program is about transferable skills. So training at KPA is based on basic employability skills model, which they have implemented in conjunction with the government of Kenya. And there's a possibility of scalability and sustainability. So it's about just mobilizing all the stakeholders, the government, the CBOs, and the youth organizations in terms of community to identify the youths that go through this training. The training is not limited to girls, it's for both girls and boys. We did look at the feminism theory, to be in particular the liberal feminism theory that expounds on the systemic factors depriving women of essential resources such as education, which disadvantage them in the labor market. This is probably due to inaccessibility to good education. So female participation is low globally, and we can see that in the labor force, 47% only participate in the labor force, while male counterparts are 72%. So that already tells you the disparity between women in the labor force and men. Over 21% of the youths in developing countries are unemployed. 3/4 are women out of the 21% of the youth that are unemployed. 39% of our employers attribute unemployment still to shortage of skills, and not just technical skills, but transferable skills. And KICD has alluded to equipping transferable skills to the cohort in the CBC, and we had that in the morning. Our approach was a desk review and a bit of empirical review, having corroborated what we found out in the desk review with the empirical review from the KPA program that we did an impact evaluation. And so the outcome ultimately will be increased livelihoods, which is the tail end, and more opportunities for women and girls to be employable. The results are that when we look at the way people conceptualize transferable skills, they conceptualize it differently. And I would say that it is the terminology that is used differently, because some people call it 21st century skills, others call it soft skills, others call it transferable skills. But one thing that all the stakeholders agree is that these skills are very important in enhancing employability of girls and women. And women and girls who have acquired transferable skills stand better chance to be employed, either in the formal employment or in the informal employment sector. Again. Okay, so when you look at the range of our transferable skills that we did study, there were leadership, prioritization, entrepreneurship, interpersonal skills, negotiation, teamwork, assertiveness, decision-making, communication. All these actually scored very well, both for the beneficiaries of the KPA program and the non-beneficiaries. But when you look at the percentages, you realize that the beneficiaries of KPA program actually scored higher percentages in all the skills. So that tells us that imparting these transferable skills is very important when we actually embed them in the curriculum. But one thing that was not scored well was ICT. So all the other skills were very good in terms of scoring. So in conclusion, there exists a range of transferable skills that can be adopted to address unemployment. The best model that is used by KPA has a positive impact on employability outcomes, and integrating transferable skills training in the curriculum enhances employability both in the formal and informal sector. Implementing training models is a conclusion in the TVET. Is very important to impart transferable skills, retooling and reskilling of TVET trainers, and integrating transferable skills into their institutional pedagogies is very important. And ultimately, bringing all this into the teaching curriculum will go a long way in enhancing employability of girls and women. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hannah Bula. Yeah, we're coming to the end of this session for today. We'll be guided by Dr. Makamara on the next. So online, I don't know if Dr. Emily Othong, you're online? Dr. Emily Othong, Dr. Rose Atieno, and Dr. Oseno Ben, if you're online, you can get in touch with us. We make provisions for you presenting tomorrow. Thank you so much. Back to you, Dr. Makamara.
Thank you for staying put. We have really taken long. I think the other one presenter took quite some time. But we will wind up with a word of prayer. And then tomorrow we can be able to begin again our session tomorrow. So for today, the ones who were expecting online, they are not there. If they are, they are not there. So if they get in touch tomorrow, if we'll still have some time, we'll give them some time. But for now, we can have a word of prayer from Hannah. Then she can close for us, and then we can be able to call it a day. Yes. I know she's used to Dr. Bula, so when I call her Hannah.
Can we rise? We have been seated for a long time. Okay, let's believe and pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we want to thank you, we want to worship you, we want to adore you this particular evening, Jehovah God, because of your doing. We trusted you at the beginning, and Jehovah God, you have not let us down. We want to thank you because of your wisdom and your very order in each and every step since we began, even in the planning up to this particular point that we have actualized. We want to thank you even for our presenters that are online and international speakers who came, and all our guest speakers. Even as we purpose to have another session tomorrow, we still believe that you will tarry with us all the way. May you give us strength and give us journey mercies even as we retire back to our residential places. We pray all this trusting and believing in Jesus' holy name. Amen.
Thank you, our chair, Dr. Kimunio. So we can wind up. And please don't leave your phone around or your laptop.